And we're unfortunately up to the 10 megabyte save file mark, which is arbitrary. That doesn't actually matter. I could probably let it get twice as big before my computer wouldn't cooperate as much, but in any case, we still want to keep the size of that file small, just for the sake of it not taking forever to load and save. But hey, look, here we are, everyone. Astroneer. Alright, so let me just look at my checklist of stuff that I did, because I don't remember this off the top of my head, because I'm an old man and I don't remember things good. Alright, so first of all, you might notice something that wasn't here before. And that's because I found out that you can attach packages to these particle emitters. Like, you might remember 1 or 2 streams ago, like 7 or 8 years ago, back when I streamed this game, that I noticed that these stupid particle emitters are solid, they're indestructible, they block your vehicles, they emit these obnoxious particle clouds. Well, I went around the base and marked out a bunch of them in like the fleeting hopes that the devs will actually fix this problem after the bug report that I submitted, which they have not done yet. Who knows if that's ever going to happen. But the point is, I went and conveniently marked them out in my own base, just in case I have to do something to get rid of them if that time ever comes, and also so that I don't run into them if I'm trying to build stuff. And this one here, I just put like 20 packages on it for no particular reason. So if you ever see a floating packager just somewhere in the base, like there's going to be several of these, there's a couple over in the air up here, there's a couple downstairs. That's what those are. So that's the explanation for why I put those there. Cosine stream in the morning. Okay, Jess, listen, I got up at 3 a.m. So the question is, does that count as being up all night, or does that count as getting up really early? That's not going to have any impact on like how I feel about what I did. I just want to know your thoughts on that. Oh no, here it comes.
Hello Cuisine, can I submit a bug report on behalf of Sprunky? Cricket.
I mean, you can, but I don't see what Sprunky has to do with this other than being a bug and also being extremely dead. It's both. Yeah, it's kind of right in the middle, isn't it?
I heard Jesse Abeb was here.
Yes, Jess is here. And hello, everyone. It has been a while. I've been wanting to stream this whole time. I've just... multiple things, again, many of which are my fault, have prevented me from doing it. But we'll see if I actually become consistent or not. I won't promise anything. So Adam, thank you for the resub. Thank you, Seb, for the bits. And anyone who like unsubs as a result of my inactivity, I do not blame you at all. I will not be upset. I'm not like writing names down of people who like were subbed before my last stream or whatever. I completely understand if the inactivity is off-putting and you don't want to give me money anymore. That is 100% okay. But I do appreciate any of the lasting support that I still get. And hopefully I'll get my shit together at some point. Can we play it up at some point? Possibly. It'll be at least a few hours of Astroneer. But if you're still around later, we could do Played Up, I think. I don't really have any like fixed schedule on this stream, and it could probably go for a while. So anyways, stuff that I did off stream. Let's get into the game instead of just running in circles with the hoverboard. So I widened the base a little bit. This is one of those things that takes like several hours to do, and it's really boring, and I tend to chip away at it incrementally. There have been updates. Oh, that'll be neat. I actually don't know what they've added to the game, so it'll be fun to check that out. But the base is wider in both directions now, so I have more room to work with. I did the same thing downstairs. Just take my word for it. You'll see it later. Other things that I did. So for this funny rail sorting system here, there are now 2 rail cars on it. I was able to get them into an arrangement where one of the rail cars is currently at the bottom, the second one is up at the top, and they don't actually interfere with each other's signals, so they're both just running along the same circuit, roughly half of a circuit away from each other, and after some tedious fiddling, I was able to get that to work correctly. Am I going to stream that new Fat Shark game? Probably not immediately when it comes out, just because literally everyone and their grandma is already doing that, even like in the beta version, but I might eventually stream that game if it continues to captivate my interest. As it is now, I have not touched it, so I have no idea if it's going to hold up to the expectations of Vermintide. And the new Fat Shark game is Darktide, for anyone who doesn't have any context here. It's like, I'm definitely going to play it, but I doubt I'm going to stream it around release. I think I'll wait till later if I'm going to do that. But anyways, we added a new rail car, we widened the base. I tweaked a lot of the extractor stations. So one of the things that you'll notice on these now is they all have a rail engine attached to them. That just makes them move faster. Doesn't do anything else. It was complicated to add this, but solely because there's a bug in the game where if this rail car on the back end is flipped 180 degrees, this storage sensor will actually not connect to it correctly and the whole thing will break. Or it'll like flip the train around on the rails between saves and loads. This game's 90% functional, and as is often the case, I have found just about every single bug I could have in every part of the game that I try to interact with. But the solution is literally to take the rail cars that are doing that and flip them 180 degrees, and despite looking identical, they are not actually identical. There is a forward direction for them, and I have them facing backwards right now, which is what fixes the bug, so good job, devs. Don't know what that's all about, but I was able to fix that off stream. I did the same thing down here. There's just in general a few of these extractor rails that I set up down here instead. I just moved them downstairs. So the Astroniums here, I have the aluminum and the copper, which they don't go very far. They literally, I'm just extracting them right there, but for consistency and in case I ever decide to move them later, I just decided to set it up like this. These are the same spots I've been getting these materials from for quite a long time now. Captain, we're gonna start it soon. They might be waiting. What has it? It's not done yet, is it? I thought it comes out on the 30th. What day is it? Is it the 30th? No, it's the 29th. What, is it out today? I mean, either way, I'm not gonna do it on stream right now, so that'll be for later. Maybe someday we'll stream that game, but again, not yet. As for the railcar thing, alright, I'll explain this, even though I don't know if anybody is going to make much sense of this. But if you'll notice first of all that when I picked up this rail engine, it actually flipped 180 degrees immediately. And if I pick this one up, it's facing this way, but the weird thing is, if I... Oh my god. Oh, not that. There we go. If I pick it up and place it like this, and then try to put the railcar on it, the game actually wants to flip it backwards like this. That's the default. That's how you know what forward direction is on this thing. It's because it's the default when you put it behind a rail engine. Which, this is going to break. If I load my save, like if I save, quit, and then come back into my game, this train is going to have turned itself backwards, is what's going to happen here. And it's not going to work correct. So specifically, I think it offsets itself. It like turns itself backwards, it offsets itself one car, and then it turns itself around again. I'm not entirely sure what it's doing on the back end, but what it'll end up in is it'll end up where I set it up in this position here. And then when I load my save, the train is going to be sitting right here in this spot. And if it was like loading or unloading in that state, it's basically going to get stuck in this limbo state like this, where it can't do anything. And the solution to that, for whatever reason, is to flip this car around and then attach the rail engine to it, and that'll make it work correctly. No idea what spaghetti code leads to that happening, but these train orientations do not work correctly. The other fun thing that happens, by the way, is if the storage sensor is attached to this rail car itself, when it's in the forward direction, the storage sensor fits fine, but when the car is in the backwards orientation like it is now and you save and load, that's what causes the storage sensor to get offset a large distance from the rail car. So you might remember previous streams where I was complaining about these storage sensors floating off in the void of space. That was happening because the rail cars were in a different orientation. So I don't understand this video game. Anyways, the last thing I did here is I went and dug this tunnel that I said I was going to a long time ago. It took a long time. Was there a reason for me to do this? No, absolutely not. Does it look really cool? Absolutely. So, you know what? Never mind. There was a reason for me to do this. It looks really cool. And this thing right here is part of the process of me smoothing it out, because there's a couple more things I want to do with it. But essentially, I have a pit that goes all the way down to the core of the planet, just because I can. Unfortunately, this bar is in the way, and there's not a whole lot I can do about that, but you know, still looks pretty sick. So, just wanted to show that real quick. No reason to do that other than for funsies. And I guess to smooth out the tunnel a little bit if I want to run more rails through it, which was the original reason why I did it, because that's where I want to get the quartz from, among other things. So now we've taken care of explaining everything that happened since last time. Like, besides that, everything here should be the same. All these canisters are where they are, and all these canisters are where they are. What a good statement. All these canisters are in the spot that they were before, and we have not added any chemistry labs. And this is one of the big things I wanted to do here. Oh, shrunk. This is what you've been reduced to. You just say me now, and everybody understands the context of it's a me. Oh, hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream. We need to add the rest of the chemistry labs down here. We have 3 of the 12 figured out. We got rubber, We got plastic, and over there is the hydrazine one, but this one basically doesn't even count as being finished because it sucks, and it's over here, and I need to reorganize things a little bit. But for now, it does the job well enough. And then the other thing that we've got sitting on the ground over here is, I think either 7 or maybe all 8. I only have 7 here. I don't know where the 8th one is, but the point is, all of my portable smelters are broken because the devs don't feel like fixing this bug. This was apparently not important enough to them to actually patch this, so every single one of these portable smelters doesn't do anything anymore. And this whole smelting system is basically bricked, so depending on when I get around to it, I'm going to try to replace that with normal smelters because we can't have nice things like new features that work on release. And the only alternative to this is to just keep making portable smelters and hope that they work for like one stream, which they almost certainly won't because they basically break if you move a long distance away from them for too long, and I think save and load, I believe, is what causes them to break. It's something like that. Basically, the devs literally don't know what edge cases are, and they just like stopped testing them after they put some in the base on Silva in their dev build and said, yep, this is good, ship it. So not much to be done about those. Might make a regular smelting system later. But the big highlight of what I want to do today is set up most, if not all, of the remaining ones of these chemistry labs. It took us a really long time to make the plastic and rubber, but that's because I set up the rest of this infrastructure here to pull down materials. But off stream, I added the remaining ones that we were going to need. They're just identical to the functionality of the first ones. They basically have these auto arms that will pull materials through the floor from the main storage, which, for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, the main storage is literally directly above these auto arms. So as you can see, they will actually reach through the floor, grab the materials off of the storage rack that they're supposed to, and take them down into the basement, where we then will make chemistry labs and process them into higher tier materials. So on that note, I think I've introduced basically everything I did, and we can jump right into it. So let's get started by just adding the next one in the line. So let me go upstairs real quick and see what the ordering is for the chemistry materials. This seems like the most organized way to do this. Alright, so we got rubber, plastic, we want to make aluminum alloy and tungsten carbide. So let's think about getting both of those lined up. And I should have enough chemistry labs down here already to do it. I don't know if I have enough platforms or not to put them all on, but I did bring a ton of chemistry labs. I printed these off stream like I've done with most of the building materials. And I'm probably going to use a similar design scheme for most of these, but we'll see if I have to change it in any way. Some of these work a little differently than the others. Some of them need gases later on, so I will have to accommodate that, and I haven't thought through the whole thing because I figured that was part of the fun part of watching me do it, was trying to solve problems, even if they're not terribly compelling or difficult problems to solve. It's something to do, a little bit of fun to have. Alright, so we're going to start with the aluminum alloy. That one is just copper and aluminum, both of which are literally right here, so it should be very easy to set that one up. And it doesn't require any gases, so it's kind of a baby mode chemistry lab recipe. This one will be the tungsten carbide, which we might drop over there at some point. So I'm planning on using a quite similar design scheme to what I did here, which is essentially a couple auto arms, put it on the lab, and then this arm over here is activated if there's something to pick up off the platform, and place it on the rail post here, which is just part of the main storage. And I just took off. And she might be back, but she's always said she has trouble watching me play this game because it's nauseating. We're not going to spend the whole stream complaining about the camera, but it always comes up at some point. This game is difficult to watch and also difficult to play if you don't know how to fight with it. Nope, Jess is still here. Okay, you survived. I'm happy to hear that. Just don't hurt yourself trying to watch this if it's actually making you sick. This game is definitely a heathen of a game. It's still fun though. I still love this game. I just wish the devs would polish it a little bit. Alright, so let's get a couple auto arms going, and we might actually be able to do this with a single platform, but I don't think I have one down here. Let's see. Do I have a large A platform? Oh, I do. Okay, we might be able to use this. You've been listening to my dulcet tones. I don't think I've ever had my voice described that way, but I think that's a compliment, so thank you. Seems like a good thing. I don't know what dulcet means. Just assume it's a good thing. So let's grab a couple auto arms. Alright, get that down. It's... what do you... Okay, so I have no idea what that's all about. I don't know what the dumb joke is. Am I not supposed to know? Is this just an inside joke between you two that wouldn't make any sense to me? Alright, so these should both be able to reach their respective materials. They need to be able to grab off of these tall storages over here. Running gag. Alright, that was the vibe I was getting. Alright, so we need those two. I will need a storage sensor, but I have all that. And I have not been like super grid aligning any of this stuff because I might shift it around later, and because it really doesn't matter that much. It'd be very difficult to align this to the grid because all of these work slightly differently. So I'm not going to bother you. Not allowed to mention F. Okay, I see what we're going for here. Alright, so anyways, what is this set to? Aluminum alloy, run forever. I just need to plug this in somewhere. Okay, and then what I did here was I filled up all but one slot, and then I have a storage sensor that's kind of controlling whether or not the auto arms are allowed to do anything. So I should have plenty here. I made tons of stuff off stream just to make sure I wouldn't have to print things while I was doing this. I'm sure I have forgotten something and I will have to do printing eventually, but hopefully we can put that off for as long as I can. Alright, I need some tethers, because I use tethers to fill storage slots, and of course I don't think I have anything sitting around, so let me go get the other platform that I have. Go ahead and grab this, there we go. Cool set. Sweet and soothing, often used ironically. You are not using... okay. Honestly, I would have been okay with that. I'm not gonna get offended about that. I know my voice isn't the best thing in the world, but some people seem to enjoy it, and you know what? That's cool. Whatever you can get out of that. If you actually enjoy my voice, then I'm happy to hear it. But if you find my voice incredibly dull, I don't blame you. It is. But then again, that might just be my own opinion about my voice. But apparently everybody is like that. No one likes their own voice. Well, someone in chat probably does. Most people don't like their own voice. Alright, so we've got that set up, and we need the arm that will take the materials out now and put them on the train. This rail post here should be close enough that I can create a rail stop right here. I could try to reuse this one, but I don't know if it's worth doing that. I'd rather, I think, just make another rail stop for that. Because otherwise I have to daisy chain the materials over to this one. I could shift this around a little bit, maybe combine these two together. Honestly, maybe I'll combine them. Actually, if I rotate both of these like a few degrees to point in this direction, I could probably just have one rail post responsible for both of them. So I think I am going to do that. Hydrate will do. That's the stuff. Alright, so yeah, let's go ahead and just combine these two together to keep things a little bit more simple here. So I need to be careful with these because there is an exposed rail post upstairs that it might try to connect to, as you can see right here. And if it does that, it's going to carve a hole through the terrain, which is bad. We don't want that to happen. So I really need to do something about the one upstairs. But in the meantime, what we're going to have to do here is come up with like some clever way to drop a rail post like right here without everything breaking. I think I'm going to actually go upstairs and plug up the end of the one that's up top, just so it doesn't do anything. And you'll see which one it is in a second here. It's this one right here, and what I need to do, I think, is put one of the site pylons on this, like, elevated somewhat. I don't know, it's a pain. I had different plans for this when I was originally setting it up, and ended up doing it like this instead. So let's see, I'm just going to temporarily drop one like right here just to get it away from the factory where it should not be able to connect anymore. I'll probably do something about that off stream, or maybe I won't. I've been saying I would do something about that one for a while now, and I haven't done it yet. Alright, so now that we've done that, not that one, put the other one back. Alright, now we should be able to safely drop this thing down without it trying to connect to anything. You can see it has a red connection now, so it's not going to actually break anything. So drop it about there. Pick this one up. This doesn't have to be super precise, it doesn't really matter. Drop that one there. And then I'm going to move all of them over to this one. We're not going to do that just yet. I'll wait till I have these both lined up to make sure that it'll all fit correctly, but that's tentatively what I'm going to do. So the next thing I need to do is make sure that these can still reach their storages. This one has to reach the copper, which it definitely can, and this has to reach the aluminum, which it also can do. So that's definitely fine. And this one over here, and this is part of why we're not grid aligning these. It's much easier if I just don't have to worry about that. And both of these auto arms can place on the chemistry lab, so that should be totally fine. Just a little bit further over. They can still reach it. Okay, that's those. And then for this one here, I need to scooch it all over a little bit. This thing is going to eventually be in the way, but I think for now I'll just kind of leave it sitting there. And so let's do roughly the same thing. Let's point this one at the new, like, unloading spot. Or loading. This is a loading spot. This is where we're going to get rid of the chemistry lab materials. So we'll go ahead and do that. This one needs resin and organic. So I should just be able to shift these over slightly and still have them reach everything they're supposed to. I don't want them to be able to reach this output slot, but I do have the option of moving the output slot. Well, if I can, I need to turn these off for a second so they don't do anything. I do have the option of moving the output slot to the other side of this. So I could stick it over here and that would give me a little more range to work with, and I think that's what I'm going to actually do. So let's go ahead and drop these two down. Something like this. It can reach. I've explained this before, but for anyone who's new here or not familiar, these things can reach very high above where the circle is on the ground. They can actually reach up on top of those platforms, even though there's no visual indicator that they can do that. That's just how this works. It's basically a cylinder rather than just like the spherical range that it depicts on the ground. Technically it's a capsule is the gaming term for the shape that they used for these. Alright, so this can also reach. I think this is good enough for now. I can tweak the distances on these later. And we don't actually need to do this, so I will set it back like that. You're sitting in on a work meeting, probably not going to hear much. No, that's fine. I mean, you don't have to have my stream open at all during a work meeting. That's not part of like the contract for being a mod on my channel. I mean, there really is no contract. All my mods give me money because they want to. I did not like tell any of them to sub to me. They just do it anyways because they're too generous. Always appreciated, not required. Alright, just get these set up. This is just, I just prefer to put the pins on the back of these. There's no actual reason to do that. You can stick them literally wherever you want and it'll work just fine. Alright, so that's that. And then we need the output arm. I'm going to have to move this over here. And the important part is that it can reach the whole train, which means it needs to be centered on that rail post. It doesn't so much matter if it's centered on the input where the rubber is. That's good enough. That can reach the whole thing, so lock that one in. I'm going to shift all this stuff over in a moment, but let's get the other one positioned. We do not want tall platforms. Where? There they are. Medium platform A, my beloved. You never learn how useful these things are until you stop using them to store things and realize they're like the perfect thing for auto arms. Alright, so let's get this one lined up. This one can also reach all of the outputs, so I can just drop it down where it is and lock it. And then it doesn't really matter how I power these, I'm just going to stick them in like that. Everything here is powered. That's usually the thing I forget to do, so we got it right this time. You're literally just sitting in and not involved. I've been in meetings like that, I know what that feels like. But then you're worried somebody's going to get mad at you if you're not actually at the meeting, even though you know there's no reason to be at the meeting. It's such is the way with these industries. Alright, so I think once I plug this in, I can turn it on. I will have to make sure this auto arm, however, doesn't do anything until I put a filter item on it, or else it's going to grab those tethers. So let me just wire it up right now, but not actually put it on the platform, so I can't do anything. You gotta play Astroneer again the cosine way, not the dumb way. Oh, did I inspire you to play this game again? I'm happy to hear that. Like, try to do everything the game lets you do, not just the things it railroads you into. You have a lot more fun with this game. It's way too easy otherwise if you don't make your own challenges. Alright, so I'm missing one thing. I'm trying to think what it is. It's for these here, so I don't need to worry about that right now. So I think what I could do is... These are supposed to be turned on because this slot is not filled. So by default, they would be like this. They'd fill this up. And then when this slot gets filled in, this arm is going to turn on and these two are going to turn off. And eventually I'm going to move this target pin because there's going to be a logic sensor for it. But for now, it's just going to turn on like this. Oh, and the train... Right, it's not going to stop here yet. We need to make it stop at this one instead of the next one. That'll be the next thing we do. Yep, there we go. It went and grabbed my tethers. Okay, now we have the filter on this. And everything here should be set up. This arm is turned on when there's something on the output slot. These are turned on when there's nothing there. And that'll make sure that I have the correct number of auto arms activated while I'm doing this. I really wish this game did not put crap in your inventory. I'm going to complain about that every time it happens. Alright, so we're not quite done yet though, because the next thing I need to do is actually set this up to put the train in this spot here instead of the one here, and that is fairly simple to do. This weird looking stack of repeaters is basically the system I already have in place to do that. I just have to shift it over one. So without severing any of these segment pins, if at all possible, I'm trying to figure out how to arrange this. Probably stick one like right here. And we want to call the train to this one instead, so let me... This is just by convention. I like to stick it on the bottom like this. You don't actually have to put it... I did not want to stick it on that. Thank you, Astroneer. Good video game. I wanted to stick it onto the bottom of this, just because it looks cool, and it makes it very clear like what the signals are doing if you're consistent about this stuff. I might as well just fill my inventory now so this thing can't put dog shit in it. So anyways, that's good now, and my inventory is not full. You know what? Just fill me up. One more. Good, there we go. Now it can't put things in my inventory anymore, so we don't have to worry about that for a minute. That's right, nerd. Alright, so the next thing we want to do is make sure it gets called to the correct one of these, so... Turn that one off. And then all I have to do is shift over a bunch of this logic. So I'm gonna, again, by convention, stick this here. This rail post is now just an intermediate one. It doesn't do anything. You heard without severing and was like, I didn't do... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, your name do sound like that. Hello, Kikisu. Right, so I'm just going to shift this one over to be sort of at the halfway point. Don't need to do that, it just looks nicer. I think I could actually remove one of these posts and it would work fine, but for now I'll just leave it. So that's good. The train should come to this post now. I can move this over a little bit. Right there, that's a good spot. Let's go ahead and lock that in. Nice, visually obvious what's going on here. Don't have to worry too much about it. Maybe I'll put it on the other side. I've been by convention putting this on the right side of these rail posts for no reason other than just because that's what I've been doing. Alright, so that should work. Not the same thing. Yeah, I get you. Like I said severing, but sometimes I mumble and I don't talk very good. Talking is hard, so you got to get used to this kind of stuff. I don't say that word very often, so it doesn't come up that much. Hopefully, as long as I didn't break my train system, we should see one come over and stop at this post instead, at which point it's technically capable of already picking up these materials. But we're not done yet. So this thing over here is a logic gate, and there was a revelation I had off stream that I've been doing this like a dumb idiot, and we don't actually need this battery for this particular type of logic gate. So to fill people in on what the heck this thing is, this is basically an AND gate with 4 conditions. And the conditions that we have for this are controlling whether or not this rubber arm is allowed to move materials onto the train. This essentially has the effect of turning the rubber on and off. So if we have too much of it, which we do, I think I actually filled it up on the top end, then this arm is supposed to be turned off. And that's why all these conditions are here. So this one here, I don't remember what this was plugged into. I think I disconnected this one when I moved the rail post, but this one here I believe was controlled by whether or not the train is in the station, waiting for a material. This part of the AND gate is checking whether there's any rubber to retrieve out of the chemistry lab. This one here is checking whether we need rubber in the storage, which is what this long cable that I have highlighted here does. You see it going all the way up over to the ceiling here. It's connected to the rubber canister upstairs, and that's what that's detecting. And then the last one was a manual shutoff that I was using, which actually might be the reason why it's not running when the train isn't there, or when the train is there, because I think I might have shut this one off manually because I was running out of other materials when I was setting this up. And then the purpose of this battery is basically it provides power, and if all 4 of these power switches are turned on, then power is allowed to get to this power sensor, and that power sensor is responsible for turning on the arm that controls the rubber. That's the gist of how this was all set up. But the thing is, we don't need the battery. We can actually just connect this directly to it like that. And the reason why I used to think you couldn't do that was because this has actually added a 5th condition to this AND gate. And the 5th condition is whether or not the base has power on this particular rail post, which if I move these rail posts around, that power might get cut off. So there's no guarantee that this is going to actually be turned on. So I do have the option of doing this. I need to do a little more research into whether or not this is going to have the base draining problem that a lot of these other directional power cables do, but I did a little testing and it didn't seem to. So we're going to check whether or not that alternative works or not. So I need to go get a power switch, or not a power switch, a power sensor, and do a little testing to see whether or not that will work correctly. So here we go, splitter, that's what this is called. I don't know for sure if what I'm going to try to do here will help, but if it does, it means we can save a battery. Otherwise, we go back to the system I was doing with the batteries. So let's see what happens here with these power sensors. So there's a little bit of trial and error to experiment with this, but I think having this power switch turned off causes it to not drain power. But it's also possible that this here will drain power from the base, in which case we don't want to be doing this. So the easiest way I could think of to see if that's going to happen is to get, I think, 2 of these power sensors in different spots and see how it changes. I might actually be able to do it with just 1 power sensor. Or splitter. I call these are called splitters, but I don't think anybody has ever actually used them for that. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a power sensor. So if I hook it up like this, this thing is taking, I think, half of the power out of the base or something. It's like 400 something or another. The question is, if I toggle this, will that go down? It does go down. Alright, well, I was optimistic about this idea working, but I wanted to try it on stream. What you see happening here is this game's shitty directional power system at work. So pretty much, if you have a directional cable, this is what extenders used to do before they fixed them to not suck, and this is what anything with a directional power cable on it does. Is the number of directional power cables you have on your base, pretty much they equally distribute the amount of power they suck out of it, regardless of whether or not they're using it for anything. So what you're seeing happen here is the base is receiving some large amount of power. Like, it's like 500 to 600, I think. I have like 2 large solar arrays upstairs and a ton of batteries. And then I think all the surplus power is going to this splitter right here. And that's what we're reading off. That's the 407 that for some reason I'm able to put my cursor on top of and have a big circle show up, which is convenient. Don't know why there's not a mouse in this game. But what happens here is the second that there is something else drawing power through one of these directional power cables, it cuts it in half, and that's because it is sharing the power between these 2 things now. And what will happen eventually is if I do this with all of these directional power signals, and if I linked up different components of my base using these directional power cables here, eventually I would reach a point where I'm dividing the power like 20 times, and that's actually going to be low enough that the thing I'm sending the power to might not actually have enough to function correctly. In this case, it technically would work fine because I think this is surplus power that's not being used by the base grid. But if I had multiple grids connected together by these directional cables, I would find out that some of them were not receiving as much power as they're supposed to. And that's what this splitter is supposed to solve. but it doesn't solve it in a very good way because you can only control the ratio of the power that moves between the splitter and its two outputs here. Because like right now I'm just using it to read off power, but you can connect it like this, and if you connect it to two different things, so if I think it'll let me do this just for demonstration. You can see here I could actually control the distribution of power going to those two objects there. I could lower one and raise the other one, but this doesn't let me set a number, so I can't just say take 1 unit of power per second and send it to this system here. It's always a fraction, and while it's basically viable to do that, it's a pain in the ass and we don't want to do it, so unfortunately we have to go back to this system here. And this system here is small battery powering this medium platform, and then this medium platform, the battery actually doesn't matter there, it could be in any of these slots, but this medium platform is then powering the switches on top of it. And then I needed a fourth switch and I didn't have room for it, so I put it on the ground, and then the power sensor on the ground over here. And I was hoping that I would be able to do this. I thought we would have a revelation here, but we just did some testing and we're still going to have the directional power draining issue that nobody likes. So we do have to keep the batteries here. But I don't know, maybe somebody learned something from that. Yep, dizzy. I don't know if that's because of my explanation or because you're wondering why the game is programmed like this, or maybe both, honestly, or maybe because I keep whipping the camera around. Either way, though, this is what we're stuck working with here. The wiki makes it seem like it should be useful. Does it? What is it? I'm going to click on this for a second here. What does this say that makes it seem like it should be useful? This is not a very good wiki in general, so my expectations aren't very high for this. Changing the output speed, yeah, that's what I was showing for the second use. Increase or decrease. Multiple splitters can be wired for larger control. I don't know if anybody has ever used one of these things for that. Yeah, power can't go both ways. Okay, I'm not sure if I learned anything from this. This basically, I think, says what it does. Like, I don't know if you, like, tabbed out while I was explaining this. I did show that. Like, Mighty, I connected it to two different things. My snails are about to get hungry. I connected it to two more things, and I showed that you get little sliders here that allow you to change that. But that does not work for the purposes of what I need to do here, because I don't have enough control over the actual numeric, like, power values. Alright, I need to feed my stupid snails. Otherwise, we have to listen to a really loud noise due to a bug with a feedback loop with the portable oxygenator, and I'm going to spare everybody that agony for the whole stream if I can. But yeah, I think I showed off what it did. You might have just tabbed out. Like, I did it very briefly for like 30 seconds. I think you tabbed out like right as I was showing it. But unfortunately, we have to make do with what we got. So speaking of what we got, we need to control both of these arms. They share a couple conditions, and they also don't share a couple other conditions. So the train being here is a condition that needs to be split across both arms, but then they're independently controlled by their own chemistry labs and their own storage tanks. And then I don't think we need the manual control power switch anymore. I might throw it back in if I need it. But I think what this is going to boil down to is I probably need to have... Let's see, there's a couple ways I could do this, but I think I'll do a little redundancy here. So we're probably going to need 2 more power switches and 1 more power sensor over here to try this out. And a medium platform. So let me go dig one of those out. Here we are. This is the reason why medium platform B is useful for me. It's just a few of these like lined up in a row. And then I printed 1 billion of these, so hopefully we don't need them. If I could find them, where are they? There they are. Okay, by 1 billion I meant 8, but you know, 8 is a good number. It's kind of like 1 billion. It's, if you turn it on its side, it's an infinity symbol, and that's like way bigger than 1 billion. Infinity is at least like 6 times larger than 1 billion. Alright, so set these up here. We're going to need a battery as well. And this is more or less just the same setup as before. It's a little hard to finagle these cable plugs in, so I'm going to plug them in and then put them back on the storage. This one's backwards. Just by convention, I've been putting the on position towards where the arrow is facing, so it's a little visually easier for me to see what they're doing. Yep, calculated. I did the math. What I said there was technically correct, if not completely absurd. Alright, so I get a couple of these. Doesn't really matter how I lay these out as long as everything can reach. That's not what I want to do. I'm trying to grab that right there. Alright, so that's our power switch for the aluminum alloy. And this is the one for the rubber. Alright, and then let's check on the states of all of these. So what I think I'm going to do is this first power switch here is going to be controlled by whether or not the train is in the station, which it is. I think I broke the connection, so my trains are bugged. I'm going to have to turn them back on again. But we'll worry about that in a second here. So, trying to grab there we go. We want one of these. Doesn't matter what side I stick it on, I've just been putting it like that. And we need one more of these. This is going to check whether or not the train is in the station, waiting to receive materials. And it is, so those should both be turned on. The next one is going to check whether or not there's something waiting at the chemistry lab to be picked up. So that was what this pin was doing. We're going to move it to the AND gate that we have here. And then the last one is going to check whether or not we need this particular material. And let's see here. This is connected to the rubber, and the next one is the aluminum alloy. Yeah, that would be this one right here, is the aluminum alloy. I set these up ahead of time. Technically correct is, in fact, the best kind of correct. Because somebody wants to argue about it with you, but then they realize, wait a minute, he's right. Infinity is at least 6 times bigger than a billion. And while that statement is completely idiotic, it is technically true. If not a horrendous understatement. Alright, and that is again connected to the aluminum alloy tank. This is going to turn on when the tank is not full, and it's going to turn off when the tank is full. So in its current state, the tank is not full, so we would expect this to be activated. Because I basically want the opposite signal. If the tank is not full, I want to turn on the power switch so that I can manufacture aluminum alloy. So I believe everything here is set up, and then all we have to do is connect the power sensor here to the auto arm, which should be turned on. And then in the case of this one, I need to double check whether or not the rubber is full. I might have inverted one of these power switches while I was messing with it. So let's just go upstairs and check what state it's supposed to be in. The rubber tank is not even close to full, so we should also have rubber turned on. I think that's why I had that manual switch down there to toggle it off, because I think it was draining all of my organic, I believe is what it was draining, because I just did not have enough organic to support it. And in fact, I think I might need to actually put that power switch back, because I still don't have a automated supply of organic. That's something we might do today. So let's go put the manual one back in. I'm going to leave the aluminum alloy on, however, because I think I have a full canister of copper and aluminum, so I don't have to worry about running out of something I'll need. So let's carefully get that and turn it off. And there we go, that should be good to go. And this one here, we do not need a manual override because I want it to be on as long as I still need aluminum alloy. I have the materials to support that. Speaking of that, I think it already loaded it up. So now we need to figure out why I broke the trains. And I think I just accidentally severed this connector right here. Yeah, this connection is what I severed here. This is supposed to go over here. I'm using the word severed again. Severance should be completely paying attention now, however, so that doesn't matter anymore. Do I want to get rid of this rail post? I might as well get rid of this rail post now, since I have no compelling reason to keep it here. Yeah, there we go, I thought so. It's long enough to reach anyways. Let me square this off a little bit, just for aesthetics. Alright, thank you. Hello, Bagron. Mushroom. Mushroom indeed. Honestly, I might make that a permanent emote. I don't know, I need to juggle my emotes around. I might retire a few of the ones we have, like maybe not permanently, and add stuff like mushroom instead, just because it's more pertinent to what I do on the stream now, since this is a lot less of a Spelunky-centric stream at this point. So, I don't know yet. Might do that at some point. I don't know if Amogus is getting removed anytime soon, though. Even if we don't play Power Wash Simulator anymore, that one has just grown on me. It's just so stupid. I just love it. So I don't know, that one might not go anywhere anytime soon. So stick that there. This is the segment pin that I broke earlier, so I think I've connected it to everything I'm supposed to. No, I have not. I'm supposed to also hook it up to this one. There we go. Just use it any time. Like, if you squint and look at it closely enough, you figure out, like, why it's called that. And then you're like, oh, I get it. Even if you don't know that it's from Power Wash Simulator, like, at all. Alright, so what have we got here? What else did I break? Alright, I'm an idiot. I forgot about this. Something I had forgotten about when I set these up originally is you don't need to do this, where I have one pin attached to each of these repeaters. If you send a signal to the platform that they're on top of, that will send a signal to these repeaters. So that's what I just did right here. And I forgot I changed that on most of these. It just saves you a little bit of, I don't know, a little bit of wire, I guess. I don't know. You can only have 12 of these before you have to use a button repeater to extend the signal. And fewer things in this video game just means less lag in general, so it doesn't hurt to do that. Now I need to figure out how badly I scuffed my rail system, so give me just a second here. So we've got this one here, and there should be one upstairs. And I need to make sure that they're both activated roughly half of the circuit away from each other, which means I probably need to wait like 1 minute and 40 seconds between the two of them, so I'm going to get a timer up real quick. Because the whole circuit collectively takes, I think, about 200 seconds, so I need to pretty much wait half of that and then send the second train through. Okay, there it is. So let me call it over here. And then this button repeater is how I, like, inject a signal into the loop to get the trains to start moving. Because as I've explained in previous streams, there is a bug right now that prevents me from using these detectors to see when a train has reached a rail post. It does not work. If you move too far away from it, the whole system will break because these will not detect correctly in a compact arrangement. So unfortunately, I have to have this rolling signal moving along the rail and kind of dragging the train behind it, rather than detecting when a train reaches a rail post and then calling it to the next one. 90% functional video game. So now that the train is in position, let me get my timer up real quick. I'm not going to sit here for 100 seconds stalling. I'll do something else for a moment, but I have to come back here and basically call the second train over after about 100 seconds. So actually stopwatch is what we want. And there we go. Alright, so that's going to call the train. Give me a second to make sure that it's actually moving along here. Alright, so it gets called over to this one, and now we have one train in the circuit. The problem is there is a second one sitting on the rails that is going to eventually start responding to those call signals, because the signal is just going to go to whatever train is closest. So I need to take this one off of the track, move it up here, and then after 100 seconds I'm going to send another pulse into the system with the second train located right here. And what that should do is basically put them on opposite sides of the track again, and from there we should be good to go. So in the meantime, what can I do? Is this event over yet? One day. I don't know if we're going to touch this again. If you look at like the number of points, I have 52,000 points for this event. And I don't remember what the thresholds were to get the rewards, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't even 10,000. And that's because I just sent it like 3 or 4 canisters of the highest tier, like, plant organic diesel or whatever these are. And basically I had like millions of dynamite and a bunch of other crap. Like half of the packages that you see like littered around the base, hold on, I'm about to be at 1:40, but half of the packages you see littered around the base are because of that event, just sending me millions of packages. Alright, so in 10 seconds I'm going to send the second train along. And there we go. Okay, so we'll find out in a second whether or not that worked. If it didn't work, then I'm going to be upset, and I will have to fight with it later. Alright, go ahead and pause the timer. But anyways, I don't know if we're going to touch this, but this was for the event that they had. And it's... unfortunately, I have to stand next to it to actually use it. And I actually did that during one of the streams. I was working on it a bunch, and then off stream I stood next to it for a little while just to accumulate enough materials to sort of show off the rewards. And unfortunately most of the care packages are garbage. At least in endgame they're garbage. The best thing you can get is the nanocarbon alloy and these little RTGs. Everything else is more or less trash, but what are you gonna do? At least I was able to shred some of it, and I got a few basic materials. Alright, so I'm gonna go check on the trains now, because they should both be moving along. And hopefully I don't sever the connection again, because that would be a pain, and I'd have to do this a second time. So this one is moving along in the main storage. The other one should be downstairs collecting materials right now. Where is it? It is all the way over here, okay. And if I see this train make it all the way past the starting point, then that means that this worked. Alright, so it would be collecting any, like, tungsten that I had there, which I think tungsten is full right now, so I'm not unloading any, so it's not going to do anything there. I'm going to go all the way up here. And if it gets over to here, then I think we're good to go. Because this is the rail post that I set the signal to originally. You had banana bread. I don't know if I've ever had banana bread. Probably good. I don't know, I'm slightly allergic to bananas. I don't know if I would actually enjoy banana bread. My throat would just get all itchy. Is banana bread one of those things that's like not actually made of the thing in the name, or is it actually made of bananas? Because I probably shouldn't eat it. Looks like we're good to go on the trains. It's made of bananas. Alright, I think I'll give that one a miss then, if that's okay with you. I like bananas too, that's the sad thing. Stupid allergies. Stupid, shitty human immune system doesn't work correctly. Who designed this? Alright, I think we're good to go on that. Alright, I think we are set to go on that system then. So what should be happening here... I guess one thing I could do is store more aluminum alloy at this point, but the train doesn't sit here for that long. There's a few other things I could do here with the storage sensors to make this a little more efficient, but I haven't been worrying about efficiency in this playthrough so much as just getting a, like, working proof of concept. This is not as high as the throughput could be. I could set up, like, a canister here and rig it up in such a way that I could deposit more of these aluminum alloys every time one of the trains came along. But that's an optimization that becomes really tedious with how limited the storage sensors are in this game, and I don't intend on doing that right now. Possibly never, because it wouldn't be terribly interesting. Maybe we'll work out how to do it for like a couple of these, but not implement it for all of them. But for now, though, we're basically in proof of concept territory. Can I get this entire factory to work on its own without me touching it eventually? And we'll find out. So here comes a train, and what should happen is this arm was supposed to turn on. Why didn't it turn on? Did I invert the signal? No, we got a problem. This is why we do testing here. Why did that train not turn on? I think I had it inverted. You must bedgy. Understood. You have a good night. That's it. I don't have anything else to say. You enjoy yourself. Don't feel compelled to watch my stream while you sleep. You're already watching it during work for some reason. Don't know why. Some of you people are insane. I still love you though. What is going on here with this arm? Something's not right here, and I need to think about this. So, received power. Why does it have power? The train is not here. I don't want to wait another minute. The other train is currently right there in the storage system, near the end. There it is. It's coming down now. I guess we can wait a second to see what it does. Okay, so we just received the signal. I looked away. I think I just had this power switch inverted. So let's see what happens. The train should stop by. It'll have a few seconds to take any materials that were sitting here. And then this will turn off because there's nothing in that slot. And then the train will leave, which again is what I was talking about with it not being terribly efficient. Because I could definitely store more of these. But for what I'm trying to set up right now, that is good enough. So let's go make the tungsten one now. So tungsten carbide is the one that's next on the list. It's going to look roughly the same. I believe I don't need any gases for that, so I'm just going to kind of speed through this one without really explaining it, because it's the same thing we just did, but with 2 different materials instead. So let me pull this bad boy over. We're going to need... how many power switches am I going to need? Probably 3 again. Possibly a 4th one, so I can turn it on and off. So let's grab 4 of those. We need 1 power sensor. None of these. I still have a rail in my inventory. Let me get that out of there so I can fill it up with more aluminum alloy that I don't want. Alright, we need a battery. 3 auto arms. 3 medium platform A's. We might need an additional one to make a rail stop, because I don't think I have one nearby, but I might be able to use this one here. So hopefully that'll work out. And we need a medium platform B. Probably some tethers as well. I need to go upstairs to get more tethers because I don't have enough down here. Why is there... There's malachite here because one of the auto arms just aggressively filled that slot when I wasn't looking. We can just drop that off in the main storage. Anything I put here will eventually get sorted to where it's supposed to go. So I can just drop that there. I need to go get more tethers real quick. The only reason I use tethers is because it's basically 11 tethers will each fill 1 storage slot. So it's very cheap and convenient. And you can see me doing that a lot on these designs, like this one here. Here's another one with the plastic that I have extra slots filled with tethers. I'm using tethers on the bottom of these tall platforms here. Tethers are overpowered, but not for what you're actually supposed to use them for. And I could use glow sticks for this, but glow sticks are cursed items, so we don't use those here. I don't know why they even exist in this game. I don't know if anyone has ever actually used glow sticks other than the ones that they force you to craft for one of the missions. Which unfortunately adds another item to your backpack slot that you probably don't want. Or your backpack printer. So I have to click through even more garbage because of that. So, there's the tungsten, and the carbon is over here. I could probably just use 1 auto arm to reach both of those things. Or 1 auto arm each. And where's the... Did I pull out a B platform? There it is. And then this will be where I put the logic system to turn the output arm on and off. For now, I'm just going to kind of store these over here and worry about them later. Just don't want them in the way. And then what I'm considering doing here is combining the plastic output with this one. But I think we're going to have more of these because... Let's see, we're going to be using quartz and I think resin to make silicone later. So we're going to have another one in this area. It might get kind of crowded. So I don't know if I want to have another... Yeah, I think I'm going to make another storage drop-off point right here. I'm going to turn this rail post into an unloading station because we're going to have more stuff over here on the right. And I don't want to have just be constantly running out of space for things. So let's go ahead and do it like that. So this one here needs to be set to tungsten carbide. Turn that around. Again, not really grid aligning any of this stuff. This is the auto one for the tungsten. This one's for the carbon. I did not mean to pick that up. Game, come on now, grab this. Look at the hitbox on this and tell me that this is reasonable. These poles, for some reason, on these tall storages, basically just have a rectangular hitbox that's this wide. So it's really hard to grab stuff around them if your camera's on the wrong side, which it always is in this video game. Doesn't matter where you put your camera, it ends up in the wrong spot no matter what you do. Might as well just accept it. So let's get this in a decent spot. Okay, that can reach the chemistry lab, and it can reach both carbon slots. So, go ahead and anchor that one. Doesn't really matter how I power these. Alright, then the tungsten is right there. I'm just trying to make sure that they can't get to this slot right here, but I could just fill that slot, And that will make sure that it can only output onto the chemistry lab. I do not want ingredients cluttering the output slots, or it'll break the circuit logic that I set up. Game, come on now. There's no universe where that is the thing I'm trying to connect it to. Lock that, lock that. Alright, so that's the input. Where's my storage sensor? I don't think I pulled one off yet. Alright, we've been setting it to full or not full. That'll control a few things. Just by convention, I've been putting the segment pins just like that. They don't have to be in that spot, but it makes it very easy to visually see what they're connecting to when there are multiple things. Drop that one there, and then we need one more. But it's not going to be connected to this arm, it's going to be connected to our little logic system here. So I'm going to just drop it on this side. Alright, so let's see if I can finagle these cable plugs to where they're supposed to go. We need that one there, that one there, that one goes there. I'm going to probably want a manual override for this one, so that's why I have the extra. Just put it like that. Which I'll leave the manual override turned on for now, but it will eventually get shut off when I'm running out of materials. And then those will control the auto arm that outputs the materials onto the rail system. Lovely. Alright, so I don't know if I can connect these two rail posts, so I'm going to add an extra one right here in this slot. It's better to have too many than too few and start running out of space for stuff. So let's grab another one of these. I don't think there's anything upstairs that this can connect to, but just in case, I'm going to be careful about how I place it. What I will do, however... Well, let's see, we're going to eventually need the carbon for steel as well. So iron and carbon are going to be needed. I'm probably going to have two of these chemistry labs really close together, or I'm going to make the iron-carbon setup on the opposite side. But I'm tentatively thinking of having an intermediate platform that this arm unloads carbon onto that can be grabbed by either the chemistry lab here or the one for steel that we're going to make later. So yeah, I think I will go ahead and put the rail post right here for now. I just have to quickly pick this one up and convince it to connect to the closest one. And then I have to jostle this one slightly. And there we go. So now we have an unloading station. Just finagle the position of that. Alright, so these two should be turned on right now. And then this is going to control whether or not this arm is turned on. Now it's actually intentionally not being powered right now. Well, I don't want to connect it to the power here, but I mean I have this one not set up yet, so I'm going to keep it turned off until I can put a filter on it. How did this arm manage to put a material in that slot? Because this game is stupid. Alright, so I forgot about this. I think if it can reach any part of this large storage slot here, then it's going to be able to put stuff in that slot. All this means is I just need to move this back a little bit more. It can still reach everything on the tungsten, but it cannot output to that slot that I don't want it to anymore. So yeah, that should be fine. In which case I could really just do something like this and it would work totally fine and look a little bit less crowded. Yeah, this works. Alright, we can put our filter on this. I hate how item priority works in this game. There we go. Okay. I think we're good to go on that. Alright, so the sensors. I'm going to need to make a stopping point for the trains here. Did I sever this one? No. Okay, it's working fine. So how many am I going to need? Just about every single one of these is becoming a stopping point. I can always shift them around a little bit later. Besides making the stopping point, what else do I need? I need to detect whether or not there's something on the output slot, which is what I've been using this one for. Which there is, so it should be turned on. And then this one here should be detecting whether or not we need tungsten carbide, which we do. So I'm going to go grab the segment pin that I set up earlier. This one is connected to the tungsten carbide tank, just take my word for it. And we just need to run it over here. I've just been putting them on the ceiling because it's a little bit less crowded on the floor. Makes it a bit easier to see where these are going. So drop that there. I think this is long enough to reach. Right there. Okay, so the last thing that we need now is to detect whether the train is in the station. So this should actually not be turned on right now. We're waiting to see if a train shows up. So let me move these out of the way because they're visually making this more confusing. I need a button repeater, which I happen to have one sitting on the floor over here for some reason. And I need another medium A platform. And I think I'm probably going to want maybe 3 delay repeaters is the minimum I've been using for these. So if I can just get my camera to cooperate for 15 seconds here. Need delay repeaters. There we go. We have the button repeater already, and we need this. That should be all I need to make a new rail station. And I know this game has actual rail stations in it. They're huge. They take up way too much space. I basically cannot use them for my purposes because they're so unbelievably bulky. I've pretty much had to make my own rail stations. That's not including the issue with trains getting called from long distances not working correctly. Just fundamentally, I don't think I can use rail stations for what I'm trying to do because it's just too crowded down here. I tried. It was causing a lot of problems, and I had to abandon that idea and just do it this way instead. Tragic, but it is what it is. Alright, so the usual gist of this is set all these to 25. Devs, please make the maximum like 50. I've like never needed a shorter one. 25, there we go. Double check them all. 25 delay. Alright, so and I just kind of weasel that in there. And this will connect to the next rail post in the line, so I'll just get it started over here, but I'm not going to connect it the whole way yet. And then this button repeater is responsible for turning the arms on and off. For now, there's only one, but eventually I'm probably going to have more of these. So I'm still going to make a segment pin. That goes there. Alright, let's see here. So I want to call the trains to this spot instead of the one that's all the way over here. I'm gonna wait for this train to... Let's see, is it gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna wait for this train to pass, and then I'm going to connect this. And I should be able to do this in the next 100 seconds before the next train shows up. Alright, so we stop there. And we power this one. We're on the clock now. I have to redo the trains if I lose this here, so let's do this a little bit quickly. So disconnect that one. Stick that right there. Do that. That one. One more of these on the ground over here. Why do I have a big platform for this? I don't know why I'm using a larger platform for this. It's unnecessary. I'll have to swap this one out for a small platform. I don't have to, but there's no reason to do it the way I am. Right there. Okay, we should be good. I don't think I lost any rail signals. Alright, and that should be it. Let's put this over here on the right, which is where I usually stick them. All our filters are set to go. So what should happen here is when this next train comes along, and it's over there right now where I've got it highlighted. This arm should turn on. It should drop off like 1 tungsten, maybe 2. No, it'll drop off just 1, and then it'll shut itself off again. And that'll be it for the tungsten carbide. That's all the chemistry lab recipes that don't require gases, I think. Except... I think graphene doesn't require gases, but it requires hydrazine, which I don't have a setup for. So graphene is going to be one of the ones I have to do a while later. So it's going to go ahead and do a drop-off. And then it turns off because there's nothing in this slot. I'll look into whether or not I can come up with a more efficient way to do this later, but for now this is fine. Then the train moves on. Excellent. Let's see, what was I going to do next? So let's have a look up. Let's have a look upstairs and see what we've got to work with. Don't know if I'm going to do all of these on this one stream because it's going to be repetitive, and there are a few other things on my to-do list that I wanted to take care of. So the next one would be graphene, which we don't have any of. Oh, we're out of graphene. I guess I haven't been making much in the background. I've had to manually create most of these chemistry lab recipes, so I more or less don't have any surplus whatsoever, because that's what the factory is for. But you can see over here, the aluminum alloy is already starting to fill up. We have more than 0 of it now. Tungsten carbide should also be coming along. So graphene is the next one. The problem with graphene that's going to make it more complicated is I need hydrazine to make that, and I don't have a good storage solution for hydrazine. So that's something that we need to take care of. The hydrazine is over here right now in this like dead-end hack of a system. And what I really need to do is make a storage rack up there in the main storage for hydrazine. The problem is it doesn't fit in large canisters because the devs didn't feel like putting a large fluid and soil canister in the game. There's only the medium ones. And due to how unreasonably precise the setup is up here to make it really compact, I can't just like swap out one of these large canisters with a bunch of medium fluid and soil canisters because the auto arms won't be able to reach them. Part of the magic of setting up this really compact storage was also its curse, because there's a lot of things I cannot do anymore. Thank you, I did not want that in my inventory game. There's a lot of things I can't do with this compact setup, and I think what I'm going to have to do is just have a separate spot to put like soil, hydrazine, and once I've got that set up, maybe over here or like right across from it, then I can pull them down in much the same way and feed the graphene factory with hydrazine. For now, though, we don't have a good solution to that problem. Why is it able to reach my backpack from there? Right now, we don't have a good solution to that problem. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm going to skip graphene and diamond, titanium alloy, and nanocarbon, because those all require hydrazine as part of their chain. So what I might do next is make the silicone, explosive powder, and steel. So let's make at least one of those. I think let's make silicone, because that one requires a gas, and then I think we'll do a different activity, because there's a few other things I had on my to-do list. So silicone requires methane, I believe, which we have this nice single canister for. That's gonna mess that up. Now we have empty spaces there. Anyways, we need to make the silicone one next, so let me go pull this down. I hope it's methane. I'm almost certain that it's methane that I need for this. Silicone, if I recall correctly, is resin and quartz. So let's go check the chemistry lab and find out. So we're going to have a lab. I think I'm going to just use another large T platform for this because large T platforms are beautiful. Alright, let's check silicone. It should be like number 7 or 8. There it is. Resin, quartz, methane. Alright, good. I got everything right. So here we go. This is what we need. I'm going to pull this one over here, and I just kind of have to weasel this one in, see if I can get it to fit. Tentatively, I think I'm going to actually output it to this rail post right here. But I could always move this stuff around a little bit and output it to this one. You know what? No, I definitely have room to put it here. Yeah, this will look a little bit like crowded, but I think I do have room to put it here. In this rail post I might move later to store quartz as well, if I get quartz out of this like mine shaft, which is most likely where I'm going to be getting it from. So yeah, we're not going to do it with this one. We'll do it with this one over here. Alright, so this is more or less the same drill as before. So let me go grab more materials. I need 3 auto arms. Again, don't worry, we're not going to spend the entire stream doing this. I have other more interesting things to show off, but I did want to at least show most of the factory building process, because I mean that might be interesting to people. I think it's interesting. It's just unfortunately a bit repetitive once you've designed a few of these. So we'll mix things up a little bit. Don't touch that dial. Does anyone know what that means? Does anyone have a TV that has a dial on it anymore? Is that just like a super dated thing? Like even I didn't have a TV with a dial on it. Mine had buttons. I can't say don't touch that button either though, because TVs don't have buttons on them anymore either. What a time to be alive. Back in my day, TVs had buttons, though. So let's grab a little bit of resin. Actually, we're going to need a 4th auto arm for the gases. Once again, the collision model on these tall platforms is terrible. Let me just get this in here. Alright, it can reach what I want, and it should not be able to reach that. I need to move it a little bit. Luckily, you could basically just place these on top of each other, and the game doesn't really care about it. Alright, do that. One right there. This, I'm going to turn it on when it's ready, because I don't want to put stuff in my inventory right now. And then the other one we need to grab was quartz, which is right there. This one will be a little easier to fit. Again, I need to make sure it cannot reach any of those output slots, or it'll fill it up with input materials, and then the outputs won't go anywhere, and the whole thing won't work, because for some reason I can't put storage sensors on the chemistry lab to see if it has something waiting in it. There we go. I can reach both of the quartz, and it cannot reach that, so good to go on that one. Does not matter how I power these, they just need to have power somehow. Alright, so make sure they're all locked. That one's not locked. That's a good spot, just leave that one there. Where's the other one? There it is. Alright, this will be the output. Just get it, make sure it can reach all the slots in the train, which it should be able to. There's only 8 slots in the train because I was having problems with having all 16 of them available. And it'll have a filter on it, so we don't have to worry about it grabbing stuff it's not supposed to. So let me kickstart the system by turning these on briefly. I almost didn't put a filter on this, and I guarantee it would have just grabbed the tether if I hadn't put the filter on it. There we go. Reach all the slots. Technically, yeah, these 2 arms can reach all the slots. They can get all 16. But there's a spot later on in the base where, like, the reason I have this janky setup in the trains is because all 8 slots that can be accessed need to be in the middle where all the arms are able to reach it. It's a problem with the storage system up there that I could have probably worked around, but it would have been really, really difficult to line them up, and I decided just not to bother. It's an optimization where if I was trying to make like a super optimized base, well, if I was trying to make a super optimized base, we'd be playing Factorio or Satisfactory right now, but if I was hypothetically doing it in this game, I would have to go back up there and come up with something smarter than what I've done here. But right now, this should be fine. Again, mostly proof of concept kind of work is what we're doing here. Let's get something functional. Let's not spend hours poring over an optimal solution for a suboptimal game. Let's just have fun with this and not get super stressed over whether or not I'm like doing this perfectly. I can always go back later if I have the itch to do so and do it right next time. Alright, so this is the usual setup here. We only want one of these slots. I think I can set the storage sensor and turn it on now. So where are the sensors? I don't think I pulled one off. So I grab that. Doesn't really matter where I put this. I've been very inconsistent about it. Eventually I might come up with a more consistent way to do this. I unfortunately can't put it in one of these slots or it will not detect the storage. It has to be stuck to the storage, not one of the slots on the storage. That's just how these work. Why in the world did the segment pin go over there when I placed it? That was not where my cursor was at all. Alright, so same drill as before. This is just to turn these arms on and off. I prefer to place it on the back of the arms just for visual consistency so I can know what direction the arms are facing at a glance based on knowing that the pins are always on the back. So I need to turn them around, which I'm just going to turn them on and off for a second to get them to do that. Stick it right in the middle of those 3 dots. Very aesthetically pleasing. Turn them both on. Alright. And then they should turn off when an output product is here. And now we need another one of these logic sensors here. So I'm going to take the one that I put here and move it to the other side. This is for the plastic. Alright, hook it up again. There we go. So the plastic is all set up. It still works. I didn't disconnect any of these. And we need to make a new one now. Can't help but notice I violated my convention of having this arrow on that side, and you know what? I don't really care right now. That'll be a cleanup task for later. So, let's see, how many more of these do we have? So we're not actually out of power switches because I made like 24 more of these things. They're just up at the top. So I'm going to go refill on these real quick. Let me also refill on batteries actually. Hopefully I have 24. I think I made extras. Whatever, let's take this upstairs and see what we can scrounge together. These things print very fast, so if I do run out, it doesn't matter that much. Okay, I lied, not quite 24. Still enough for what I'm trying to do here. So I'm gonna bring these down. Inventory's still full of crap. No, it's not. And I know we need like 3 more down there, so I'll grab some extras. And I'll have to print more of these off stream. No big deal. Just leave it like that. And batteries. Let's go get 3 batteries. I've basically never printed small batteries. I've just been living off of the ones I like randomly find. And unfortunately, I've actually started running out of the ones I've randomly found, like sitting on debris piles. So I may have to actually make these at some point. What a terrifying thought. I mean, technically they're more storage dense than the large ones, I believe. Actually, are they, or did they buff the large ones? Hold on. These hold 32 units of power. These hold 512. Let's see, that's 3 to the... Nah, that's only 16 times more, right? Yeah, that's still not more efficient than a corn cob of these small batteries, but I don't want to have more entities in the game than I need to because that causes lag, so I just use the medium batteries. I play like a normal person, not because I'm a normie, well I might be, but not because of that. I play like a normal person when I do this because it just tends to perform better when you're in the end game if you don't have millions of like wind turbines on storage silos, because although that produces more power per storage slot, it produces more lag per storage slot as well, and that is starting to matter, so we don't want to have to deal with that. Alright, so let's do the usual routine with these, except I need to keep that slot empty because that's where the battery goes, and then we'll have the override switch on the floor. I might eventually set up a smarter system where this turns itself off if there's not enough of the input materials, but the problem with doing that is this game does not have a storage sensor functionality to detect if a canister is like half full, which fucking sucks because they leaked an image, like it was an intentional leak of an image of the UI for these storage sensors, and you could set the percentage at which it would trigger, and that just never made it into the release. The storage sensor says it's just this shitty full, empty, not empty detection, and there's no way to tell if a canister is half full, which would be absurdly useful for the things that I try to do. So I'm very disappointed that they didn't actually release it like that, and I really wish they had. But you make do with what you got, I suppose. Like I literally just need the ability to see if a canister is half full, and it would solve an extraordinarily large number of problems I was having with setting up the storage system up there. It would drastically simplify it if I could just get all those canisters to stop filling up at like 90%. Instead of like the 2-tiered canister system with overflow prevention that I have set up. It is such a pain in the ass the way I had to set it up because of that. I really wish that they had just gone through with the more user-friendly version instead of this like unnecessarily simplistic design that they seem to be obsessed with for this game, where they have like really cool features like these auto arms, and then they decide, you know what, instead of letting us decide what the auto arms interact with, we're just going to make the auto arms interact with fucking everything. And it becomes super irritating when you walk past it and it puts crap in your backpack because the devs couldn't be bothered to put 2 target pins on this auto arm where I could pick which storages it's allowed to interact with, which would solve an insane number of problems that I have with these arms as well. But it is what it is. You long for the day I make a perfect game. I long for that day too, but I don't know if I'm going to get into software development anytime soon or not. At some point here I have to get a job and actually be a productive member of society, and game development is not like the fantastic like career choice that a lot of people think it is, because it has its own set of problems if you can even get one to begin with. But I mean, it's definitely something I've got on the table for what I might try to do with my life. Just Twitch stream making a game. Oh man, if I could make a game not by myself, it would have to be a project that multiple people were working on. I don't know how I'd be able to do it myself. Like, I'd be able to program a game. I'm not able to, like, design a game and, like, do all the art and assets and music. And all the business management stuff. It sounds like a good idea until you realize it might not be. It might not actually be a good idea to make your own video game. Unless it's like a small like game jam game where it doesn't really matter, which doesn't interest me all that much to make throwaway games. I want to make a game that's going to last, something I'm going to support for years, not something I'm just going to make for a throwaway game jam. So the appeal of the whole thing just isn't there for me. Maybe I'll change in the future, but as it is now, not something I care to do. If I'm going to make a game, it's going to be like a smaller company, not by myself. Alright, so that's good to go. Did I plug this in wrong? No, I need to detect... Yeah, I need to go check which one of these is silicone and bring the cable over here. And that's what's supposed to connect to this power switch. So let's go grab the silicone. You and Rod want to... You mean Rod's us? Or is it a different Rod? But you want to make a math game where Mongo dogs help you to learn. Okay. Is it like a meme game or like actually educational? I'm curious. Rod Slayer, okay. There's two Rods in the community and I don't know what the relationship is between them, so Rod Slayer. Just so I have some context if I ever see that come up again. A combo, that could be amusing. But in my case, I would probably want to make like a full video game for whatever I was working on. Like working on a game like Astroneer would actually be loads of fun, but I don't think, first of all, I don't think they're hiring, and second of all, they have an office, I believe, in another country, I think in Canada, and I don't want to move to work in an office. Let me pay attention here for a second. I need to remember which one of these is the correct target pin. Did I hook up the target pin at all? No, I did not. Okay, so we need to add that one in. So the way I've been doing this, by the way, this is what these target pins on the downstairs area have been connected to this whole time, is this right here. So what I do is I bring one down like this. I have this nicely grid aligned setup so I can pull them straight through the floor and not worry about whether they're in the right positions. Come on. It doesn't have to be this perfect. Well, it has to be this perfect because I'm the one that's placing them, but there's no technical reason why it has to be this perfect. OCD, please. Alright, so we got that one set up. That should be connected to the correct one. And what this is basically listening for is whether or not the overflow tank has any materials in it. Most companies should allow working from home everywhere. Absolutely, they should, and I feel like they're missing a lot of opportunities by not doing that. There are people that work better in an office. I am not one of those people. I work drastically more productively if I can be at home. That's when I had a job. That was where all of my good work got done, was when I had a reason to be at home, because if I didn't have a good excuse, I wasn't allowed to work from home, and that shit sucked. And I've like basically said, like, barring like the threat of like getting evicted, I'm basically refused to get a job that isn't working from home, even if it's not like the perfect job. Being able to work from home on that job would make up so much of the difference that I think I'd be much happier working a mediocre job from home than a otherwise good job in an office. That's kind of what I've decided for myself. But the bigger the company is, the less likely they're going to let you do that. At least COVID had one silver lining, which is the fact that that's becoming a more prevalent thing that you could do now. More companies tried it and realized that it kind of works, and at least like give the option to do it. Maybe they'll take that option away if a worker's not productive at home, but again, I am very productive at home, so I don't have to worry about that problem. I'm not going to get fired from my job because I'm slacking off playing Minecraft while I work. If I'm playing Minecraft while I work, they're not going to even notice because I'm going to be that productive. There we go. Alright, so we need methane, or not methane, we need silicone. There is one in the output slot, so that should be turned on. The train is not in the station, so that should be turned off. And I think we have the whole circuit set up. I believe this arm's not plugged in, so I need to do that real quick. I don't know why that one... Oh, I moved it. That's why that one wasn't locked. Good. I just lock all these so I don't accidentally pick them up later. It's not like an earthquake is going to move them or anything, but I don't want to have to accidentally grab them and then try to remember where they were. I guess most programmers are more productive at home. I've seen people say that they know that they're less productive at home, and I think it boils down to how many distractions you have. Like, I'm guessing that's what it is. Like, in my case, I don't have a billion distractions at home. I just have a cozier setup with familiar hardware and just nice things like a restroom that other people don't piss all over the seats in. So I could piss all over my own toilet seat and nobody can judge me for it. And it's just generally a much happier experience to be at home for me. But there's people that have, like, they have families and dogs and pets and just loud noises happening all the time. I don't piss on my seat, by the way. It's a joke. Or is it? It's probably a joke. But anyways, they have like families and noises and distractions, and they're just generally less productive at home because of that. Like, that's a thing that can happen. It's just I don't have that problem. So the opportunity to work from home for me is just like, hell yeah. There's literally no downside to this. I don't have to be in a noisy, smelly office with piss all over the toilet seats. I could just do all the same things I would do normally, but at home right next to the same computer that could play Minecraft. But it may not be perfect for everyone, which is understandable. I just wish they would give the option to everyone, is really what I want from them. Alright, so what we're doing here is we need to be able to put methane in this thing. And I think what I could do is just use the same one that would normally provide materials to it. It'll be on a little bit more than it needs to, which means if I run underneath it, it's going to put methane in my backpack. But you know what? That shit happens all the time anyways. Whatever, it's fine. So this should be turned off at the moment. So the question is, what are we waiting to have happen right now? What are we waiting? These are supposed to be turned on. Okay, so this actually, yeah, these would all be turned on right now. I'm going to make a product. It's going to get placed here. Just wait a second. All right, it's going to drop its output. Oh, I did set the storage sensor correctly. Fool or not fooled what this was supposed to be set to. That's why nothing was working. So these should actually be off now. Just let them do their thing real quick. Alright, so these should all be turned off. Now I think we're good to go. They're all on when they're supposed to be, and then they're going to turn off when this gets put in the output slot. Alright, I believe we're all synced up, and we just have this gas canister just sitting on the floor because I don't have a good system to distribute gases. Don't know how much time I'm going to invest in that because these gases last a very long time. But maybe eventually I'll have another fourth arm that's actually drawing from like a storage area for the gases. Maybe I'll put it downstairs because I do have this whole area down here where I could conceivably send certain materials up into this storage area, or up into the factory area if I run out of room. Like, we have 3 dimensions to play with here, so there's no reason not to use all of them, because I've mostly been using 2 dimensions and then a little bit of the third one to pull stuff down, but there's no reason why we can't do more with the underground area. So that might be something I do in the future. I think we're going to do something else now. Still an Astroneer, but I think we're going to appeal and do a different activity. So let me go back up and take a look at where we are with this. So this is going to drain all of my quartz and all of my resin. We don't have to worry about the resin, but the quartz is insanely low. I've been needing it. I have been using this centrifuge almost exclusively to produce quartz. I think it's time to get some damn, like, actual extraction going on the quartz. So let's do that. We'll go out of the base a little bit and look around and try to find a good spot to do this once and for all so that I could stop complaining about not having enough quartz to do things, and by extension glass. Oh, look at how cute and productive all this stuff is. So let's see here. Where are we going to get it from? First of all, our snails are about to get hungry again. Don't have to worry about any of this stuff. And I should have a extractor printed out. So let's go back up and get the stuff I made earlier. And then I need to figure out the spot where I'm going to do this. You saw a hoverboard like this on Amazon, it doubled up as a go-kart. What do you mean like this? It's an actual hoverboard, I'm assuming. I don't think we figured out how to do that yet, and I highly doubt it would be on Amazon if we did figure it out. I mean, if you mean it just like looked like a hoverboard. That might be cool. That would imply, I think you'd have to go outside to use it, and it had wheels. I was like, I certainly hope so. I mean, hoverboards are a thing, like air-powered hoverboards, but it's not they're not very good from what I understand at anything because they require an insane amount of energy to run and they're super noisy. We need to set up some rails here. Yeah, I figured it would have wheels on it. Alright, so anyways, what we're doing here is we're setting up the quartz, just in case I wasn't clear about what I'm doing right now. And there's going to be two ends to that. The unloading area, and then the actual quartz. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm going to grab it from down there, but I think I should go check on that first. So let me go get one of these extractors here.
Good morning.
Hello, Kristen. Good morning. Can you believe I'm still streaming? It happened. I accidentally pressed the stream button and did it. I'm here. It's happening. Good morning to you too. So let's see. It's absolutely crazy. What a wild time to be alive, huh? Alright, so what I'm looking for is the quartz deposit that I found down here earlier. So there's one over there. I don't remember if that's the closest one. Tentatively, we're going to use that. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I mean this over here. That's quartz. So I'm just kind of going to ride around on the Astroneer car to see if I can find it. You don't like the spoopy hole? No, it goes all the way down. I can jump down it later and show you what that looks like if you're not sufficiently spooked. Like, I never did a Halloween stream, so really, what better time to start than now? Alright, we don't seem to have any near this one. Oh, we do. Okay, hold on. We have some here. This looks like a shitty quartz deposit just at a glance, but I have a way to check to see if it's actually shitty or not. But I think these are my two candidates. It doesn't matter that much if I get a significantly bigger one. I can always move these later. So let me go back up, and we're going to use the forbidden technique to try to find which of these quartz deposits is bigger. I talk about forbidden techniques a lot when I play this game, but it's because there are a lot of them, and this is one of them. So we're going to do something super illegal right now, and take our rocket downstairs. Base cam, stream to scare. Look, I'm not that ugly. Unless they're just shocked by the fact that I would use a face cam, which I have no plans on doing, but not to say I'm never going to do it, but there's nothing on the to-do list right now for having a face cam. Don't think it would add much to my stream. And it would probably stress me out anyway, so there's a couple of good reasons not to do it. Who knows, things might change in the future. Alright, so here's our first one. I really am just a default NPC. Very, very bland looking. Not to say that matters, but also my expressions are very expressionless. Pick your favorite, AAA game where they forgot to add, animations to any of the characters, and I'm probably a character from that game. My fucking snails are hungry. I forgot about this. Alright, I need to quickly call the train and get back upstairs. I can die now, so I need to actually not get hit by that thing until the train shows up. Alright, we're in the train. Back up. We have to listen to this racket because there's a bug that the devs don't feel like fixing with the oxygenator that causes it to make this noise when I run out. I don't know why I'm trying to use the hoverboard. I got no power. There we go. If only I had more than 2 inventory spaces, I could store more of these. Oh well. Alright, that'll put that problem off for a while. I need to get more hydrazine as well, because I'm running out of fuel for my funny jetpack, so let's grab one of these. Just waiting for this to fill up all those top slots, so it's easy to grab them later. Alright, so back to what we were doing. We're trying to get the quartz. Just fall down the spooky hole real quick. Alright, so I need to check both of these, and I was going to look at the one that's over there. But we're going to look at it through the walls, because I'm a dirty cheater. And that's why the rocket is down here. So if I go take this funny rocket and just stuff it into the ceiling like this, and then get in the rocket, the game doesn't really know where to put my camera, so it just allows me to do this, and I can sort of check how dense the deposit is. If I can angle it. This looks like a bad deposit because it is clipped into this laterite deposit right below it. And these auto extractors are stupid, and they will basically grab the wrong material 100% of the time. So if I drop an extractor on top of this quartz, I'm almost certainly... Oh hey, some stuff that fell through the ground over there. I'm almost certainly going to end up with laterite instead, which I don't want. So let me go grab the stuff that fell through the floor over there real quick. I'll have to pin that down next time I see it. So let's go up a bit. So I can just drop off the rocket here. Where is the vertical shaft? That's the other rail line that I built. Where's the vertical one? How did I lose it already? There it is. Okay. So let's go upstairs and grab the stuff that fell through the floor. For anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, this is a video game where the physics engine sort of tries to prevent things from falling through the ground, but doesn't really try very hard or do a good job. So if you're wondering where any of the crap in your base, like, disappeared to, it probably just fell through the floor. So, I knocked those down a bit. So I don't even know what I lost down here. Actually, I'll drop it all down here so that the rocket can pick it up. So what have we got? We have some thrusters. We have some noisemakers. Oh man, look at this. Look at all this stuff. I didn't even remember I had all these. I don't know why. A medium solar panel is here. And a fully packaged generator. And I didn't see anything else in the floor over here. Yeah, I think that's everything that was down here. Mushroom. Oh, was there a mushroom somewhere? I don't think this planet has mushrooms on it. Just throw things down the hole. I mean, that's where they wanted to go anyways. Just fall through the floor. I might as well help them out. I can just use the rocket to bring them back up and then put them on a storage like you're supposed to. Because apparently if you don't put things on a storage in this game, the game's just like, oh, well, we're just going to delete that for you, fam. Have fun. Alright, so that's a bad quartz deposit. And isn't it great that I checked that? Because otherwise we would have built this whole thing and then found out it was collecting the wrong material. And that would have sucked. Or not this one. The one up there is a bad quartz deposit. So we're going to go downstairs again and see what this one on the floor looks like. See how big it is and whether or not there's anything else clipped into it. So... there were pink ones. Oh, those things. I guess those are kind of like mushrooms, right? You mean these? Yeah, these are mushrooms. That's fair. These do look like mushrooms. They got the little holes in them, kind of like the deep rock ones. Now, there's things in this game that look more like mushrooms, but those would qualify, I think. I've just kind of been ignoring those, because one of the snails I have it completely makes me invincible to damage, so I just don't care about taking damage, so I just run past them like they don't even exist. Oh, there's a ton of quartz here. That might be an even better deposit. So let's see. We were going to look at the one on the ceiling, but I can already see the writing on the wall for this one with how much other stuff is under it. That this is not going to be a good deposit. Let's go up and check anyways. Maybe we'll find something. Oh, look at how shitty it was. So that right there is the quartz deposit I was looking at right there. It goes up into the wall a little bit here, and there's a few on the floor here. They're cute. Now, those things are a menace. They stab you to death if you get too close to them. Yep, this is a shitty quartz deposit. So we have one more candidate, and it's the one down here, and it's already looking pretty promising, just with how big it is. So I'm going to go over to the other side and take a look through the wall and see what this one's like. This one might be difficult to get the camera to clip into. Let's see if this will work. Okay, we're fine. That is, I think we have our winner. Nothing but quartz, pretty dense, close to the mine shaft. There is aluminum down there, so if I put the extractor further up on the wall, I should not have to worry about it grabbing that. So I think we have our winner. This is the one we're going to mine. Alright, so let's see if I can do this. I think this will work. Yeah, I could just launch the rocket out of the tunnel. Just right through the gateway. It doesn't matter. It don't matter. Nothing matters in this game. Collision is a joke. So now we just fly back to our base, and this is probably faster than holding the spacebar to fly with our ultra-slow jetpack and get the rocket back upstairs. Of course, I inevitably wound up on the wrong side of the planet, and I have to slowly orbit to the other side to land again. There we go. Kaboom. Nope, you just go right through it. Game doesn't, like... I think the game only checks, like, a limited amount of height before it lets you launch your rocket, so as long as there's no terrain within a short distance above it, it's just like, okay, sure, you can launch, enjoy. Have a good flight. We're not doing a ray cast all the way to the sky. Never mind the fact that we have that in the game already. The solar panels do it. We're just go. Just have fun. At least some of the bugs in this game are actually useful. Alright, so I think I've got everything. Yeah, okay, so this is all the crap that fell through the floor. Let me sort this out real quick. I'm not sure why this fell through the floor, but these might be really old. In fact, I think these are very old items that I did not realize I had lost because I didn't need them. So these ones, these go here. I don't know if putting these in the shredder with hydrazine in them will cause them to blow up, and I don't want to find out the hard way, so we're just not going to do that. Yeah, that makes so much sense. That's where those went. Okay, everything makes sense now. I thought I had more of these horns. I think those have been down there for literally dozens of hours since like some of my earlier streams, and I just never realized I lost them because I didn't need them for anything. I think that's how long those have been down there. Isn't that lovely? Alright, so we're just going to stick these here. Put that on a platform because we learned our lesson. You're an IRL quartz hunter. Okay, what does that mean? Is that a thing people do in real life? Isn't quartz really easy to find? I mean, I guess large, like, quartz crystals, not so much. Or do you mean just, like, as a hobby, you just like to find them if you're in an area that has them? The only quartz I get here is basically just ground up into the dirt. Read your previous... Oh, okay. Yep, bad streamer, didn't read chat. You went to France on a trail, giant rock, smashed it out. Oh, you found a geode, is that what you mean? Or was it like... Not, it wasn't like hollow, but the inside was just composed entirely of quartz. Or like, was it actually hollowed out? Because either way, that is pretty cool. People have found $1 million deposits. Not sure. I guess I don't know either. I thought quartz was mostly worthless. Never seen a base like this. Yeah, this is my end game like factory base. And hello. It was completely quartz. It was like a solid chunk. That's pretty neat. I don't know. I didn't know that was actually worth a whole lot of money, but the more you know. Don't know if I have anything like that in my area. I don't know what the geology is like. All the dirt is really hard. It's not fun to dig here, so I just don't want to do it. You think it's amethyst that does hollow? I don't know. I think a bunch of stuff can be in geodes. But just generally, geode is the term for a hollow one. Otherwise, I don't know what the term is for what you had, where you had like a crusty rock with quartz inside of it. I'm sure there's some funny geologist term for it that I don't know about. But yeah, this is my endgame base. A lot of work has gone into like smoothing everything. Oh my god, something already fucking fell through the floor. Alright, we need to put this on a platform. Literally, it took like a few minutes for that to fall through the ground. Alright, give me a second here. We're gonna make the quartz extractor in a second, but I need to get a platform right now before I lose more stuff. This can just go here. I need an A platform. Where are my A platforms? There. Alright. This was the one that was just sitting right here, and it already fell through the ground. This game, like, didn't even wait. It has no chill. Rotate it so it's pointing in the right direction. Didn't sell it. I mean, is it really worth that much? I guess I really don't know. Like, how much you could just sell a chunk of quartz for. I mean, unless it's like amethyst or some specific like kind of quartz that's actually valuable, because I think they can just make quartz in labs, but I think the more expensive ones are like more precious gemstones that might be based on quartz, but I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a computer scientist, not a geologist. I'm just going off what I've read on Wikipedia at some point in my life. Alright, I think we're good to go on that. So let's go down and start setting up the extractor. I need to bring another one of these site pylons. Well, I don't need to. Actually, I'm not going to. I have no reason to. It's not in a compact area. Did I use the leveling block? Extensively. Many dozens of leveling blocks have given up their lives to make this base possible, where I had to set up a wall and then smooth out from it. The leveling blocks only work correctly when you're at either the poles or one of the gateways on the equator. And you can see up there, this is an equator gateway that I built this base under. So everything is aligned to this like cubic grid. That is the only way you're going to get a base to look like this. Why the hell is everything falling through the ground? I was not having this problem until like just now. Did I like trip some physics engine threshold where it just decided that random crap is just gonna fall through the floor now? Well, this will be fun. I can't even put these on slots either. In fact, I've been trying to get rid of these, so I wonder what'll happen to them. We're just gonna let them run their course. Like, what we have here are basically two, like, research item holders that never despawned, and then a cursed piece of compound that dropped off one of my drills between save and loads. And it just... I don't even know. It's just there. I can't delete it. I can't pick that up. I can only move it around with winches, and now it's sinking into the ground, never to be seen again, hopefully, because I don't want it. So, fine with me. Let's grab some rail posts. We're going to do this in a few steps, I think. So let me start by going down there and just setting up like the bare minimum. I don't know why I have this in my inventory. Put that on the train. I need one auto arm and one medium platform. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Brejulinha? I'm sorry if I got that wrong. Thank you for the follow. You do not need the block to do that work. Now, what do you mean? I use the leveling block to set up like this corner, for instance, right here. I use a leveling block for that, but then I use the smoothing tool, like just holding control. I use that to like create the rest of the floor. I did not build this floor. Call you bruh. Okay. All good. So I did not like use them to build this entire floor. I just used them to get the flat surface, and then from there I smoothed out the floor, which took a really long time. I did a lot of that work off stream because it's insanely like just tedious to do that, not very interesting to watch. Alright, so let's see. We're going back down to the courts. Why is that there? Why is this box... What is happening to my base? Are things just falling through the ground now? What, like, god did I anger to cause this to start happening? This has been happening for the whole playthrough, but it's getting really bad. Why is there a silo of dynamite down here? Oh no. Seeing things you've never imagined. Oh, wait till you see the flying machine. I don't mean the rocket. I'll have to show off the flying machine at some point if there's people here that have never seen that. I need to put everything on platforms now. I think I did something with my save. I think I've provoked something in the physics engine that's causing everything that is not like bolted down to start falling through the floor. Alright, so anyways, hold up. What was the deposit I was going to use? It was the one down below, right? Not this one. This one was mixed in with a bunch of aluminum, so I think it was one lower than this. There's a few old timers that do it with no block. It's called True... Well, this is True Flat. There's two flavors of True Flat. There was True Flat before they added it to Adventure Mode, and then True Flat after they added the leveling block to Adventure Mode. It was always possible to get True Flat in Adventure Mode. I did it once. It wasn't on stream. It was before I was even a streamer. It was a pain in the ass. It's one layer down. That's where we need to be. There was a way to finesse the physics engine into giving you True Flat in Adventure Mode without the leveling block. It was extremely difficult to do. I hated it. It was super hard to add a new flat surface. Then they added the leveling block to Adventure Mode, and True Flat is still the same thing. The leveling block just gave you the perfectly flat surface that you needed without having to finagle with the physics engine for 15 minutes to get the flat surface to spawn in. But like, it's always been a thing, at least in whatever the current iteration of the physics engine is. But old timers would have had to do it the hard way or do it in Adventure Mode, but they are both True Flat. And True Flat is referring to the voxel grid of this game actually being a cube. And then they have like an algorithm. I keep forgetting what this is called, but there's basically an algorithm they use that sort of generates slopes within each individual voxel. But if you're near the poles or 4 points on the equator, what you actually get is a cube. Actually, I have a picture. I love showing this shitty paint drawing I made of this. Alright, here's our shitty paint drawing of what I'm trying to explain right now. So my cursor is not going to show up because this is just an OBS overlay. But the gist of it is my base is on one of those, on the left side, my base is on one of those purple diamonds. Like along the equator of the planet. North and south would also work. There's 6 spots you can do this. And then if you look at the image on the top center... Okay, I wrote it down there, probably based on Marchie Cube algorithm. That might be too small to read. I'll make that a little bigger. No, not that. Come on, OBS, let me make this bigger. There we go. So Marching Cubes algorithm, if you don't know what that is, don't worry about it. I didn't know what it was either. But the point is, everything is a voxel, and then the game has an algorithm that'll sort of draw like a couple triangles in the voxel depending on which vertices are configured to be solid versus non-solid. There's more details to it than that. I don't know for sure exactly how the devs implemented it in this game, so I'm not going to spew more things that I don't know anything about. But what it boils down to is those slopes are weird angles that you can't make a consistent base out of due to floating point precision, but if you're on the surface of this cube, which is what the leveling block gives you, the leveling block will actually fill out this cube so that you have a perfectly flat surface on one of the faces, and you could use that surface and smooth from it with your terrain tool, and that will give you true flat. So the reason why you can only get that at 6 locations on the planet is because it's a cubic grid, and cubes only have 6 perfectly flat faces. You can also get 45-degree angles. You can get whatever slope the diagonal one would be. Like basically 2 45-degree angles, like side by side. There's a third angle that you can get at the corner of the cube. And then beyond that, I don't think there are any that are easy to get. You could get, I believe, 1x2 slopes. I actually have a 1x2 slope somewhere in my base, but it was very difficult to set it up, and it was more akin to the old methodology I would use to get true flat. So, there, hopefully that made sense. If it didn't make sense, feel free to ask questions, because I don't know how coherent that explanation was, but that's the gist of what a true flat base is in this video game and why it works. This is a really good quartz deposit. Oh man, that bar is almost filled up. Alright, so we have a really, really good quartz deposit here. And we need to set up a rail for this. And what I'm going to probably do is just sort of half-ass it, and off-stream I will likely make a rail that isn't a mess. Why is there another silo in the ceiling? This is... I don't... My world is falling apart right now. In the ceiling, that's where it stopped. That's just what the physics engine decided to do. Alright, so anyways, let's set up some rails, and the only goal here is just to get this up to the top. I don't care how crappy it looks. Off stream, what I will do is I'll set up a second one of these poles like this, probably along this wall right here, running all the way back up to the top. But for now, I'm just going to try to do this with a methodology that won't carve more terrain than it needs to. So let's start by carving some terrain. Just stick it over here, I think will work pretty well. Okay, that actually didn't carve anything. You like the ceiling gifts? They're not gifts, they're stuff that the game stole from me that I'm finding again. It's not like I'm getting free things. Those are things that I owned. Have I ever been in a real cave? Yes, but not like a cave that wasn't heavily protected for tourism. Like not just a random ass cave in the middle of nowhere. I don't want to die. I go to caves in video games, not in real life. They're not safe in real life. In video games, it doesn't matter. Real caves are super dangerous. Alright, so again, I'm just sort of just winging it with this. Actually, I guess we can stick it on this side here. Yeah, just something like that. I'll fix this later. You're actually one of the old timers. 4,000 hours doing true flat. You've never seen someone explain it like that. Okay, but you got true flat without the leveling block? Is that what you're trying to say? Like, was this with the old, like, alpha version of the game engine where I think it was easier to do that? Or did you do it in this version of the game engine? Like, I know at one point, I think maybe before release, they changed the like, terrain engine for the game. And it apparently made true flat easier to get, but I don't know much more about it besides that. And I never played the game before release, so I never got to experience whatever the other version of the game engine was. Okay, you were playing since alpha. Yeah, I believe it might have been easier to do that, and you occasionally will find YouTube videos. You'll occasionally find YouTube videos of the old method. It just doesn't work in the current game. I was confused by that for a while until I did more research into it. And I found my own technique to get true flat in like the current game engine, and now that doesn't matter because they just added the leveling block, and I ain't complaining because it sucked to do it the way I was doing it. Come on, game. Come on. Right there. This is a terrible, terrible mess I'm making here. It's cool, isn't it? You're talking about going into a cave. I think it was Karchner Caverns, which is in Arizona. I went there, and it was neat, but like you could tell it was very well like it was very touristy. There was no actual risk of danger. I would not want to go through the thrill of real life spelunking, and not just because I'm hopelessly out of shape, but again because I also don't want to die. Caves look awesome. Like don't get me wrong. I'm about to run out of fuel again. I'm gonna have to call the train to get the rest of the way up. Oh hey, we're there. Alright, can I get this one in, or is there just... Oh, not quite. Oh, this is an off-stream activity. I need to call the train because I'm out of jetpack fuel, so I don't have a way to actually get back up. Hello, Turagman. In the train, let's go back up. Have I made a space elevator? What, in real life or this game? Are we still talking about real life versus video game caves? I made a space elevator in this game. That is one of the highlights of my playthrough that I've done on stream. There is a space elevator. I can show it off. I might show it off now, actually, because I think we have some people here who haven't seen a lot of this stuff yet. You can do it now in this as well. It does work. You got to be at one of the points. If you mean like the 6 points, I mean, I'm just asking whether or not you're doing the manual technique or using leveling blocks. The manual technique, again, I think it's different now, but still doable. Like the way I was doing it was I was getting blocks that were very close to being cubes and more or less just brute forcing, like up and down, over and over and over and over again to get them to eventually generate a flat surface. It was very awful and tedious. I kind of had a method for doing it, where I could eventually get a single triangle of true flat to like stitch itself between two separate like flat blocks. But I'm so glad they added the leveling block so I don't have to worry about that instead. How do I have these smooth layer plates? Alright, looks like we're talking about this a lot, so let's do a little demo of that. I need to get more fuel before we go back down and finish the quartz extractor. What the hell is that little tower at the platform? You're gonna have to narrow it down more than that. I'm not sure which abomination in my base you're asking about right now. So anyways, let's do a little true flat demo just to explain this, because I think a lot of people want to know about this. This is the subject that is at hand right now. So if I put these on the floor, they're gonna be gone forever. I can't put anything on the floor anymore. Anyways, let me know what you're trying to ask about with like what each device is. So anyways, there's this thing in this game called the leveling block. You research it. It's a backpack item. Hell if I know where it is in this selection menu. This menu sucks. Devs, please fix it. Oh, never mind. It's right here. So you research leveling block. You go to a soil canister. You craft this thing. Whatever. Nothing complicated going on. If you want to have a true flat base, I'll pop this up just in case anyone just came in real quick. You need to be at one of these 6 points visualized on the left side of the planet. North Pole, South Pole, or 4 points on the equator, all of which are underneath a gateway. So if I go back up to the surface, let me do that real quick. So you can see the gateway, which is part of the reason why this works. There's the gateway. So you have to be underneath one of these. If you're on a moon, you can go to the spot where there would have been a gateway and it'll still work, but on the regular planets, there are 6 gateways and each of them marks a spot where you can easily get true flat. There is a such thing as diagonal true flat, but it's cursed, and I've never built a base like that. So if you're feeling really ambitious, you could do it like halfway between 2 gateways, but you would have some weird proportions to your true flat grid, and it would probably be really difficult to work with it. How do you do it without a gateway? You don't do it without a gateway, pretty much. It's not possible. The physics engine doesn't allow for it because of floating point precision. You can get something kind of close. You can get 45-degree angles. But the gist of it is, for true flat, you take your leveling block, you go pretty close to a gateway. You can use it on any shitty, lumpy surface. Let me make a shitty, lumpy surface right now. So if you have a nasty looking surface like this, it'll probably be something like this near the gateway. It's not perfect. You can tell it's not perfect. But if you drop a true flat block on it and do that, this is usually what you get from it. And then from there, you smooth off of this, and so on. And you can make walls, you can make slopes, and basically anything with 45-degree or 90-degree angles is viable by doing this. How do you make it without leveling blocks? Again, you more or less you don't. Like there is technically nothing preventing you from doing it. Let me go back to this diagram real quick. There's technically nothing preventing you from doing a true flat base on the edges of that cube that you see that I overlaid on the left side of the planet. You could technically do it where those edges intercept the surface of the planet, and you would end up with what I would call a 45-degree true flat grid, where your true flat would consist of like rectangles that are 1 unit in 1 dimension and then 1.414, whatever the square root of 2 is, in the other dimension. So they would be like lopsided squares pretty much. And if you do it at one of the corners, you could get a true flat grid of equilateral triangles, which is something I've never tried to do, and I suspect it would make a really cool but ultimately impractically difficult to construct base. But you could do it at the corners as well and get a true flat grid like that. I'm having so much trouble saying true flat. So just to kind of demonstrate, I could show that concept really quickly. You can get true flat either on the top of this. Pretend this is like the top half of the planet, or maybe I'll just do it like this. So this is the top half of the planet. You can get it here. You could get it at one of these diagonals if you're on that spot on the planet, or you could get it on one of these corners. These are all going to snap to the true flat grid if you smooth off of them. If you try to smooth with any other slope, like any of these random unaligned slopes, you are going to find out that every time you take another sample and go back over the stuff you built, it's not quite the same. It's a little bit off, and you will keep accumulating errors. You can see I keep smoothing the surface, and it keeps being a little different every single time, and that is just the nature of how this game's like physics engine works. You can't get true flat anywhere except the spots I've demonstrated to you. It might be possible to get a 1x2 slope with true flat, because as I mentioned earlier, I do have one in the base. It's right over here. I only did it once because it was a pain to set it up, but this right here, I think it might be possible to get a true flat base using a slope like this, but you're not going to get the voxel grid that you want. It's going to be a completely different grid system, and I don't think it's really worth the hassle. I think you're best off just going to one of the poles and building your base there. Like, plan ahead. If you have a base that's at the starting spot on Silva, you're unfortunately just not going to be able to get true flat there. It isn't going to work, because this cube is not going to be aligned to the ground on your base. It just is what it is. It's just the nature of the physics engine. So not much else really I could say about that. Any other true flat questions before we go back to making the quartz extractor? Now's your time. Meanwhile, just let me smooth out the mess I made over here. And it's important to note, it may look like the surface is smooth, but you can see here, if you're not careful about this, even when it looks like you have true flat, if I smooth off of one of these triangles here, it's not actually true flat, and you can see me sort of move this like scuffed, slightly but not quite flat terrain around the base. Always something to watch out for when you're building a base like this, because if you accidentally start smoothing off of one of these not quite flat triangles, it will just, it's like a disease that'll just infect everything you smooth that has that slope on it. So you want it to be perfectly flat. It'll look perfectly flat when the lighting engine isn't showing like any different shading. So there we go. I fixed all the damage I did. How do you get ground faster? Make a rover with a drill on the front and put canisters on the rover. That's how you do it. Most of the dirt that I used to build this base was from excavating it with a rover into a bunch of medium soil canisters, and then basically smoothing it out again with a leveling block, and then building using like terrain tools. But that's how I would recommend doing it. So the floating packager, by the way, is attached to a particle emitter. Anyone who's ever had this problem in one of your bases, let me go to a better one to demonstrate this, but if you've ever had a problem in your base where your rover just randomly gets stuck on things and you don't know why, like there's a consistent spot on your base that you keep bumping into with your rover, it's because these things here, these dust emitters that aren't turned on right now, but when the wind picks up, I believe they'll start spawning particles. They actually have solid collision. They're indestructible. You could place things on them. You could interact with them. You could put packagers on them. And I have marked them all off with floating packagers just so I know where they are, and so that if I figure out a way to destroy them in the future, then I could do so. But there's another one over here, for instance, like this one right here. There's a little spear right in that spot with solid collision that you cannot destroy. It just exists. I reported it to the devs. I have no idea if they'll ever fix it because they are incredibly slow at fixing bugs if they do it at all. So here's hoping. Once had a tractor glitch through the ground. Tractor glitching through the ground is basically the problem I've been having with all this other random stuff that's been falling through the floor. I have a lot of work to do to bring back all the crap that's been falling through the floor for some reason. I don't know why I have so much garbage that has just like fallen out of bounds, but just today has been ridiculous with how many items I've been finding through the floor. It looks like this thing fell further. This thing fell all the way to the ground now. These two are still floating, but this one was stuck in the ceiling literally like 10 minutes ago, and now it fell down. Was that a sphere? Oh, where? It's not garbage. No, they're not gifts. Those are my things. They're mostly things I didn't want, thankfully, so I haven't been missing them. If you mean this, yeah, these generate in the caves. Go find one for yourself. They're kind of cool looking. They don't do anything useful, but they're good decorators, so you can find them. Just don't like post about it on Reddit asking what they do. The answer is they don't do anything. They're basically decorative objects with some kind of like glitchy interaction that doesn't actually serve a function. They're kind of meme objects at this point. They used to be, they did even less than this. If you examine them now, they'll teleport and change the texture that's on them. And I think they move around sometimes if you place them on the ground. Like they just roll in random directions, so definitely put them on a slot if you don't want to lose them. That's all I could say about that. They're kind of neat though. They emit light and they look cool. Okay, anyways. Let's see, what else did I miss any other chat messages? There's a tower made by a bunch of tiny things. Okay, that's an old message. Are you talking about this? Because this is just a stack of like delay repeaters and count repeaters. You can just store them like this. It's more compact. So that's all this is. This is just a tower of like delay repeaters, button repeaters and stuff. It's because I've been needing so many of these for my base that this is the most compact way I could find to store them. Stop advertising WoW expansion. You're not going to watch it. And look, if I could turn off the ads, I would. I'm sorry, background. I do not like the ads. This is why we do not run mid-roll ads on this channel. We probably never will unless Twitch forces me to. They're only pre-roll ads set to the minimum values, so it's the best I could do because I don't want anyone to have to watch ads. I make like $2 a month from the ad revenue. It's not worth it to me or anyone else to have to watch the damn ads. But such is the way the Twitch works. If you get 0 ads, then just like take the blessing. I don't know what causes that to happen, but I'm not going to complain about it, and you shouldn't either. Yeah, you could use them as lights. But they're not terribly good lights. They're just cool looking. They're good decorators. What's the best platform to put things on? That entirely depends on what you're trying to do. If you're just trying to store things, like on platforms, like if you just need the most compact storage in the universe, you probably want these things. Large T platform with 2 large storage silo Bs is going to give you the most bang for your buck. There are larger platforms than these T platforms, but the larger platforms have a ton of dead space on them. Like these two here, ignore the middle one. Like extra large platform C is technically bigger, but if you go look at one that I have in my base, it has a ton of dead space on it. This thing right here, it has this whole thing like running along the front and the back, and these like smaller not C platforms, the smaller T platforms don't have this bulky mess. And then extra large platform A is even worse. Extra large platform A is an octagon, so it protrudes really far out to the front and back. So if you want the most compact storage, go for the T platforms, would be my recommendation. That said, I did not do that everywhere in the base because it really depends on what you're trying to set up, like what kind of layout you want. So sometimes these are necessary or just the most convenient solution to the problem. But it doesn't matter that much. There's a lot of space in this game, not just up there, also on the planets. So don't fret too much about like having the most compact storage possible. I need to put the other silo of dynamite over here. This is all dynamite I got from the farm events, by the way, for anyone who's wondering why I have that much. I'll blow it all up at some point, make a big hole in the ground, say I did it, and then move on. Making craters is kind of old news for streaming this game. I think most people do it at some point in their stream. Okay, it's a lot of talking. How do you fix energy problems? Okay, well, I mean, really, the easy solution is you get RTGs. In this playthrough, I specifically said I'm not going to put large RTGs in my base, so I only have these small ones. Instead, I have a bunch of batteries, and then I have 2 large solar arrays on top of this gateway. This is how I powered my base. This is how I have like 600 units of power. These things, by the way, produce power. And not only do these large solar arrays produce power, they produce insane amounts of power. Like for a shitty, broken, like piece of a satellite, these things produce a ridiculous amount of power, especially on Calidor, the planet that has the most solar power. I think these produce like 192 units of power during the day. And I have two of them. One of them is from Silva. I towed it over here. I'll explain how I did that in a bit, because I think we're basically going to do a base tour at this point. And then I have a few other random solar panels, but the contribution of these things is absolutely negligible compared to what these are giving me right now. But this is how I power my base. And then down there I have like, I don't know how many batteries that is. It's like 96 batteries or something, or maybe 48, like storing all the power overnight. Right, so how many are there? There's 12 of them. Yeah, it's 48 batteries down there right now. And that's enough to hold the base over for the night. I could have built this base on the North or South Pole. I also intentionally decided not to because I think it's a lot prettier if you can have a day and night cycle. Not every decision that I made with this base was optimal. A lot of things were actually intentionally suboptimal because I thought it would make it more fun. And you know, having fun is ultimately the reason why I do this. I could have made an optimal base. I could have not done a lot of this stuff and it would have been super boring, so why bother? Let's enjoy it a little bit instead. So we have a day-night cycle, and that means these cool street lamps I built just look really sick at night. Alright, so let me grab this. Anyways, I want to finish the quartz extractor real quick before I go do the base tour. So anyone who wants to stick around for a second, you're going to see the space elevator in a moment to see how I got that solar array from Silva to Calidor, because we're getting into territory here where the devs did not expect or want anyone to do this stuff, but there's actually a lot you could do with this game's physics engine that just works. So it's a lot of fun to do it. And one of those things you can do is actually build rails between planets, which is something that you'll consistently see people on Reddit say you can't do. You absolutely can build rails between planets. It just takes 6 hours to do it. So you decide whether or not that's worth your time. But it is definitely possible to do it. Let me move this rail up a couple more levels. And then we're going to finish the extractor and show off the space elevator. The exact thing that so many people insist that you can't do in this game. When you really just need a little bit of determination to pull it off. Right there. Okay. So we're going to do that. Put the train here. This is eventually going to be the quartz train. Can you put a lot of medium stuff in a medium shuttle? Medium shuttles are just bad. Honestly, if you look at the progression for how you make them... I did not plug this in, hold on. If you look at the progression for how you make the shuttles, there's basically no reason not to just skip straight to the large shuttle. Or at least as quickly as possible. Hold on, I need to make a... Just real quick here. Where are my extenders? Who took them? Chat, who did it? Who took my extenders? There they are. I just need to quickly get power to the second rail so the extractor will run while I'm setting it up. So do this. Then fun fact, the devs recently added the ability to make extenders not suck. So just take this and toggle it to networked power and you will not run out of power in your base anymore when you're using these. They're actually usable now. Thank you, devs. Alright, so now we can use those. We can head down here. 6 hours, what, for the space elevator? Yeah, that's how long that took. If 6 hours for something else, I don't know what you're talking about anymore. I need to grab this real quick. I don't actually know why this is down here. I think this also fell through the ground. I'm just going to put it on the train and bring it back up later. Yeah, if you want to put a lot of medium stuff in a medium shuttle, the best you can do is 3 silos. And three of the tall silos, the ones with 24 slots. This thing right here. Thank you, game, for demonstrating by putting one in the caves next to me. 3 of these, you can put one in the oxygenator slot on your medium shuttle, and then you can put 2 more on the 2 medium slots in the shuttle. So you can actually store 3 of these things, because the oxygenator slot in a shuttle does not have to contain an oxygenator at all. It is literally just a medium slot. You can put anything you want in that slot. And in fact, I rarely ever put an oxygenator in there, because oxygenators kind of suck. They don't, like, the rocket makes its own oxygen, and usually when you're setting up a base, you would set up like a shelter or something, and you rarely ever need one in the rocket itself. Like, you seldom ever extend tether lines off of the rocket. You can just pick up the rocket and bring it with you if you want to do that. Because the only difference having an oxygenator in the rocket makes is that you can extend tether lines off of it. That's literally all it does. The rocket will produce oxygen without the oxygenator in that slot. So there's a fun fact for anyone who didn't know how that works. It's only the tether lines that the rocket will provide power to. Alright, so let's see how much terrain manipulation we need to do here. You're grinding for the portable oxygenator. It's not that good. If you do the snail quest, by the way, I am using a portable oxygenator here, but if you do the snail quests, one of the snails, I don't remember which one, gives you oxygen as well, so that is an alternative. If you're not at the progression to get the portable oxygenator, the problem is they hog power. The snail is free. The reason why I'm using one here is because I have the power snail instead, so I can power the portable oxygenator with Rogal here. But if you don't have that option available, consider getting the snail that gives oxygen. Again, I think it's the DeSolo snail, but I don't remember for sure which one it is. Portable oxygenator consumes 1 unit of power per second while active. And it's always going to be active unless you manually turn it off, or I think actually it just is straight up always active unless you turn it off. I don't think there's anything in the game that will turn it off otherwise. You could put it in the shoulder slot if you want and turn it on and off with V. It's kind of hard to see, but you can. I'm doing that here. On, off, on, off. But that occupies a shoulder slot, which isn't an option with how I usually play this game. But pretty much they're power hogs, so they'll cause you a lot of problems like earlier in the game until you have a consistent power supply. So just keep that in mind while you're working on that. How do you do the snail quest? I don't remember. Missions. I don't remember what kicked it off. I mean, I'll just check V real quick. It's the ones that have this little face. So if you have any missions in your log that have this little face on them, like the snail head, that's like the quest line for the snails. And there's a lot of them. I think these are in reverse order of when I did them. Or maybe they're not. I don't know what order these are in. Let's see. Those are all the train missions. Here's more of them. Provide an exo chip. I don't remember how I kicked it off. Shells. No, that's Calidor. Oh my god, there's a lot of missions in this game. I don't know, does anyone in chat remember how you kick it off? Get 3 Sphalerite. Is that it? You just like mine Sphalerite and it like unlocks the mission? I don't remember. I think you'll know it once you're on it. Because pretty early on it'll give you that horrible like object that you place on the ground that creates this like wreckage. That's the snail. Yeah, the big ruin. You need to do that. Basically all the missions relating to that thing. The Xenobiology Lab is what that's called. Once you have that thing, how to give it power, it has a slot on the front that I can show you that later. Let me finish this off first. But it has a slot on the front that lets you provide power to it. So you can just hook it up to your base. But let me finish this off first. So what we're doing here is trying to get this auto arm to be able to output onto the back of the train, because I'm powering all these trains with rail engines so they move faster. You don't actually need to put rail engines on your trains. They will move anyways, but very slowly. And it means you can't ride them anymore. So this auto arm should be able to reach the entire train, and it should be able to vertically reach the extractor, because the actual shape is like a capsule. It's not a sphere. It's a capsule. It reaches like 10 tiles higher than the visual indicator. New mission with snail face. Awesome. Alright, good to know you found it. That's what you got to do to get the snails. I think the one for DeSolo is the one that gives you oxygen, so you don't need the portable oxygenator. If you get that snail, you just have to feed it instead. This is Super Mario Galaxy music. I'm playing a custom soundtrack over this game because, to be quite frank, its soundtrack isn't very good. It's repetitive. The music is kind of atmospheric in Astroneer, but it gets very repetitive very fast. What is the music you're playing in your game? That's probably the snail music. It has like a little like circus like daycare song or stuff that it plays. It's kind of cute. Like the snail there's like a snail theme that you get to hear as you play through those quests. Okay, anyways, auto extractor. I need to bring an extender, so we need to go back up anyways to drop off this site pylon. So let me do that real quick. Calidor. What is it, the Calidor snail? I thought the Calidor... Maybe you're right. I could check. I mean, this is kind of a spoiler, but I don't think anyone really cares that much. I don't know, someone in chat is saying it's Calidor, so it might be the Calidor snail that gives you oxygen instead. I legit just don't remember because I've had all 7 of them for the majority of this playthrough. Go up. What is data log? The data log is probably an interactable terminal on the Galastropod research lab or whatever it's called. It's probably an interactable terminal. It'll look like this here. It'll look like this thing here, I think, except it'll be on the snail thing instead. Alright, I just need to put this back. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing fell through the ground. Usually these large packages are pretty good about not doing that, but I mean, this game has just unleashed its fury on me with things falling through the floor on this playthrough. So anything is possible, really, except these platforms luckily don't have physics turned on, so they literally cannot fall through the ground if you anchor your platforms. If you don't anchor your platforms, well, A, it's harder to do that than to anchor them accidentally, but B, they're going to fall through the ground, so good luck. I need 2 tethers, actually. Hold on. I use the tethers to occupy these 2 slots on either side of the engine because I do not want materials getting placed there. I only want materials on the back of the trains. I'll just put that there. So I'll put this over here. Alright, so we're almost done with this, and then we're going to go see the space elevator. I think should be really neat for anyone who hasn't seen that. Even if it's not something you do in your own playthrough, because I highly recommend you don't do it, it's still really neat to see it. So it's worth a look. Shells are, yeah, they're the ones in the forest. You've probably like found a few and like researched them. There's literally like thousands of them on the planet, so just go into the woods and find a few. Shouldn't be an issue. Alright, so I want this to go all the way to the end point here. And then we brought these extenders specifically so I could power this auto extractor. I think I only need one right here. Again, remember, set it to networked power, or else it will drain power from your base when it's not doing anything. Alright, and we have our cords turned on. What's at the bottom? The core of the planet. The hole goes all the way down in the middle. I'll show that off in a moment. Actually, I could show that off now. I'm just going to send the train back and then jump down. What is a terrarium? It should be a reward from one of the missions. So like, just look at the mission rewards, and the terrarium should be on that list, like as one of the things you're going to get from it. And that'll let you progress to the next step. But yeah, this is where this hole goes. I built most of this tunnel off stream because it was very slow and tedious to smooth it out, but it goes all the way down to the core of the planet. Just because, I mean, that's where the Astroneer is coming from, so there was no reason not to just bring it all the way down to the bottom. I had to pretty much go there anyways. Yeah, it's a jar on legs. I still haven't had to blow these up yet. I have so many exo chips that it just hasn't been necessary. Alright, so anyways, while I was doing that, the train was automatically going up to the surface, and so it should be right here waiting for me, with some stuff that's going to fall through the ground again the second I look away from it. Alright, so that should be it for that half of the extractor. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show off some other stuff, because I've been like blue ballsing people on the space elevator. I think we have a lot of people that might want to see that, so let's do a little bit of a tour of some of the wacky nonsense I've done in this base. So first of all, let me feed the snails, because they're going to get hungry in the middle of the demonstration. And if you're wondering why the Eagle Lander is here, it's because I brought it over from DeSolo. There is a lot you could do in this game that would not seem to be initially possible, but if you're stubborn and dedicated enough, you could do it. Actually, right before I do that, let me go put that canister on a platform before it falls through the ground again. I'll just put that in my inventory for now. And I'll just stick it over here. I'll figure out what to do with these later. This and this rail post can go right over here. Okay. Can the tractor be used with a drill? It can, but I would not recommend that. You should really just make one of the bigger tractors. Because otherwise you're going to have storage issues with like actually storing all the soil. I think you'll have to put a trailer on it, and then you could... Why did that put something in my inventory? I thought I had that one turned off. Anyways, you'll start running into storage issues pretty quick because it's so small. I would highly recommend you make the... You just make the big or the... I think it's the large or the extra large rover, like this one over here. These things look hella intimidating to make, but they're actually like ridiculously cheap and not that hard to get. You just need to have aluminum alloy and rubber. So you literally don't even need an atmospheric condenser, and what this means is all you have to do is go to De Solo, get tungsten, make a chemistry lab, and you can make a large rover. That's all you have to do. There's nothing else to it. So they're very cheap. I would highly recommend you skip the large rover entirely and make the extra large rover. Don't have to, but that's what I'd recommend doing. In fact, I don't think I even researched the large rover. I think I skipped it entirely. Rail cars. Yeah, I skipped it. Medium, or it's okay, it's called medium rover. I skipped medium rover entirely. I literally never made one. I just made the large rover. I don't know why they call it the large rover when it's in the extra large category, but there's no consistency. Yeah, bounce vines are the green and red plants. I actually have a seed sitting around here. I think it's... Do I have one? Let's see, yeah, the seeds look like this, and I think they're in the mountains on Silva. Like, I believe they're the weird, like, circular, bouncy plants on Silva. I think they actually spawn on Calidor as well. See if I can find one real quick for you. And I don't mind answering these questions, by the way, so don't feel like you're intruding upon this. I'm more than happy to give people info about this game, except I can't find any. Oh, here they are. Or these, no, these are spine lilies. They look similar to these. They're not these. These are spine lilies. Bounce vines look very similar to this. They're also circular. I think they just have a slightly different model. But they're in the mountains, so just go to the mountains if you want to find them. Alright, so folks, let's check out the space elevator once my frame rate decides to come back up a little bit. So let me take these train cars off because we don't need these here. And I'm going to use this as an opportunity actually to grab a little bit of zinc. And you might be thinking, there's no zinc on Calidor, Cosine. What the hell are you talking about? You thought those balls puff green poison? Those things up there, you mean this one? This just bounces you back if you touch it. This is called a wheeze weed, I think. So anyways, let's go on the space elevator. So here I am at the equator of the planet. And while I'm slowly moving through this, actually before I do this, let me explain what this is before. You know what? No, let's go for the suspenseful angle on this. For anyone who hasn't seen this yet, I'm going to show it and then explain it, how this works. So we're going to the North Pole of Calidor right now on this rail that I made. So it'll take a little while, but the rails are reasonably fast, and this car is the reward you get for doing all of the train-related missions, and it's very fast. So if you do have this car and you're wondering what the point of it is, I believe it moves faster than the default rail engines, so I use it as a personal transport when I want to move around on the space elevator. It also smiles, and if you dance, it makes noises. I don't know why, it just does. Like, it just encourages you to stand up in the seat. I'm not even buckled in right now. But anyways, hey, look what that is over the horizon. So you can go between two planets. This is the North Pole of Calidor, and we're going to come up under the South Pole of Silva. And that might not make any sense right now. Low power. Well, whatever, it's going to keep moving anyways. I think I need to add more batteries to my base. But anyways, this is going to come up under the South Pole of Silva. And if you're wondering why that is, I'm going to explain all of that after I'm done with this trip. So, we're going to get a nice slow ride up the space elevator because my base is literally just barely running low on power, so it just sets the speed of the trains to like half, and that's it. Oh, there you go, you got the snail. Yep, Sylvie is the one that emits light. Probably not terribly useful, but I'm actually using Sylvie right now for the sake of the stream. If anybody's wondering why my stream is like really bright when I'm in these caves and everybody else's is dark, I am using Sylvie exclusively to make it possible for chat to see things while I'm underground, because otherwise it would be miserably dark and no one would be able to see what I'm doing. So here's the build limit, and you'll notice we didn't stop at the build limit. There is a build limit, by the way. If you pillar up on one of these planets, you'll eventually reach a threshold where the game does not let you build more terrain. But due to a bug with saving and loading your game, it is actually possible to place rails in the void of space. And that's what makes it possible to make space elevators, because all the planets in this game are actually loaded at all times. They're just set to not render, and they're at fixed positions relative to each other in the cosmos. So this is the scuffed, like, bumpy portion of the rail line, where I basically had to save and load my game 60 times in order to get a rail line that goes to Silva, which is what you're seeing right now. And once we get back to Silva's build limit, we'll go back to a nice, like, vertical column, and won't have to worry about it being super bumpy anymore. Why am I dancing with a heart above my head? What, the snail? The snails just do that if you feed them or pet them, I think. I don't even know, honestly. I've just kind of ignored them after a while. I just feed them for the buffs, and I don't, like, actually look at what any of them do. Oh, you haven't caught the snail yet. Oh, well, it tells you what to do. Read the mission entry. It explains, like, what you need to do to catch the snail. So meanwhile, we're just heading back down to the surface of Silva. And once we get down there, I'll explain what this was for anybody who was curious about it. Can I place them anywhere? Yep, I can place these literally anywhere if I can get out to that area. And luckily, I do have a way to get out to any spot I want to in the void of space. But in this case, I did build it incrementally from the surface of Calidor to the south pole of Silva. But you don't have to do that. You could technically build rails anywhere in space with enough determination, but you have to save and load every single rail you place. It is extremely tedious and slow to do it. I will probably never do it again, but I did do it live on stream, and it took 6 hours from the start of building from the surface of Calidor until I connected the two of them between Silva and Calidor. It was extremely slow to build this rail. And here we are. This is the starting base on Silva, where it all began before I moved to Calidor. And believe me, this was a utter disgusting mess of a base before I did that. So it's worth noting with this space elevator, this is a power connection. I technically have Calidor's power supply coming down the space elevator. You can see here, this is Calidor, not rendered in space, except all the rails are still rendered for some reason because the developers didn't feel like turning those off. So Calidor is right here where I'm circling my cursor. That's where the planet would be if it was rendering. And then you can see the space elevator. The straight portion is here. The squiggly intermediate portion of interplanetary space is right here. And then Silva's portion with the column underneath it is right here behind these clouds. And then the rail comes up over the horizon and winds up in this base here. So in theory, it is possible to automate the production of gases and resources from every planet with space elevators, and you technically don't have to do any manual rocket trips. The reality is, I would not recommend doing that because it took me 6 hours to build it, but you know what? You decide what you want to do with your life. I just want to introduce the fact that it is technically possible to do that. So anyways, I need to go down here and kick this extractor real quick to get more zinc, and then we'll bring it back, and I will, on the way back, I will explain what I did. Maybe not on the way back, actually. I'll go back after I explain what I did. So if you're ever wondering why your auto extractors aren't working, just literally pick them up and place them again. It's a bug, but nobody actually knows what the devs want the auto extractors to do. I don't think the devs know what auto extractors are supposed to do either. So you just pick them up and place them, and they get all their resources back and can gather a full batch again. Who knows what those are supposed to do? It is a mystery. Yeah, Sylvia emits light. I can demonstrate right now, just for anyone else on the stream who's wondering, like, what the quality of life has been on this stream. This is what it looks like with Sylvie. And let's see if I get Sylvie. Put Sylvie over here. So this is what the light looks like with Sylvie. Which is the snail that we're talking about, the one you get at Silva. This is what it would look like during my live streams if I did not have that snail 24/7. So anybody who wasn't like fully appreciating the fact that I've sacrificed an inventory slot for the quality of my stream, now's your time to give me an applause or something, because it is so dark if you don't have a light source. And Sylvie is like tiers above the light level of like just one of those little light poles or whatever they're called. Like it is so dark if you do not have one of these snails. Like, I would highly recommend Sylvie if you're having trouble seeing and you aren't in a situation where you can like up the brightness of the game. But for the sake of the stream, I decided I'm always going to have Sylvie on my backpack while I'm streaming, just so that you can see things in the dark, in the caves. It's a huge thing, and I really wish that the game just by default would make it easier to light these up, because the only other options you really have are either I forget what they're called, but there's two light emitters. There's a directional one, and then there's like a light post, and both of them are pretty lame as far as like actually lighting things up. More circus music, you hate it. Yeah, I was complaining about it too.
My favorite part of the stream was when streamer said it's streaming time and streamed all over the place.
Sylvia, thank you for the sub. Yeah, it's been a little while since I streamed, but I did in fact decide today that it's streaming time, and I did in fact stream all over the place, and I'm still doing it to this very second. All right, so here's the explanation of the space elevator. So this is fun. I'm gonna open this up. That's not what I meant to open up. All right, so here's this cool diagram I made in WebGL. This is how I learned how to program in WebGL. You gotta come up with projects for yourself at some point in life, and this is what I decided to do. So the planets are not arranged like the solar system. They are not a disk. They do not orbit each other. There is no sun. The sun does not exist. Silva is at the center of the universe in this video game. We are currently right here at this spot on Silva. This is like, it's somewhere around this area. This is where the starting base is on Silva. It's always on the South Pole, like kind of in a ring like this. That's just how the game does it. I don't think they ever put you on the North Pole of Silva. The space elevator is this line right here between Silva and Calidor, where I actually built up from the top of Calidor, North Pole of Calidor, up to like here. This is where interplanetary space starts, where I'm wiggling my cursor. So this is all interplanetary space. And then this is the build limit of the South Pole of Silva, from which I built the rest of the rails. And then I just move along the surface a little bit to get to my base, like the starting area of the game. But this is actually how these planets are arranged. So the ones that are orbiting the planet, if I go back to the game here, let me see if any are in sight right now. Okay, there you go. You can actually see a couple of them. So what you're seeing here from the South Pole, did this update? Yeah, there it is. Okay, the stream took a second update. So the sun doesn't exist. If you go there, you just go through it. It's not solid. There's nothing there. I did that on a stream once. There might be a clip of it somewhere. That's not Aatrox. That's fake. I don't know where DeSolo is. That's fake. That's Glacio over there. That one's also fake. The game is basically using a super low resolution render of these planets and just kind of puts them in the place that they would appear to be if this was an actual star system where everything was orbiting the sun, which is behind the clouds over there. But in the game engine, they actually have all the planets, all 7 of the planets and the satellite are loaded at all times, and they just don't render the planets, is how they implemented it. Except again, there are a few things that do render. You could see Calidor right there because of the rails. That's my base on Calidor that we're looking at. That is the squiggly mess of rails, and then that's the space elevator. And that should be visible even at 720p. I know it's a little bit fuzzy, but you can get the gist of what I'm talking about. That clump right there is where my home base is on Calidor. And then all these little specks that are very hard to see, they are not stars. They are actually specific objects. They are probably site pylons on the surface of Calidor, as well as various like debris objects and other objects. I keep saying objects and other things. There we go. I said things instead of objects that render at any distance for some reason, even if the planet they're on is not rendering. The screen of choosing a planet is a visualization. I could actually show that off too. So let's start going back. There's no reason to be over here. We got our zinc, which was just my excuse for riding the space elevator. I actually just wanted to show it off to people. But I could work light. There it is. That message from like 2 or 3 minutes ago. Work light is the one I think you make out of copper that is just a dimmer version of Sylvie. Speaking of Sylvie, did I pick up Sylvie? Hold on. Yeah, I did. Okay. I could have recovered the snail if I needed to, but I don't want to have to do that. So I picked up the snail before I left. So anyways, let's ride the space elevator back up and see it from the other perspective. It's unfortunate I can't get the camera angle to let me look straight up, but it might let me do it if I just release my camera controls for a second. So I'm currently not controlling it. It's looking down. Come on, game. Point it up. There it goes. All right, we got it. It pointed it up for me. So you should be very clearly able to see where Calidor is right now. Do you see like the debris field of random specks? Those are like points of interest on Calidor. Those are like debris piles and like capsules and site pylons. All the stuff that generates on the entire planet of Calidor. And then you can see my base like protruding off to the left over there. Again, I know it's not super easy to see it on stream, and my camera just got pulled down again, sorry. But you should be able to spot it well enough. That's just how this game engine works. They don't hide these things correctly. So once we're done with this, I'm going to get in a rocket, and I'm going to show off a couple other neat things about understanding where the planets actually are in this game. So we just gotta ride through the rest of it. Hopefully we don't run out of power halfway through and have it slow down. You're amazed with everything here. I'm happy to hear that. I tried to make this playthrough like as interesting as possible. I'm trying to push the limit of like everything I know this game could do. So there we go. We just switched to Calidor now, and all this means is we're closer to Calidor. So the game engine basically says which planet are you closest to, and that's the one it renders. As far as I'm aware, that's all that goes into it. That doesn't actually affect anything else except the visibility of the planet. How do you get fast ammonium? Go to DeSolo. There's usually a ton of it on the surface. Otherwise, it's in the forests on Silva, but DeSolo tends to have larger quantities of ammonium on the surface if you just look around. If you need ammonium now, you gotta go to the forests in Silva. Without planet traveling, they're in the forests. Same place you found the snails. Alright, and you'll notice also this side of the space elevator is smoother. Whoa, camera. When I was off stream, I smoothed out this side of the space elevator to make it like actually look like this. Like it's an octagon pretty much. I decided not to do that on Silva because that took a very long time to do, and I'm glad I did it off stream. It was very tedious, but it does look really slick having the space elevator be this perfect like 4-meter diameter column. And that's it. This is 4 voxels, and as far as I'm aware, a voxel in this game is 1 meter because the Astroneer is roughly 2 voxels tall, so it kind of checks out, and my headcanon is that it's meters. But here we are, we're back. You need an oxygen source in your backpack. I mean, you can make oxygen canisters. I mean like the ones that store oxygen, like out of glass, and you could also make oxygen filters out of resin. So those are a couple ways to do it, or just run tethers wherever you're going. Like, tethers exist. I don't use tethers anymore, but that's because I don't need them. I have infinite oxygen in my backpack. They're always good for the beginning of the game. Yeah, Mighty, we were talking about the snail that does that, but that's on a planet that Tureg doesn't have access to right now at their current point in the progression. At least I'm assuming they don't. I mean, technically you can go to any planet that you want to, but if you're going for the progression that the game runs you along, then I think it sends you to DeSolo first. So that's just kind of the natural order in which most people are going to end up playing the game if you follow the missions. Technically, there's no reason you can't just go to Atrox or Glacio as your first planet. And if you want to win the game as fast as possible, you should go to Glacio as your second planet. But you don't have to. So really, it's up to you how you want to play the game. Alright, so we got these. I wonder how many of these canisters are going to fall through the ground. My frame rate's also starting to dip a little bit. I might restart my game before I show off this next thing. So give me a second here, and I might restart my game real quick. Get my frame rate back. So I could just unload these zincs onto the storage, and eventually they'll get sorted out. And that'll all take care of itself. So that'll be very convenient. That's the joy of having a nice sorting system like this. So I'm going to restart my game real quick. So just give me a second here. And then we are going to show off a few other like technical intricacies of this game. I have this on an SSD, so don't worry, this will only take like a minute or two. So just close that, boot it up again. Never knew it was in the forest. Yeah, most surface materials spawn in a specific biome. When you're in the caves, it has to do with which cave layer you're on. There are no biomes in the caverns, but when you're on the surface, individual biomes tend to spawn certain materials, especially on Silva. I'm not sure how that works for the other planets, but for Silva, you need to look in the forests for ammonium. You literally will not find it anywhere else except the caves and the forest, I believe. I don't think it could spawn out in the grasslands. Usually go to Calidor. Yeah, Calidor is a good second planet to go to if you're following the progression, because Calidor has tungsten. DeSolo and Calidor have tungsten, and you need tungsten to get the chemistry lab, which is the second like tier of progression that you're going to get access to after the smelting furnace. So you do want to go to one of those two, but the thing is, if you go to Glacio and grab a few research objects, like just the ones in the cavern layer, you're basically set to go on bites for the rest of the game. So that's how you can like fast track the completion of the game as far as research is concerned, is just go to Glacio and research the random objects in the caves, and they're worth like 400 bytes just for quick researching like the small objects. So that's quite often what I do. There we go, my frame rate's looking smooth again. Don't know what that was all about. Can't wait for stuff to start falling through the floor again. Okay, anyways, who knows if these are going to still be here when I get back. Let me show what we were talking about with the rockets. So, I should have plenty of fuel here. There's just no ammonium in the forest. And it's not, I mean, you might not always find it. It's still not terribly common. But it is there. Like, I guarantee you, that's where it generates. If you get unlucky, you need to find another forest. That's just how it is. You could also use the soil centrifuge if you really need it now, but it is very inefficient to get ammonium from the soil centrifuge. Alright, so here's this depiction of the solar system. Again, this is fake. That's not the sun. That's not the unidentified satellite. Spoiler alert. That's not the Sol. That's not Silva. That's not Atrox. This is Calidor. This is the actual planet that I'm on right now. Like, fully loaded from an extremely far, like, render distance. This is the only planet here that's actually real. The other ones are just low-quality renders of the actual planets. And we can do some interesting demonstrations with this. So if I go pop this bad boy back open. So we're on Calidor. And let's say I wanted to go look at another planet. So first of all, you can actually zoom out your camera and see the same kind of debris that you would if you were normally on the surface of the planet. So in the background, I'm going to Glacio. Don't worry about the fact that you can't see this. I just clicked on Glacio to fly there. That's what you're hearing in the background. But now that we're on Glacio, what we're able to do here is position our camera or originating on Glacio and put it behind Calidor. And that is going to show something really cool here. So what I'm going to do now is let me turn this thing off, go back to the game, and we're going to show that camera angle that I just depicted there. What is the use of this and why does it matter? It doesn't matter, but it's really cool. Alright, so first of all, you might be wondering what this is. People ask about this a lot. I'll actually answer this question first. That's the unidentified satellite. The same one that's over there above the sun. It's this thing. Why is it here? Because the devs forgot to set it to not render. But if you've ever wondered why you see this, and it's in a slightly different spot on each planet, it's the unidentified satellite. That right there is actually a ramp that I put on it for a rover flying project that I was doing. It sort of doesn't render some of it, but the rest of it is here. And normally if you were actually on it, you would see the sun positioned like this underneath it, but the sun does not render unless you're actually close to it. Which we're not. We just positioned our camera over it. But that's what that is. So anyone who was wondering or was going to post on Reddit about this thing here, that's what this thing is. Tireg, this will show up once you go to the core of once you go to the core of Silva and do the goal that's there. I'm not going to spoil what that is, but dig down to Silva's core, solve the puzzle, and this will start rendering. If you've played the game before, then I mean you know what that is already. But this will render once you've unlocked one core on any planet. Doesn't actually matter which core it is, but until then it will not render. I believe it is still here. The physics are still active, but without being able to see it, the odds that you could use a flying rover to get here would be extraordinarily small. So good luck for anyone who wanted to try it. Even further than, well, I mean, an oxygenator is an endgame item. So I mean, do you mean the portable one or the regular oxygenator? Because the portable oxygenator is an endgame item. You need nanocarbon alloy to get that. Unless there's some other way to get it that I don't know about now. But I mean, in any case, you have to unlock a core. So let's go back to our planet diagram now. So what we're looking at is this camera angle right here. So you see Glacio over here. This is what we're orbiting around with our camera. And I'm going to actually do this. This should make sense now. So does everyone understand like what's going on here? This is how the game engine is actually laid out. Is like that. So, thought that was neat. I thought I'd explain that to people because that question comes up a lot and that should clear up some confusion. That's just how they program this game to work. So, the other thing I could do, however, back with this open, is we can do this camera angle. And that should be interesting because that's where my home base is. So if we go back to this, I need to make sure, hold on, which one do I have? There we go. Okay, I have the game rendering now. I have to double check this to make sure I didn't screw this up. So from this camera angle here, I should be able to go find my home planet. So what we're looking at right now is Silva. You can see one of the rail lines on the surface of Silva right here. Or actually, this one goes down, I think, to the core. And if we go down along the South Pole, you should be able to see the space elevator. It's a little hard to see it because of the resolution of the stream. That's Calidor right here. And this is the debris field that I was showing from a distance, but like viewed up close through the satellite, or not through the satellite, through the rocket like camera angle. This is literally every single object on Calidor that is capable of rendering from this distance. So what we're looking at here, for instance, is like the second layer from the core with all the random ass like site pylons and like quest research objects in it. And then this rail line right here goes down to the core itself, which I cannot zoom in any further than this. This just happens to be where the camera angle lets me go. But that's the Astronium extractor, for instance. Those are a few objects I left down there near it. And then this rail line is the one going down to the core of the planet. And if I zoom out a little bit more, you can see some of the other stuff I built. So just that's the secondary rail line, the one I made at the start of the game. Some more site pylons. This right here, that's the quartz extractor that we just built. This is the silo of dynamite that has been progressively falling further and further through the ground every time I move away from it, along with this silo right here. And so on. So this is a very interesting way to see your base from this kind of camera angle. This is why I'm showing this off, because I think it's really cool. And then here's the base on the surface as viewed from Glacio, because this video game, some of the bugs just make this video game a lot more magical than the problems that they cause. So if I finagle the camera a little bit, the clipping plane on the camera is unfortunately really far forward, so I have to do a little bit of zoom finagling to get a good angle. There we go, that's pretty good. So there you go, there's my base. We have the ceiling dynamite all the way down there, and then up here's the rest of the dynamite that wasn't able to fall through the ground. You could even see the auto arms moving around a little bit. Things are running. I have a factory underground that's still producing materials. So I think it's just really cool to see your base from this kind of perspective. But that's everything here. Here's the Eagle Lander. Those are the two. The gateway is not visible, but you can see the two large solar arrays on top of it. And in theory, if you lost anything under your base and could not figure out where it is, this is a viable solution to figure out where stuff is on your base. So if I go underground a little bit, I don't think I have anything close by that I've lost. Actually, that's an RTG right there. Hold on. That right there that I'm circling with my cursor is an RTG that fell through the ground right here. Like I'm not using RTGs to power my base, but I probably dropped this one on the ground at some point when I was setting something up, and it fell through the ground. So if you were wondering where your missing RTG went, here's a viable solution for finding it. What's the best storage for a trailer on a tractor? Probably the medium storage. That's the one you have access to. Medium silo is better, but the medium storage, the one with 8 slots that costs 2 resin, is the best one you probably have access to right now. But anyways, besides that, you can just kind of look around. Like for instance, let me see if I can get it a little closer to it. This right here, this is one of those marbles that I said was pointless earlier. You have 2 titanium. Okay, you could build it out of that then if you want to make the silo. But this is a marble, like one of the glowy things that doesn't do anything useful. In theory, you could use this to find them. It would be very hard to remain oriented and like go back to this area and figure out where that was later. Then we got this here, for instance, a 3rd solar array, which would be quite useful for my base, and I might actually go pick this up and tow it back home because that is on my to-do list. So it's very neat that you could do this. Now again, unfortunately, this is as close as I can zoom in to Glacio, and thus I could only get about halfway through Calidor. So it does somewhat depend on where you put your base on the planet. And zooming out, I can go as far as this, which isn't terribly helpful to me. But something I'm going to make a note of here actually is that sort of halfway along this rail, like off to the side of it a little bit, off to the east, there is a large solar array, like an extra large. I want to tow this to my gateway so that I have more power. So that might be something we do next, because that sounds like fun. Let's see, the other thing I wanted to show off is if your base is on Silva, then there is one more thing you could do here. So we rotate around a bit and find Silva, click on the fake Silva, that'll fly me to it. By the way, what happened here, as you can see from me flying through Glacio, is the instant you click on the other planet, the game will load it in and position you relative to that other planet and make it seem like you seamlessly transition between them. But the instant you click the fly button, you're actually in orbit around the planet that you're flying to. And you just fly in from an extremely far, like, relative distance that makes it look like you travel between the 2 planets, even though you did not actually do so. 300 bytes per minute high. I mean, 300 bytes per minute is... I mean, it's not that bad. I don't actually know what counts as a high bytes per minute. I haven't had to care about bytes in so long. 5 bytes per second that sounds not very good. I would say that's not terribly fast, but I don't really know. Now, why did I fly to Silva? I meant to fly to the satellite. So let's go to the satellite and check this out. What I'm showing you right now is if you want to see your base on Silva, like anyone playing this game who wanted that camera angle, the distance between Glacio and Calidor was basically the minimum zoom that I was able to accomplish here. You can see what I'm trying to show here. So in order to get that from Silva, you can't do it from any of the other planets. They're all too close. They're all one unit. They're like all one astronomical unit away, instead of the 1.4 that they need to be to actually zoom into them. But the satellite is about 1.4 units away from Silva. So if we go to the satellite and angle our camera correctly, we might be able to look at Silva. So that's what I'm going to try to do here. So again, knowing how this nonsense works, if I zoom out a little bit and look around, I should be able to find it. Now, something that you'll observe here is that the camera is sideways for some reason. I don't know why they did this. This band of stars running up and down, for every other planet, this runs along the equator. But for when you're over the sun, for some reason, the satellite is sideways. Even though it's depicted as being above the sun, it's actually to the side of the sun in the actual like game engine, as in it's rotated 90 degrees. I don't know why they did that, but what this basically means is it completely makes a janky, weird camera angle when you're on the satellite, and the stars don't make any sense. I don't know why they did it like that. It's weird, but it is what it is. What I'm trying to do right now is see if I can find Silva from the satellite's camera angle. So just give me a second here. I'm sort of looking around the void of space to see if I can spot any rails. It's possible that I won't be able to spot them because they do stop rendering once you reach a certain distance away. But here we are. Okay, we found something. So here's some rail posts. This should look familiar. So what do I reckon this is? Let's zoom out a little bit. That looks like Calidor again. So I think we have a different angle of the base on Calidor. This is just me looking at it from the perspective of the satellite instead. So if we zoom in, we should be able to go to Silva. And this is how you would look at a base that you built on Silva from the satellite angle. So it's, again, you have to finagle with zooming in and out a little bit to get a camera angle that works. Just keep zooming in and out at like slightly different rhythms, and eventually you'll get one that works or is good enough for what you're trying to do. But essentially, this is the base at Silva. That's the xenobiology lab. This is the station that I stopped at after I rode the space elevator. Here's my first rocket, the small one. I don't remember where the medium one is. I think I might have blown up the medium one, actually. I don't know if I have it anymore. But you could technically use this to get just about anywhere. There are some limits on what you could view. I can't like zoom it in any further than this, but if you wanted to look at your base on Silva, then here you go. What are you looking at? You're looking at what happens when somebody else who has too many hours in this game also decided to just kind of push the absolute limits of what it's capable of doing. And like exploit every bug that this game puts at your disposal. So hello, welcome to the stream. That's what we're doing here. We're showing off things that are not supposed to be possible in this game. This is literally something you could do in your own game just by going to the right place at the right time and looking around the void of space and realizing that the devs forgot that things render in the void of space even when their planets aren't rendering. So, yeah, I don't know if you want to feel impressed or concerned. I would say you should feel impressed, but I did spend 6 hours building a space elevator, so concern would be warranted. And if you're just getting here, this is the space elevator. It goes between 2 planets, all the way from Silva. It is very long, all the way to the base I have on Calidor, which is what I was just showing a second ago. And this is the main base on Calidor near one of the gateways. There would be a gateway right in this spot if it was rendered. And here's the core, and so on. So, anyone who has this game, literally all you have to do is go to the satellite. Now, that said, something else that might play into this that I'm not certain about is your graphics settings. I do not know the exact details of how these influence it. You can see what's happening here with distance detail. Maximum distance detail is showing the most stuff, and as I pull this slider down, things disappear at larger and larger distances, and if you set it all the way down to 0, which might be the default setting, you will not see anything except the rails and like a few extremely large objects. that are close to the camera. But if you pull it all the way up to the max, most of the base shows up. I've been streaming at the 4 setting. Object detail, I do not know if this influences it. I think this just influences the render quality of the objects, but not when they show up. And then high quality terrain should not affect this in any way because the terrain is not rendering, but I just want to call out that that is something to consider. If you're looking for something in space, your settings may affect how easily you can actually find objects. But if you're running the game at like, even like 3 or something, you can see what like shows up and disappears here at 3. So not everything's going to show up, but it's still pretty good. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Spare everyone that by muting. But I've been streaming at 4 for the most part. The other thing to consider is there are some conditions I don't entirely understand that dictate whether or not you can do this at all for certain planets. I don't know what it is, but I have had issues before where I had to actually fly to a planet and then fly to my camera angle before I was able to get these things to render. I'm not entirely sure like what the exact details are of that, but you may need to go to the place that you want to view and then in the same session, without reloading your save, go to the vantage point that you want to view it from. Otherwise, it's possible that it will stop rendering them. It might unload them visually. I don't know exactly what causes that. Some planets seem to be harder to view than others. I've had issues like seeing Glacio, for instance, from some of these vantage points. So I wish I understood exactly how it works so I could explain it to everyone, but the fact of the matter is I just don't know why it's a little finicky sometimes. But it is what it is. So there's something fun that you can play around with if you're getting bored or if you just want to explore new frontiers with this game. Just dig around with the camera angle while you're in the like space view every now and then. Maybe you'll find something cool. At the very least, you'll get a really neat bird's eye view of your base with no terrain rendered, so you can see stuff in the caves underneath it and figure out where your dynamite canister went. Alright, so that's enough of that with the rocket. Let's head back to Caldor. And then you know what, I might as well just show off something else ridiculous. So stick around for a second if you want to see a flying machine, and I'm not talking about the rocket. Can I get my base? Alright, got it. Alright, so here we are back on the base. Should look familiar. We were just looking at it a couple seconds ago. Except this is... Now we're standing on it. All the terrain is loaded in. All the bland, boring colors that we had. And I don't know where that RTG is that fell through the ground over there. I don't really care. Let's go get more stale food, and then let's go on a different adventure. So I'm gonna grab some more of these. And a couple of these. If anyone's wondering what this thing is here, this is basically just an automated, like, snail harvesting system. Pretty much this farm will just constantly harvest and dig up the crops until this storage is full, at which point it'll turn off and any seeds that are in there will grow up, and for the most part it doesn't seem to ever run out. It produces enough seeds that settle on the ground that I don't have to worry about it like getting depleted, so I could just grab these and run away and forget about it. And when I come back, these might not be fully grown in because they don't grow when you're far away from them, but it'll still be running correctly. And if I hang out near it for a minute, even if I'm just like right over here, it'll eventually top off again. So if you're going to use the snails a lot, it's good to build something like that. As for explaining how I built it, you're going to have to go back a lot of streams to find that because it was a little bit complicated to do it. So anyways, rockets aren't the only way to go through planets, or between planets, or through them for that matter. You can go through planets or between them, because you can also do it with rovers. So we're going to take my favorite rover right here, the OG rover, the OG flying machine, the one I used initially to show this off like many streams ago. And let's position it on this ramp here. Now, here's something that I don't think I've ever seen anyone do in this game. I say this every time, yeah, I'm taking credit for things, whatever. I don't think I've ever seen this before, is why I bring this up. But you can make a flying machine with just a large rover, a winch, and enough stubbornness to learn how to control the damn thing once it's airborne. So what we're doing right now is we're setting up the troll science equivalent of sitting in a red wagon with a magnet on a fishing rod and having the magnet pull the red wagon forward. Now we all know that doesn't work in real life, or if you didn't know that doesn't work in real life, then I'm sorry to disappoint you, it doesn't work in real life. But in this video game, this winch is basically just pulling this rover forward infinitely. So this rover is now accelerating. It's not accelerating hard enough to go up this steep ramp, but if I also hold forward to get it to start moving, it'll just be able to fly on its own. And this is how you can make a flying machine to go between planets without needing a billion hydrazine, which is what this rover over here is set to do. So let's go ahead and screw around with our flying machine. The winch is on a research chamber because that centers it on the front slot of the large rover. That is the only way to do this as far as I'm aware. That's the sole purpose of the research chamber, is to center the winch on the front of the rover. Alright, so let's see here. We don't need Minecraft music for this. Hold on a second. Let's play something a little bit more fast-paced. And then we're gonna go on just a joyride. Again, there's really no payoff for this other than I just want to have some fun here. Just load up my other playlist here. That should do it. That's the one that doesn't have the copyrighted music in it, so we don't get VOD muted. Alright, what do we want to play here? Yeah, Eurobeat, there we go. Okay, so, now before I turn this on here, let's look at the diagram one more time, because I love this diagram. So you could travel between planets much in the same way that I have a space elevator that's running between Silva and Calidor. There's no limit to this. You can fly literally from any planet to any other planet. So the location we're at on Calidor right now, I just happen to know this from memory, is the side that the Solo is on. So we are right here. This is the base on the equator of this planet. Can I rover to Atrox? Yeah, sure, we could do that. So if we want to go to Atrox, we're right here on Calidor. All I need to do is fly in a straight line from here to here. So what that's going to be is I'm going to fly northeast from where I am right now in a straight line off the surface, like tangent to the surface of the planet. And if I do that, I will go right to Atrox with that flight. So let's go ahead and give that a shot. That sounds like fun now, doesn't it? I'm just doing this for the hell of it, just to show it off. So we don't have any objectives here. We're just going to have a good time. Let's go to Atrox. Get the playlist running. Alright, let me make sure... Yeah, okay, good. We're capturing the game. Alright, so, compass. North is over that way. Northeast is that way. Let's take off. And like I said, this thing is pulling forward because of the winch. And I could control it because this game allows you to do air controls on these rovers. So we could just take off and go in whatever direction you want. And if you know how to control these things, you can just fly between planets. So I'm trying to roughly keep the same heading here. So there's the space elevator. And we want to go roughly in this direction. So that's Silva up there. Atrox should be in this direction here. And what I'm going to do is just kind of keep my heading. Is it faster than the DPV? I don't know what the DPV means, so I'm going to say maybe, because I'm not actually sure what you're talking about. And there's Atrox, so we need to turn around to brake, because the only other way to slow down is litho braking, and I missed the planet. So I'm just going to turn around, and the winch is just going to accelerate me in the opposite direction. I'm not holding forward here. There is, like, the winch is just always turned on. That's just how this thing works. It is incredibly hard to control. The camera does not cooperate. It will pull in random directions sometimes for no reason, and if you don't get the winch position on the bottom perfect, it will control even worse than usual. So there's a lot that goes into this, and it was a lot of trial and error for me to learn how to do this correctly. But once I learned how to do this, it was absolutely magical, the things that it enabled me to do in this video game. Even if they ultimately don't have a lot of payoff. It's an SRB and Kerbal Space Program with infinite fuel turned on is pretty much what it is. And there is a Space Kraken in this game, but you have to fly really far out to get killed by it. But I did in one of my streams, I think actually last stream, I might have ended the stream by visiting the Space Kraken and then reloading my save. But this game does have a Space Kraken like Kerbal Space Program. It's just when you fly too far away from the center, the floating point precision, some limit gets hit and it just deletes your rover and basically strands you in space, or it crashes your game, one of those two things. Alright, I got a big message to read, so hold up a second here. Wait, think tanks. To prevent people from getting off, there's a steep cliff and a moat. And across the moat at each four corners. Yeah, you found out how to jump the moat. Yeah, I've never heard of that game, but it sounds like that's conceptually similar to what I'm doing here. Duplicate Island, they did not render. Sounds like Super Mario 64's parallel universes. And if it was an old game, I wonder if it actually did something like that. That's definitely neat sounding. That sounds like technically similar to the parallel universes in SM64. I wonder if there was something more to that. But that's never a game I had heard of. DPV, okay, the VTOL. The VTOL is incredibly slow. This thing, let's orbit Aatrox for a second to demonstrate how much faster than the VTOL this thing is. Like, if I stay close to the planet, this thing is hauling ass right now. Like, there is nothing else in the game that travels this fast except the rockets, and the rockets are on scripted paths between the planets. So like this, if you could control this thing more consistently, this is as fast as you could basically go, is one of these rovers over the surface of a planet. It's so hard to control it that it is difficult to actually travel with this faster than just flying a rocket to the place that you want to be at. I'm not kidding, dozens of hours of experience flying these things across playthroughs for a couple of years now, that I have like come back to this game every now and then. Because like I discovered how to do this, I think like 2 or 3 years ago. I found out that you could do this with these winches and have practiced it because it's so much fun to do it once you figure it out. You can tow stuff around with these, like it's ridiculous the things it opens up. How am I flying? The winch on the front of this rover is attached, I can't really show it. The winch is attached to the bottom of the rover. You can actually see it right there. The winch is attached to the bottom of the rover and it's pulling the rover forward with troll physics. That's how the physics engine in this game works for whatever reason. So if I just give it a little bit of speed, it actually has enough pull to just come off the ground. It can accelerate faster than the gravitational pull because for some reason rovers are really floaty in this game. So that's just how it be. And you just have a grand time. Now that said, if you were going to do this, if anyone in chat is looking at this and thinking, wow, this looks really cool. Again, I cannot express to you enough how difficult this thing is to control without understanding how it works. Make a backup save or do it in creative mode because there's an extremely high chance that you are going to get stranded in space if you do not do this correctly. All I could say is if you actually want to do this, you have to practice it. So this is Silva now. Again, you could just fly between all the planets any way you want to by just remembering that they're laid out like this. So that's the gist of that. And we can go to the mountains here. We are stuck in the terrain because we litho-braked a little too hard. So the way I usually try to fix that problem is I don't like to dig terrain because that increases your save file size. I like to just use a winch on my character and fly around a bit to try to pull the rover out. And if it's not cooperating, you can do the reverse of that, which is you take the winch and put it in your cursor instead and then just wiggle it around. And that'll eventually wrench the rover out of the ground, and you can just free it like that. Where are the moons? I'll open it up again in a second. Let me flip this back over. It's very important that I detach the winch from the rover before I put it on a slot, or the feedback loop will be uncontrolled and it will fly away. So let me get that. There we go. Okay. Back to the diagram here. So let me get in the rover just in case it starts moving around, so I'm at least in it when it flies off. Alright, so back to this diagram. Alright, so the moons are Novus and DeSolo. They are treated basically functionally identically as a planet in this video game, and then the satellite is sitting up here. So that's just how they did it. Like, the moons are shown to be orbiting planets as far as like the solar system view is concerned, but as far as the game engine is concerned, they're literally not any different, except they are exactly half the diameter of a planet. That's why they're actually depicted as being smaller here. No, there are only 7 planets in this game. It's the same ones that show up in your Astropedia, so if you go back to this, for instance, it's just these ones. Like, you can actually see this info from the get-go. These are the only ones. There's 7 planets. It's a little underwhelming. This is part of why I'm doing this kind of stuff in this game, because this game is too short on its own. It's boring if you just do only the things that the game tells you to. But there are only 7 planets, except, again, technically there are 8 planets because the satellite is functionally treated as a planet, just with No terrain and just like a specific model at its origin. But there are basically, there's 8 celestial objects, 7 of which are planets. And you've never known this at 2,000 hours? Well, it's not too late to discover it. If you wanted to go boot up an old save or something and check this shit out, like here it is. Here's this. If you want to take a picture of this or something, you're free to do so. It's, like you can see here, this is a local file. At some point, I might host this somewhere just so other people can use it. It's literally just a web app with WebGL, so as long as you're not using Internet Explorer 8, you'll probably be able to see this. I might polish this up and publish it at some point. There is a diagram that I found out about that somebody else made that's very similar to this, but it doesn't have... Oh, sorry. Sorry, I had to make a gross coffee noise. Anyways, there is a diagram that somebody else made that looks kind of like this. I discovered it after I made the one that I did here, but I mean, I like mine more. It's got labels and axes and stuff on it. Yeah, thank you. I do need to hydrate. I'm talking a lot. And fuck your old save. Yeah, start a new one if you want. As I was doing this playthrough on stream, I tried to intentionally integrate some of this weird technical stuff, like, amidst the normal gameplay. So, like, I made that winch flying machine, I think, on the first stream. It was like an 8-hour stream or something, and right at the end, I think I made the winch rover and was able to fly around with that and show that off a little bit before I ended stream. So, like, it's much more fun to play through the game if you just intentionally do everything and don't just blindly follow the path that the game gives you. At the very least, though, I would recommend doing all the missions if you really want to experience everything this game has to offer, and then, like, maybe look into doing some of the additional stuff I've done, like this factory that I'm building back in my home base. I don't know how the rover got at this angle, though. I wasn't looking. Does Silva type... No, Silva's not the sun. We can go to the sun, actually. Let's do it. But let's go check out the sun to see what that actually means, because Silva does not function as the sun. Nothing orbits it. The sun is literally just a fake model in the void of space, so let's go check it out real quick. So there it is. Yep, let's go touch the sun. It's an NPC. It's not even an NPC. It's even more underwhelming than that. It's gonna be a little while. The sun is far away. Like, the way the game did this is these planets are actually, like, the same proportionate distance as you, like, see them in the solar system view. So they're actually quite far away. We just entered DeSolo's sphere of influence, which was not what I wanted to do, because now the sun is in a different spot, because now we're flying relative to DeSolo instead. So I need to go in a different direction. In fact, I can't do it from DeSolo. DeSolo is hauling ass right now, so what that means is the sun is moving extremely fast, and I think what I need to do is actually go to Aatrox. So give me a second here to find Aatrox. Where are we right now? We're at the satellite. You know what? Fine, let's land at the satellite. Or you know what? Why not? Let's go to the sun as seen from the satellite. This is a way better idea. I just accidentally had a brain blast. The sun is always under the satellite when you're at this particular location, so we can just fly through it here and see that it actually doesn't do anything. Spoiler alert, it doesn't do anything, but you can... It's cool looking. So let's just go to the sun with this cheerful Kirby music playing in the background as we fly to our imminent demise. Or what one might think is your imminent demise. Yeah, it's no collision mesh. Yep, Astroneer is wild when you do stuff like this. Breaking this game has really been the thing that, like, made me want to stream it to begin with. Like, I was not sure if I wanted to stream this game, but when I thought about, like, all the dumb shit you can do between actual gameplay to just have a good time, I was like, you know what, I have to stream this game. I know too much about this game that nobody else does to not share this kind of thing with the world. So there it is. That's the sun. As awesome as that looked, there's nothing in there. It's hollow. So anybody need a new, like, flat earth theory? The earth is not hollow, the sun is. So there you go. Go tell that to all of your friends. See if anybody picks up on it. Start a new, like, just shitty, like, government conspiracy theory. Hollow like your mind. Oh, don't be like that. It can't possibly be as hollow as that sun. There was literally nothing in there. They couldn't even be bothered to draw the bloom effect once I flew through the geometry. Alright, Alright, I'm trying to land right now on Aatrox so I can get my bearings, because it is very difficult to keep track of where I am when I'm doing this. Also, you see the thing the camera is doing where it keeps kicking like that? That's what I was talking about with the camera being incredibly difficult to control in this game. I am fighting the camera like you would not believe. Every frame that I am not actively trying to fight the camera, it does this. Move it down, does this. Move it down, does this. It is a struggle to get it to do what I want it to do. So if you're going to try this for yourself, just be ready to suffer, because you're not supposed to do this in this game, and it does not work properly. How the sun in real life keeps itself together, a lot of gravity. There we go, that's some nice litho breaking. We even bounced. Beautiful. Except now I'm losing control and tumbling, so I need to touch the terrain again. Alright, come on. Stop. Stop. Land. There we go. Does the sun have gravity? In this game it doesn't. In real life, believe it or not, I think the sun actually does physically exist in real life. Now, I'm not sure. I've never been to the sun in real life, so I don't know if it's real or if it's just a big light in the sky. But I think the sun is real. That's the theory I've decided to go with. Alright, so I need to fly to a gateway now to get my bearings. I think we're ready to go home, unless anybody else wants to see me to fly to something else. I guess I could fly through a planet. Yeah, we'll fly through a planet before we go back home. So I think we'll go to Visania for that. And then we'll fly through Novus. So let me just go over here real quick. I need to see which gateway I'm at, because these gateways are always in consistent locations relative to everything else. So I should be able to figure out where I am on Aatrox by looking at the number on this gateway. So let's fly over there real quick and check it out. It's lava. I don't think the sun is lava. The sun is advanced lava. Plasma is just like a level beyond what lava could ever hope of being. Alright, so what are we at right now? Okay, we're on Equator 1, and this is not visible in my diagram, but I'm going to check a notepad file I have that tells me where Equator 1 is in the star system. So, let's see here. Equator 1... Why is my stream so far behind? Twitch, please. Okay, Equator 1 on Aatrox is pointing outward from Silva, so I would need to go to the opposite side of Aatrox. Okay, so if I run off the north pole of Aatrox and then go at a 45-degree angle, like this, we are right here on Aatrox, and if I run off the north to the north and then just kind of take off at a 45-degree angle, I can get to Visania, and then from there we can fly through Novus to show what it looks like when you fly through one of the fake planets. And Visania is a good place to do this because if I run off horizontally from Visania, I don't have to worry about flying into the sphere of influence of another planet for a very long time. I think I would have to fly all the way out to here before it would switch me to Novus, and if I stay a little bit north, I might be fine. So yeah, we're going to try that. We'll see if that works, just to show that off, show what it looks like to fly through a planet as opposed to just the sun. So this is the angle that we're going to be flying at. Let me just refresh my stream to get it to catch up. Okay, let's see. We got more pseudoscience to chat here. Everything liquid in space turns into a ball. Everything solid in space turns into a ball too, if it's big, if it has enough mass, which the sun definitely does. Though the sun is not made of solids. Well, part of it is, but I think solid is a little bit of a suboptimal description for the core of the sun, or even more so if it becomes a neutron star, which I don't remember if ours is going to do that. Anyways, let's get back in our flying machine. The sun is mostly plasma, which is basically just really, 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 really hot gas, would be the best description of plasma that I could think of. It's not a liquid. And incidentally, gases and plasmas also turn into balls under the pull of gravity. Hey Nebgul. Oh, I've been having a lot of fun here. Oh, did I make this in a browser? Oh, you're talking about that display thing? It's written in WebGL and JavaScript. Basically programming. If you don't know how to program, I would not recommend starting with WebGL, but JavaScript is the underlying programming language, and WebGL is the framework I used in order to actually make it like render things on the screen. It's a graphics programming language, it's a graphics library that is written on top of JavaScript that allows you to render like 2D or three-dimensional objects in a web browser, much the same as they would appear in a video game. It's not a new technology, but it is comparatively very new compared to like the origins of the first web browsers, which could barely even render things in 2D. And I figured it was a good opportunity to learn how to program things in WebGL, because I was like, I need a WebGL application so I could show this to chat. And that's exactly what I ended up doing, and it was a fun project. Would I do it again? No, I'd probably use another framework to do the rendering. There are WebGL libraries that handle a lot of the nitty-gritty for you, but I think it was a worthwhile, like, just learning experience to figure out how to do that to begin with. I need to retension the winch, so hold on a second here. Basically, I need to get out and fix the winch, because once you've been doing this for long enough, it starts to accumulate precision errors, and it's not attached correctly to the rover anymore, and it's becoming very hard to control, more so than it would be normally. So I'm just going to set this up again real quick. Again, I'm more or less just eyeballing this like really precisely. I need to stick it right about here, like using this bar off of this tank on the bottom, like just a little bit past that bar is the visual aid I use for this. It's more or less trial and error. The further back you put it, the faster the rover goes, and eventually it becomes too fast and you can't really control it anymore. So this was a good middle ground that I discovered while I was doing this. Alright, so anyways, we want to go up off the north at roughly this angle here. So we're going to go along the surface a little further and then take off, and that should get us to Visania, which is the northernmost planet in the grid. So I need to get over this mountain range and then head in a straight line like this. That should get us to Visania. Now I don't have a base on Visania, so I don't have any rail lines to like go towards, so I'm just sort of winging it here and hoping that I wind up in the right spot. You can see the satellite over there, by the way. That's also always visible from every planet if you know where to look. And from the perspective of Atrox, it just happens to be over here. But that's not where we're going. So if I keep heading up like this, we should wind up where I want to be. And if that doesn't work, I can always land and try again. But hey, there it is, Visania. We might actually get to do some litho breaking here. I think I nailed it. Yep, we nailed it. We're not going to overshoot the planet, so my aim was good. So let's just turn it around to slow down a little bit, and hopefully we bounce and don't embed. And we did neither of those things. The rover just stopped on the surface. Perfect. More than I could have asked for. Alright, so this planet is awful and terrible. It has these nasty, like, ravines everywhere. I hate this place. I regret building a base on this planet in a previous playthrough. But I want to see what it looks like to go to Novus. See if I can get close enough to it to fly through it and show what that looks like. But yeah, this planet is so awful to traverse. Like, I have a flying machine right here, and I'm having trouble just finding a spot to take off because it's pink. I mean, it's kind of a nasty shade of pink. Like, it's not a good pink. This is like a gross, like, fleshy pink, not like a bright, like, happy pink color. And I definitely don't like it, but I also don't like these giant potato tumors either. Or these bumps or this terrain. Ugh, wretched place. So yeah, I did not build a base on this planet. I have, like, a basic setup because there were missions that required me to go here, but I did not set up anything beyond that. Alright, so where are we on the planet? We are not on the North Pole. We want to go to either the North or the South Pole. Regen blocks, oh god. I guess it kind of does have that color scheme. For anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about here, it's a spelunky thing, don't worry about it. Alright, so let's head up to the North Pole of the planet. Which I could just go into space and look for Novus. No, don't hit anything. Don't hit anything! Oh, come on! Go up! Up? I might need to retension the winch. Come on, you could do this, you could do this! You could go up! Okay, I'm gonna retension the winch. Don't worry, it's not gonna fly away on me, I can catch it if I need to. Alright, so let's set this up a little bit better. Okay, flip it over, I didn't mean to grab that. Just stick that, I don't know where that wound up, whatever, that's fine. Alright, so I'm going to pull it back a little further. That was an example of what it looks like when the winch isn't tensioned enough and it was having trouble taking off. So I'm going to pull it back a little further this time. Right there. Okay, that should be good. What do I do if I couldn't catch it? I'd probably cry for a little while and then reload my save. But I was confident I could catch it because the rover doesn't fly in a straight line when it's out of control like that, so most likely it would just spin around in circles until I managed to grab it, or get in the rover seat, is what I would expect to happen in that situation. It's possible that I would have lost it, but with the pull of the planet and the rover spinning in random directions, it'll almost always just wind up back on the surface, because it's in a controlled enough amount of force that it's not tumbling. If it starts tumbling, if I took this winch and attached it to a random point on the back of this silo, this rover would be gone. It would, if it took off upwards, I would never see it again. But I have it set up in such a way that it's under enough control that I don't really have to worry about it just disappearing into the void of space if I let go of it for a second. A lot of people you'll see play with winches and discover winch rovers will just put the winch on a random spot on the rover. It'll spin out, they'll say, wow, this is cool, they'll record it, they'll post it on Reddit, and then they'll move on with their lives. I did not move on with my life when I discovered this. I decided if I could actually utilize this and do something constructive with it. And this is what you get when you actually do something constructive with the winch physics instead of destructive activities, like just flying off into the void of space with no control. You can actually control it. So let's go see what Novus looks like when we're not actually on Novus. Now I combine mass and gravity to fly with a rover. Well, I mean, there's no gravity going on here, really. It's mass and just a perpetual motion machine that we're using to fly with this thing. So let's see if we can get to Novus before we enter the sphere of influence of the satellite. Unfortunately, Novus might be too close to the satellite. I think I'm going to switch to satellite influence before I get there. But let's see what happens. Let's see how close we can get. If not, I'm going to turn around and wait for Novus to move further away. What I'm doing right now, by the way, with this tumbling is I'm actually trying to keep my speed without losing or gaining any. Yeah, we switched to the wrong thing. We're in the influence of the satellite now. How do I get back? I already lost track of where I was facing. Suppose I could try to land on the satellite. I didn't mean to go to the sun again, but apparently that's where we wound up. Why do I sometimes just teleport? So I'm not teleporting. Relative to this, I am moving like seamlessly through this system. The problem is when I get too close to any given planet, that's when the teleport happens. And the teleport is the game moving all of the other fake planets around the star system to make it look like I'm actually in orbit around the new planet instead. The game is not expecting me to travel in a straight line between these planets. It's expecting me to get in a rocket and click on one of the planets. And what the game does is when you click on one of the other planets in the rocket, that's what teleports you. And it's seamless. It doesn't look like you're teleporting because of the way they did it. But when you're just flying between two planets in the completely wrong orientation, the game has no idea what to do about that. It's fucking Katamari music. I'm looking for the satellite right now, by the way. So that's why I'm spinning seemingly aimlessly. I'm actually circling the sun, trying to figure out where the satellite is so I can land and get my bearings. Where is it? I apologize about the camera angle. I think it's up. I think it's up here. Wait a minute. Okay, well, we're on Aatrox again. Whatever, let's go to Aatrox. Or see if I can figure out what direction north is. The curious item's useful. Probably not. If you mean the marbles, they don't do anything. I'm gonna spoil it for you. They're useless. They're just decorations. Same thing with the other smaller curious objects. That just makes the sky like really trippy if you use it, but it doesn't actually functionally do anything. So sorry to spoil the thrill for anyone who was wondering what those do. They don't do anything important. Alright, so let's see here. Okay, Silva is over there. Alright, this is where I want to be going. Let's get back over to where we were. Hopefully by now Novus is over here. Yeah, they break the sky. They make it look really cool. Like, I used it, and if you use it a few times, the sky goes back to normal. There we go. Alright, we're back to Visania. I want to go to fake Novus over there. That is what we've been trying to do this whole time, and unfortunately I scuffed it a little bit, so I need to fly myself back into position. Let's see, what is our orientation right now? What is that I'm looking at? That's Silva. The reason why it doesn't look like I'm going anywhere is because I was moving very fast in the opposite direction from where I'm facing, so I'm currently fighting that speed and trying to accelerate in the other direction to cancel it out, while also trying to get to Novus. Again, this is very, very hard to control this thing. And it is pulling in random directions, so that's why I keep having to make corrections to it. If I stop pressing any buttons, I took my hands off the keyboard. This is what it does if I take my hands off the keyboard. It starts tumbling. So I do need to actually fight it and get it to go where I want. You forgot you put it in your inventory. Okay. As long as you didn't lose anything important. Come on now. Damn it. Now I'm too close to Glacio. Yeah, we might not be able to fly through one of these planets very easily. All I could think to do it with is Aatrox, but I think we're going to go ahead and land for now. I think we've done enough joyrides for now. Flying through the planets is basically like flying through the sun. They're not hollow, but it's just a jumbled mess of like incomprehensible level geometry. You don't see any of the objects on the planet because they don't actually render on the fake planets. So we're going to go ahead and return back to the base. I think we've done enough of a joyride for today. I've milked this content as much as I feel like, so... Oh, there's Novus. So what I'm trying to do right now is visually identify the location of my base, which is proving to be very difficult to do. So I think... Oh, there it is. Okay. So that's Calidor right there that I'm circling my cursor around. Let's head back home. See if we can get a hole-in-one and actually land on Calidor. Nice, you finally found the ammonium. Congratulations, you can fly now. I mean, technically you don't need any ammonium to do this, but you gotta get the tungsten from somewhere, and I don't remember if tungsten can generate on Silva before you've been to Solo or Calidor. So I think you do have to actually... Well, you don't have to fly a rocket. There is technically a way to do it without a rocket. I might stream that at some point, but for the most part, you don't want to do the way to do this without a winch. But there is a way to do this without a winch. No power. My snails are hungry. Let me just mute my audio for a second here. There we go. We'll turn that back on once I get to the planet. Otherwise, you're going to have to listen to that shitty hissing sound this entire time due to the oxygenated bug. So let's just go ahead and land real quick. No, they don't die. They just stay hungry. They just don't do anything if you don't feed them. You don't have to care about the ones you're not using. They'll be fine. Or maybe they won't. Maybe they'll hate you or something. I don't know. I have a couple snails that have been starving to death for basically their entire lives. As far as I'm aware, they're not plotting to kill me. Do you tow those solar panels with a winch? Absolutely. That is the next thing we're going to do. We're going to get that solar panel I saw when I was doing the satellite view. And we're going to bring it to the home base so we have 3 of them. Because why not? Even though I need more batteries more than anything else, why not have an extra solar panel just for more swag on top of my gateway? So one of the solar panels on the base, I towed it from Silva with the space elevator. I do have a VOD of that. You'd have to dig through my channel to find it. I forget if I highlighted the whole thing or not. But the other 2 solar arrays are from Calidor. One of them is on the gateway, and the other one we're going to bring over there. So we're going to hit the base. Now we missed it a bit. Oh man. Oh Jesus, that embedded deeply. There we go. Okay, I was able to flip it out. I was not expecting to get sunken that far into the terrain. I have had one of these flights where the game took so long to like update the physics engine, but I actually landed in a cave system. I straight up just clipped right through the ground and landed in some caves. So that can happen. Still weird. And you get used to this if you watch this stream enough. But we're done doing that for now. We're not going to be using a flying machine for the solar array. It's much easier to do that on foot, well, on hoverboard. Alright, so let's go ahead and park. And that should be it for the winch machine today. No power. Yes, I know I have no power, game. Why can't I just draw power from the rover? Alright, so we go ahead and park. Detach. Come on, game. I'm trying to get the camera underneath it. This will detach itself when I save and load, but I don't want it to be under tension while I'm not near it, because it might go through the walls. Your flying machine, you think of Minecraft? Yeah, they're way more elegant in this game than the ones in Minecraft. Minecraft flying machines are so tedious to set up. In this game, just winch, rover, and some skills, I guess. I mean, they're easier to fly in Minecraft because they just go in straight lines. You can't really fly them at all in Minecraft. I think we'll leave the speed playlist running until I'm done with this. So let me top off the snail so I can turn my volume back on. Thank you, devs, for not patching this. What am I doing? Where are the audio settings? Why is there not a separate tab for that? All right, back to default audio. This is what I've had it set to this whole time. Yeah, there's some observers, pistons, and slime blocks, which flies in a straight line. That's all you need to get to the end islands before you kill the dragon. Alright, so, it was somewhere in that direction. So what we need to do here is get a couple canisters of hydrazine. I suppose I could use the VTOL. The VTOL kind of sucks, but this is an opportunity to use it where it might actually be worth having it, because I don't think the VTOL is affected by the objects that you're towing. Meaning I can basically just fly it wherever I want. So let's just go ahead and do that. Show this off for anyone who hasn't seen it. This is how you're supposed to fly in this game. It's slow. Like somebody asked earlier if the VTOL was faster than this, and this is the answer. Not even close. Even at maximum speed after I've been holding W for like a couple hours here. This is as fast as this thing goes, and it has a very low height limit of the cloud layer. So this is really all we're getting out of this. Now what I'm trying to do here is, let's see, the rail was here, and I think the solar array was somewhere in this area. There it is. Alright, so this is the thing we want to bring home. Last time you're playing, you closed the game, when we got back, your rover was inside the ground, and you died without oxygen. Yeah, that'll happen. Here's another fun fact about multiplayer. If you join a game that's already running, your Astroneer spawns in while you're still loading the level geometry, which means that you can actually suffocate to death while you're loading the game if you weren't near an oxygen source, like if your rover moved slightly while you're loading in. So yeah, make sure you're near an oxygen source that isn't going to go away, or make sure your rover is stable, or else that can happen. The multiplayer in this game is barely functional. Like they need to do a lot of quality of life work on it to get it to work correctly, because right now it does not function. Like, it's a miracle if your game doesn't crash while you're orbiting a planet and just like lose your entire rocket and everything that's on it, which is a problem that I was having when I tried to play this in multiplayer. They need to fucking get their shit together with the multiplayer in this game. Like, it barely works. Speaking of things barely working, I am slowly going in the direction that I want to, even as I constantly get hit by this solar array. I could do this with the hoverboard. I just figured I'd show off the VTOL instead as an alternative way to do this. It works well enough. It's kind of janky. You can't tow things between planets with this, but it works for like terrestrial activities. I also don't know how the game handles like getting buried by your teammates or something. Or if the game crashes, I'm not sure how persistent the terrain is, like what information gets lost. I think it's a single save file, so it might not be too much of an issue. I did not mean to knock that one off. Alright, we need to land this thing and start moving these around. Come on. Okay. Stay. Stay. Good. Okay. Alright, so the process of moving these things around is really just trial and error. Let's do some trial here. I'm trying to flip it over because I believe only the other side does this. Why do I have a broken solar panel? Because this broken solar panel provides 192 units per second of power. Like, it is the large broken solar array, I think is what this is called, is insane. I'm just trying to get it on top of my gateway so that it is producing power for exactly half the day and isn't in the shadow of anything. And unfortunately, I'm having a lot of trouble flipping it over. I'm more or less just hoping that it flips over. There it is. Okay, come on. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Stop. Dude, come on. Okay, let's try something different. Yeah, while it's broken, these things generate with the level. There's no fixed version of this. This is just like a chunk of a satellite or something. But they made it so it actually can provide power, and that's exactly what we're using it for. It is like the most powerful source of solar power in this game, by far. And on Calidor, the planet that has the most sunlight, it is even better than that. Okay, come on. Stay. Don't flip over. I promise I didn't have this much trouble setting up the other two. And to think I knocked one off accidentally, so I have to pull that one back up as well. Come on. Alright, come on now. Easy. Don't flip over. Do not flip over. Okay, alright, we got it. We got something. Honestly, you think these things are overpowered, but I guess they forgot that they had the winch in this game, so they didn't think people would bring these to their base. But, I mean, I brought it to my base. I was like, oh, wow. Look at all that power. Let me just bring this somewhere more convenient instead of dealing with it wherever they put it. Relatable astroneering. What? How scuffed this is? Yeah, it happens every now and then. Sometimes the facade slips, and I actually reveal that I'm not perfect at everything I do, and... well, that's what's being demonstrated here. Alright, come on, game. Cooperate with me. I'm trying to get the big metal, like, strut up here, and I'm making everything worse. I mean, technically this would work. You know, this almost looks cooler, actually, having the strut, like, going in through that. Yeah, I think we're actually going to use it like this. Let me tuck it into the corner. I think it actually might look a little cooler this way. Yeah, illusion shattered. Cosine's not perfect at everything on the first try. You saw it here. Oh my god, why is this breaking so quickly? Just... I don't know why it's doing that, actually. Whatever, good enough. Alright, we got this one up. Let's pull the one that I knocked off. The VTOL, I can just drop that. I'll find it later. Yep, it's fine. Nothing can take fall damage in this game except the player. Alright, so we need this bad boy right here that landed in the middle of my base. I think I need to get more hydrazine. Because I'm going to be holding spacebar for a really long time. Alright, that should be enough. Alright, turn this down just a little bit. Something louder than I would normally have this sound here. This is normally the music I'd be playing during Spelunky, but I figured it was appropriate to the rover shenanigans to do something a little more fast-paced than Minecraft music. Alright, up we go. Let's see if we can get this one positioned correctly on the first try. Alright, so what I want to do is get the end that has the cable socket to wind up on the correct side. Okay, this is promising. This is no longer promising, it flipped over. Actually, if I want to have this cool looking setup here, I have to rotate it around. Because these things they don't have like a mirrored variant. Alright, so there's the start. Now I need to sort of carefully tuck it into this corner here. And then I'll just set up some extenders to get the power out of these later. So this is going to be a little bit difficult. No, don't. Stop. Good, thank you. Alright, so let's try to scooch this end over. Why is the winch heavy enough to do that? Oh my god, what is the mass on these objects? I don't know how the winch just rolled this entire solar array off of the gateway. Look, I mean, I know solar panels aren't that dense, but like, it's a single winch. This thing is enormous. Oh man. No, this is not how this was supposed to go, chat. Alright, hold on, I need to grab it at a better spot. Don't fall. Don't fall. Stop. Stop falling. Okay, let's go back to this. Alright. Okay. Okay, that's good. We can work with that if it stays here. Oh, no, 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 no! Stop! Oh my god, I saved that. Wait, no, I didn't. Nope, nope. I let go of the winch. Back here. Oh, this is embarrassing. I might have to do this off stream. We'll give this one more go. If it falls off again, I'm doing this off stream. Or if I knock one of the other ones off. Yeah, point and laugh. I swear, if I knock the other one off while I try to do this, I'm gonna be, like, furious. Livid, even. Insufficient power. Okay, now that's the problem we're trying to fix here, combined with more batteries. Honestly, the reason why I'm running out of power is because I don't have enough batteries. I just wanted an excuse to do this. Why can't I grab the winch? There we go. Alright, come on. Alright, this is the last try. If it falls down again, if I lose it, I'm doing this off stream, because this is not very interesting anymore. You saw me do it with that other one. You know, we'll come back and these will be perfect. They'll be like just precision alignment. Alright, stay. I'm having a lot of trouble detaching the winch because the game really wants to grab the wrong object. There we go. Alright, so we have that. Technically this would work, but I have higher standards than this. Why is this thing like wiggling around so much? Just gonna rotate it in a position. I think we can switch back to the other soundtrack now. Nothing exciting is going to happen anymore. I'm just going to be dragging this thing around for the rest of the stream. Okay, I think we have it. Not quite. Oh, wait, no, hold on, it's settling. I think it's in the right spot. Beautiful. Just tuck it in. Oh, don't you dare fall off after all we've been through. Alright, then we gently grab this end. I gotta be really careful about that. There we go. Alright, it's just like the other one. Alright, that gets the seal of good enough from me. That's not going anywhere. Let's get the extenders. Okay, where's the last one? Where'd the last one go? There's supposed to be one right here. Right in this spot. Oh! Not like this! That's staying there. That's getting fixed off stream. We've done enough of this. You've all seen what it looks like to pick these up and move them. This is staying here for the rest of the stream as a mark of shame. I will fix it off stream. Because I will probably knock off the other two while I'm trying to fix this one. So here it is. Here's my shame. We could at least plug it in. Pretend that this was intended. Where's something I can plug this into? Where are my extenders? Speaking of extenders, I need to bring a few up there. Come on. Alright, let's grab this. Alright, so as I'm wrapping this up here, I'm deciding if I want to switch games. Probably to Deep Rock Galactic, or I might ask Jess if she wants to do Played Up. So we might be switching games in a minute here. But let me plug this one back in, just for old time's sake. Just pretend that this was what I wanted. So game, what you're telling me is you're going to put that in there, but the collision is so bad that I actually can't pick up the extender. Come on. Got it. Okay. Everything is a struggle. How is this one clipped into the wall? I don't understand this video game. Alright, so anyways, I just put that there. Attach that to this one. There we go. That's great. Look at that. Isn't that absolutely fantastic? Just where I wanted it. Right on the floor. Right next to the Eagle Lander. Alright, so I think 2 more extenders for each of these should do the job. If not, I can get more. How far is this going to let me go? Right about there. Trust me, the symmetry of this will probably not make this worth it at all. Alright, so that one, I might actually need more. Yeah, I'm going to need more extenders. At the very least, I need to hook up 2 of these because my base needed them. Might as well do all of them. One goes there. Okay, then I need to grab a couple more extenders to hook this one up. I'll just put them over here. Why in the world is that the spot that the game wants to put those? Okay, that doesn't even think that's solid terrain, so I'll have to put it over here. I guess I could run it along the inside of the gateway, but I have a lot of work to do off-stream, so I'll deal with it then. Let me just go get another stack of extenders and finish off this little project here and then decide what we're going to do. Made plenty of these in advance. If there's one thing I haven't had to do today, it's print things. In fact, I don't think I've had to print literally anything today, so I accomplished that during the stream. Everything I wanted to do was actually, like, made ahead of time. Some of my planning actually went to good use. Why in the world would that not spawn anchored to the ground? Alright, well, we'll have to get that one later. The collision model on this solar array is really low quality, so a lot of stuff is cutting off my cursor when I'm trying to interact with things that I would normally be able to click on, no problem. Which I suppose they didn't expect anybody to be stubborn enough to actually bring one of these over here. I mean, they added winches to the game. I don't know what they were expecting. Alright, I'll have to go pick up the one I dropped on the ground earlier. But that should be enough. I don't even know why I keep these like baby power sources here anymore. These solar arrays are providing literally 90% of the power to this base. Or the large solar arrays. These ones here are not. Again, I think these are providing 192 units, and this is providing 14. 14, and this one's like 8 or something. I don't even know why this one exists. This large solar panel is so bad. Then I have a couple mediums here. I might actually just get rid of these at some point. Why does my screen flash blue instead of red? Because of this snail right here. I'll keep it moused over. There, Princess basically is God mode except for suffocation. So I could just tank, it's just a hit. I could just jump off of this and tank the fall damage and totally fine. It would be red and then I would die if I did not have that snail. I have no idea where that extender went that fell off the edge of the gateway. It should be right over here next to the VTOL that I also dropped off. Oh my god. The VTOL fell, oh I found it. The VTOL fell in my storage, so it just, the fucking auto arms just filled it up with random garbage that happened to be sitting around the base. Oh, this game. Just everything is scuffed. Just ultra scuffed right now. Alright, let's take all these off. Luckily it didn't have too many slots. Alright, those will get sorted eventually. Yeah, we're good to go now. VTOL's all set. Man, I can't wait to find out how much stuff fell through the ground during this adventure alone. Alright, so I was just storing this over here, I think. So yeah, we're probably not going to see me use this again anytime soon because it's not very good. But I think it did help a little bit. I could have done the same thing with the hoverboard, but it was about as easy to do with the VTOL and it used less fuel. Which is hard to believe considering how much fuel that thing uses, but it was probably a little bit of a saving. Alright, so this solar array here is just my mark of shame for the rest of the stream while I play this game. I will move it off stream back to where it's supposed to be upstairs. I see these two objects finally fell down. The cursed compound and then also that thing finally fell down a little bit. Let's finish the quartz and then decide if I want to switch games. I'll just drop it here. It'll eventually get picked up if it's in range of one of these arms, which it is. Alright, so bring this back downstairs. I just realized it's getting really hot in here. I need to turn the fan on. Alright, so anyways, we got super derailed here like 2 hours ago. How cool is random hydrogen down here? But anyways, what I was trying to do is set up the quartz. Specifically the unloader for the quartz. We have the extractor, but we don't have a system to actually move it back into the base, which is what I would be doing right over here. So there was supposed to be a site pylon here, but the site pylon fell through the ground like everything else in this wretched place. So I need to go get it from upstairs, or get another one, and I'll have to find the extra. And unfortunately, storing these things is a pain because they're huge. There's no efficient way to store these. I basically have to make a bunch of these platforms, so that's gonna suck. Oh well, that's a me problem for the future. Chat could just watch my suffering and just giggle at it. I'll figure this out later. We'll have a solution to this problem someday. Alright, so we have this here. Now what I don't want this to do is automatically connect to anything because that's going to make a mess. So let me rotate it like this. It shouldn't connect, and then I need to get a few rail posts. I already lost track of where I put my storage thing. Did I bring it all the way down? Am I a dumb idiot? Yeah, I am a dumb idiot. I don't know why I brought it down here. I need it upstairs. Or up ramp. There are no stairs in this game. Alright, so we need one more rail post to set this up smoothly, maybe two. Here's where I'm going to actually mark the terrain a little bit to line these ones up, because this is going to be probably the permanent position for these, at least for a long time. Man, I'm losing frames. Yeah, I'm not going to restart my game because I'm probably going to switch games after I'm done with this, but otherwise I would restart my game here to get back up to 60 FPS. But it's not just you, chat. Like, it's not just the stream. My game is also lagging right now. This game just lags after you leave it running for too long, which is the hallmark of, like, badly programmed video games. But what are you going to do? Alright, so I'm going to make a few markings. And the reason I do this is because I have a true flat base here. And if I want to keep things nicely aligned to the grid, I need to be able to paint like little markings on the ground to do so. Otherwise, I'm just kind of eyeballing everything, and it would be impossible to do something like the storage up there if I was just eyeballing it. Like, I'm still technically eyeballing this, but to a much lesser extent. So, if I create a few markings on the ground with just a different terrain color, I could see exactly where the center of a voxel is, or where a corner is between 4 voxels, and that's the information that we're looking for here. So I'm going to paint a couple markings here as well. I want one underneath it, but I can't really see that spot, so I need to pick this up real quick. Car on rail line. Well, go away. Alright, so let's take this out. Put a marker there. Fun fact, if you don't have a terrain analyzer and you use the inhibitor mod, it just paints the default gray color. So you don't actually need a terrain analyzer with that color on it. Alright, then let's go ahead and set one of these up. Now, unfortunately, it's harder to get a flat angle, like a 90-degree angle, but what I'm doing here is I'm actually just kind of eyeballing... I'm looking at a specific part of this rail post to see if it lines up with a straight line on the terrain. It's hard to really explain what I'm doing here, but I think this will do it here. This is also part of why I do a lot of this stuff off stream, is because you don't want to sit here watching me do this. So I show the process, like how I discover how to do things or like what I'm going to build, but then the ultra tedious stuff like lining up all of my rail posts, I spare everyone the trouble by just doing that off stream. So you get to see the final product without just like falling asleep in your chair waiting for me to do it, which I'm sorry if you want to fall asleep in your chair watching my stream. That's not, I mean, I don't mind creating that kind of content, but that's not what I'm here to do right now. I don't want to like provide commentary over that kind of content. I could definitely condense the experience into something much more watchable for people that don't want to fall asleep watching it. If you do fall asleep, that said, I don't mind. I'm not upset with you. If this is just if you just watch my stream because it's soothing and you like the sound of my voice for some reason, I do not mind that. I take no offense to that. But I don't like deliberately try to make my stream be like that. Sometimes it just ends up being that way. So any sleepers in chat right now, I hope you're having a good one. I try not to make too many loud noises, but I can't make any guarantees, especially if I start playing Played Up or Deep Rock later. Alright, so let's move this out of the way a little bit. And this is where we're going to extract our quartz. We're not extract, this is where we're going to unload our quartz. Same spot as the Astronium. So let me get these arms lined up. Okay, I can definitely reach the whole train, so I just need to center the rail post right on top of that circle. Yeah, Cat Jam. Super Mario Odyssey. This doesn't have to be super precise or anything, it should still work anyways. Do something like that, and then I think I need one more rail post to actually get this to link up correctly. By the way, part of the reason I do play a custom soundtrack for this game is because if I wasn't, we'd be listening to the gateway music basically for the entire stream while I'm here in the base, which I spend a lot of time in the base because being in proximity to one of these things overrides all the music in the game and just plays this like atmospheric mystery music, which is fine, except you would have to listen to that for like 4 hours. And just in general, like I said, the music for this game isn't that good. It's not bad, but it's also not terribly interesting either. It doesn't do anything for me, so I'm much happier playing my own music over it. It's one of those games where the music is adequate. Like, you wouldn't turn it off if you had nothing else to listen to, really, but eventually you just want to listen to something else. Alright, so here's the train. No quartz on it, probably because I broke something down there. Oh, by the way, fun fact, these side pylons have cable plugs. There are 2 glitched cable plugs at the origin of the side pylon. Don't know why. It's probably because they copy-pasted it from a different rail post, which has 2 cable plugs on it. But all you have to do is just drag a plug over. It'll just connect to it. It'll work like any other cable plug. They're invisible. They don't have an attachment point model. I don't know if it's possible to pull a cable plug out of the side pylon, but if anyone's been frustrated by the fact that you can't attach power to these, you can. But not because the devs wanted you to. It's because they don't know what they're doing. Hopefully they actually add real cable plugs to the side pylons instead of removing that, but I don't know what to expect at this point. Enjoy it while it lasts, I suppose. You haven't dealt with the rails yet? I would recommend you do it at some point. They are very good for moving stuff around, including yourself. Like if you wanted to go to the core for some reason, just make a rail line to go there. It's way better than trying to like build tunnels and ramps. Would highly recommend it. Alright, so what we're setting up here is just the usual arrangement I do for these extractor lines, which is a train that will send itself back and forth depending on whether it's full or empty. So we set this to full or empty. Attach the target pin here. What this is going to do is detect everything except these 2 slots here. So pretty much everything on the train, which is only these 4 here. It's going to detect those. Let me move this down a little bit. I don't have to, I just want to. It's going to detect those when the train is empty because it got unloaded. It'll get sent down. So it would do something like this. So I need to write it anyways to get back down to the quartz to figure out why it's broken. And then when it's filled with quartz, that will trigger it a second time because it's full, and the train will automatically send itself back up to the top. And that's the gist of how I've set up all of these. There's multiple ways to do this, but this was the one that had the fewest bugs associated with it. I didn't turn on the arm is the reason why this wasn't doing anything. So let me just give me a second here. It occurs to me I'm still wearing socks because it was really cold in here. And it is no longer cold in here, so give me a moment while we wait for this. Ah, there we go. Is it possible to place more cars? Yeah, you can actually see where I had my cursor hovered. The limit is 6 for the train length. You could place cars or rail engines. Rail engines give you a seat and the ability to control it, but you don't actually need rail engines. They just make the cars move faster when you have an automated system. But otherwise, if you're moving around, you need a rail engine on it. Or you could put a rover seat on one of these cars. I forget if you can control it when it's doing that. I don't entirely remember how that works, but I'd recommend just making a rail car. Alright, so while I kill a little bit more time waiting for one more of these to get extracted, I guess I don't have to wait. I could just ride it back up now. Yeah, never mind. We're not going to wait. I was going to look around and see if anything else fell through the floor, but I think most of the stuff hasn't gotten this far down. So hypothetically, let's pretend that the last one of these build it up. Or actually, how close is it? Where's the output? It's embedded in the wall, so I can't even see the progression. Okay, hold on. I'm going to make a change just for my own, like, my own sake. There we go. I wanted to see how close it was to being actually finished. Position it just like that. And we can actually just wait. So if I just sit in the rail car here and wait for it to finish, which it'll do in like 1 or 2 more hits, then we'll see it automatically get sent back. I think. I don't think it cares that I'm sitting in it. Yep, there it goes. And then I'll smooth out this rail tunnel on my own off stream, so it's not janky, but the whole goal of this was just to get the quartz extraction to work correctly and not do anything more than that, because it would take me a very long time to smooth this out on stream. Alright, so it's going to back up into the station, and then what would happen here is we would have this auto arm ready to grab it. So what I need to do is set up another logic gate. I did this earlier, but again, this is just an AND gate that's basically saying, do we need quartz? Is there a train waiting for materials? If both those things are true, then we transfer items. So let's set this up the way I've been doing it. Actually, why do I have it like this? Because this one's a double. I guess I could technically... Yeah, I'll just do it like that again. So let me get a medium platform A. We're out of medium platform A's. I thought I wasn't going to have to print anything for the whole stream. Okay, we're saved. There's one more on the ground over here. Well, I might have some more sitting around the base, actually, so it could possibly not be the end of the world. Let's drop an arm on this. Wait, no, I'm an idiot. I don't need an arm here. I already have one. I need it for the logic gates. So let me get a couple of these power sensors. These are power switches, I guess. The power sensor is the thing these connect to at the end. Alright, do a little power trickery here to not need a second battery. If anybody's ever wondering like how these work, I'm more than happy to explain it, but I don't want to explain it every time for people that are just kind of rolling with the stream and don't want exact details on it, because I will start sounding like a broken record. But feel free to ask questions about some of the weirder stuff I'm doing right now. There's usually a reason for it. If there isn't a reason, then I also want to be called out on that, because I like making things that are efficient and work correctly and aren't just complete nonsense. But the gist of it again is this is just an AND gate. Train at the station, and do we need quartz? If both of those things are true, we turn on this arm and it unloads quartz from this train onto the storage train. That's all it's going to do. Go ahead and attach that. So the last thing that we need now is to get a quartz sensor, which I did not pull one down, so I'm going to need to set one up. I can move this back upstairs. I was just using this to demonstrate something earlier about why directional power networks are bad and you should never use them. I'm going to have to print 1,000,000 platforms to put all the stuff that keeps falling on the ground later. You never got to work with sensors. Sensors are not mandatory for anything you have to do in the game. I recommend looking into them if they're interesting, but you don't actually have to use these things at all to like beat this game and do all the missions, but you do need to use them if you're going to make a base like the one that I have here that has just like automated factories and storage systems. You're gonna have to learn how to use the sensors if you feel like doing that, which I think is fun and interesting to do. And I forgot what I was doing. What was I? Right, I was gonna bring down a target pin. But don't fret about it too much if it's confusing and not interesting to work with. Alright, so let's go ahead and put a target pin here. Again, this is just kind of like a consistent visual design I've used for these. They don't have to be in these exact positions, but it made it easier for me to do it consistently. Because now it's directly above this pole here that has all the quartz on it, so I visually know, oh, this is the sensor that's checking how much quartz I have in the system. And I don't have to worry about it just being a giant spaghetti mess of like signal cables that aren't labeled in any way, because there's no way to label them otherwise. So I just kind of use like visual aids to help me figure out where stuff needs to go. And then we need to just bring it right over here. Most automatic you've ever done is make an auto arm for the centrifuge. Yeah, I would definitely recommend using auto arms to do stuff like auto smelting things, or taking them out of something and putting them on a furnace. Like that's easy enough that I think anybody should try that. And the game does encourage you to make auto arms. Like they're simple enough that you don't have to worry about getting like a computer science degree to understand what you're doing with them. Alright, so we do need quartz. So that one gets turned on, as opposed to this one, which is turned off because we don't need astronium. All we're waiting for now is for a train to come along. I don't know why that one's blinking. Stop that. So how close are the trains? Do I want to wait on that? No, not really. Okay, we'll do something else for a second here. Found auto arms too confusing. I mean, they're confusing in the sense that they do shit you don't want them to, but yeah, there's not a whole lot to it. Grab things from the green circle, put them on the blue circle. The problem is the green circle is actually, or the green sphere, I should say, is not actually a sphere. It's a capsule. It's really tall. So is the blue one. And then you also have issues with the auto arms grabbing stuff you don't want to. You need to put filters on them. If you want it to pick up multiple items, you need multiple arms. And if you run past it and it decides it wants to put something on your backpack, it's just going to do it. Because that's just how they're programmed. It's infuriating, but that's auto arms do what they do, I suppose. Okay, so here we are, the train's here. And here's the fruits of our labors. We now have automated quartz. So the train is going to come here with up to 4 quartz. They're going to get dropped off in here, and then this is going to move on to the next station, and so on. Loading up the backpack sounds so sad. It's the worst feature. You be quiet. Don't let the devs see that chat message, or they might just keep the feature in the game. I mean, not like they're going to remove it anyways. They don't listen to me. All they ever do is complain about their game anyways. I'm fairly certain I'm on a blacklist right now of streamers to never watch. Or if I do have a dev in chat, then please remove the ability for the arms to do that. It's not useful. I hate it. It's so inconvenient. I love you though, or I wouldn't be playing this game. Just fix the auto arms. Alright, now let me drag this back upstairs and let's see what do I want to do next now. So I was going to switch games fairly soon here. Probably to... I'm going to actually ask Jess now if she still wants to do Played Up. So let me do that first, and that'll decide what I do next. I'll give myself like maybe 30 minutes or something. Let's see, Jess is away. Yeah, I'm not sure if she's going to or not. I'll send a message anyways. Alright, we'll see what the response is for that. Alright, in the meantime, let's see, I'm losing my train of thought here. Need to stock this up a little bit, but we have automated quartz is the important part here. The train's already back with another load of quartz. It came back on its own. I'd love to see it. We should not need to worry about this particular resource. Why are there power extenders on this? It's amazing how I keep just finding random crap in the wrong spot in this base. Things falling through the floor, getting picked up by arms that aren't supposed to pick them up. Why did that train not... I think it didn't have time. I think it's because of the low power issue. You know what we could do while we're waiting? We could print more batteries, because that is the thing that's going wrong here. So I said I wasn't going to print anything on this stream, but I lied. We're going to actually make more batteries. So what we have over here is 48 batteries, and the issue we're encountering is these are not lasting the night anymore. I just have too much power demand. As much as the solar arrays are helping, they can't do anything in the dark. So we need to make batteries. So this is how you mass produce large numbers of things. I'm going to make 24 of these batteries, like right now. So let's go ahead and get the materials for that. We're going to print them using these things. So batteries are this, zinc and lithium. Luca the Jackal, hello, thank you for the raid. What were you up to? Are any of my mods here? I don't know if they're here. I'll just give you the shout out. My secret way of finding out what you were streaming. Yoshi's Island. I never played that game, and I still kind of wish I had. I just did not have the console to do that. But how'd that go? What were you doing? Was it like a speed run or a randomizer or just like the base game? Is there even a randomizer for that game? I mean, there probably is. Like every game has a randomizer. Anyways, let's set up a couple medium batteries here. So we need zinc and lithium. I don't have a way to play it that isn't just piracy at this point, which, I mean, given the way Nintendo operates, that just might be what I end up doing at some point, but that's something for the future. Maybe someday. So let's see. Let's get the zinc and the lithium. Best bosses out of any platformer. My understanding is it's a phenomenally good game. It's just, I just did not have a Super Nintendo. I had a Sega Genesis. Sega does what Nintendo don't, yada yada. It was just the console my parents had. I had no like say or preference in the matter. That was just the one we had. And when you're a kid, you just roll with whatever you're given. Like I didn't know what was available to me, especially back then when we didn't have like the internet to just look up and know what my options were. I'm not mad at them I'm not mad at them or anything for it. Like I had the Sonic games instead, but it was something I missed out on as a result. You would never emulate a Nintendo game. You didn't put a cap on that message, so I can't be sure what you actually mean by that. But let's just say if I played it, I don't know if I would have a Nintendo console to play it on. That's how I'll put it. But that's not something I have any immediate plans to do. There's lots of good games out in the world that I may or may not ever get around to playing. Like, ultimately, platformers don't do it for me as much as they used to. Maybe I should play it, though, just as like a rite of passage at some point in my life. Maybe if the opportunity presents itself. Switch Online. Does that even have, like... I thought they specifically aren't distributing, like, old emulated games on that. Like, the Wii U, like, Virtual Console could do it, but then they don't, like, do it anymore. I don't even know what they're doing. You have a Nintendo PC. I'm not sure what that means. You're gonna have to dumb it down for me and just straight up tell me whether or not you pirated the game. You don't have to tell me. That's all good if you don't. Either way, though, I hope you had fun. Maybe someday I'll try the game out. See what I've been missing. You emulate. Okay, there we go. There it is. All you had to do was put a cap on the first message, and I would have figured it out. I was like, I don't think a Nintendo PC is a thing, right? No, it's not. To be fair, it's literally the fact that Nintendo doesn't make it available is the reason why I would say it's totally okay to pirate Nintendo games. Because these fuckers do not, like, give you the ability to play their games at this point. Like, apparently I don't think it's even on Switch Online. Or maybe some of their games are, but a lot of their old ones aren't. And there's just like, it's like, okay, I want to play Yoshi. I want to ride the Yoshi. And you can't do it, they just won't let you. So it's like, what other options do you have? Anyways, speaking of other options, I could be paying attention to what I'm doing here. We need to make 2 steel silos. So I need to make 10, or not 10, I need to make 6 steel in order to make these. So let's grab the materials for that. We don't have automated steel production, so unfortunately I have to do this like a scrub. I'm going to make 2 extra steel just to have them. This is the magic of a sorting system. I don't have to fish around my base wondering where stuff is, unless I don't have any of that stuff, which I just realized I used all of my carbon because I wasn't paying attention. So I need to turn that off and then make more carbon. I was on the SNES Mini, get it on eBay for $400. You know, I think I could probably get a real SNES for less money than that if I had to guess. Alright, anyways, this is where I put the manual switches on these, but I forgot to turn this one off, so it depleted my entire supply of carbon because we do not have automated carbon yet. So let's see here. We need to kill switch this one because we don't have the materials for that. And the plastic is already kill switched. Alright, so that's fun. I need to very quickly make more carbon so that I can finish what I'm doing here. I don't think Jess has responded, but I'll check on it. I don't have the notifications. She has not responded. Okay, we might not end up doing Plate Up if she's away or something. Which is fine. I'll probably do Deep Rock Galactic instead. Alright, so meanwhile the batteries are moving along quite nicely, but we need somewhere to put them. So let's take what little carbon I have access to, which is what this smelter is producing, and start making some steel. Let's grab the one that's over there as well. Watching the game makes it so appealing. The resource holders, yeah, resource holes used to be the strat before they added all these better storage solutions. And your stuff would just fall through the ground and it was awful. Just horrible, terrible, no good. I'm glad that's not how this works anymore. And then you can really go nuts with the automation and do stuff like this, but even just having like a silo of each material just sitting on the ground that you manually fill is just so much better than the alternatives. How are we doing on this? Why is there tungsten in here? I've had this problem before. I need to fix this. Hold on. I need to fix this like right now. This happens when one of these is very ever so slightly misaligned and is able to put materials in the wrong canister. I didn't realize how close this design was when I set it up initially. I just need to move this arm back like just a teeny bit, like this, and it should no longer be able to reach the wrong canister because it is putting materials in the copper canister. So let me, I need to manually unload this, unfortunately. Won't take too long. It only got like 20 in there before I noticed it, but I've had a few of these that do this. If I were to do this again in the future, I would be a little bit more careful about the spacing on these to prevent this from happening. No way the average Astroneer has a setup like this. I think this is a very much an edge case. I am not the only person to build mega bases like this, but I'm one of the very few that sticks to this game for that long and like actually has the willpower to put up with the game's bullshit long enough to do this. But I mean, I don't regret it. I don't regret the time I've spent doing this. I think this has been really interesting. We have... I'm going to just place these on the ground for now and find a use for them later. I'll put them away off stream. I just need to empty this canister so that it can store copper again. I did not want to do that. There we go. Okay, I think we're good now. Just grab this real quick. Alright, I'll deal with the extras later. Rank 69. I would like to think I have a higher rank than that, but I mean, I don't speedrun this game, so I have no idea like how to interpret that. How do I want to do this? We're doing just fine on organic, so I think I just want to smelt all of these. So let me just turn these off, and I'll just let this produce carbon. Automating carbon and glass are one of the things, or two of the things I need to do off stream as well. We need to get some more argon. We might do some of that work now. I'm tentatively going to automate making glass like now, because I'm not sure if I'm quite done yet. I'll think about it. I might go downstairs and automate glass production. Get this resin out of my inventory. Okay, anyways, we should have enough steel now to start printing the thing I was trying to make. Why is my inventory full? Oh, it's full because I didn't drop off the rail posts. Usually I have 3 slots open, but unfortunately I have a bunch of crap in my inventory. Yo, devs, if I have a dev in chat, can you please make it so that picking up an item with a full inventory doesn't drop it on the floor? Thank you. Alright, go ahead and do this one. Alright, and we need to make one of these T platforms that I've been gushing about earlier. And where is the storage for the rails? I think it's down here still. Didn't move it up. Alright, so just drop this here. It's good to keep these in a consistent spot so I don't have to worry about losing them later. Let's see, I don't think I need to do any more terrain painting, so I will unequip these and swap back to my default loadout, which is just my, like, small smoothing loadout is kind of what I use this for. There we go. I don't think I've seen anything fall through the base in a while, but it'll probably happen again. Okay, we're full up on steel. I can just drop a couple more carbon in here. And then I will just let it smelt the rest of them. Alright, so meanwhile I need I think it's 1 resin and 2 aluminum to make this. Recall failed. I don't know why that happened. Hopefully my rails aren't jammed, because I'm going to be very upset if they are. Why did I automate that one? There we go. Alright, so we got one of these for the batteries. Now I think I overproduced batteries, but that should be totally fine. I'll probably want to make more of these later anyways. I'll store the batteries for now. But I'll just... I think I did make 8 more than I needed because I filled 2 silos, or 2 canisters, which will make 32 batteries, but I only needed 24. So let me just drop the extras here, because these will inevitably fall through the floor otherwise. Even though they're floating here because I moved away from them, these are, these are going to update and fall through the ground like everything else does, so let's just err on the side of caution and take care of this immediately before I lose a bunch of them. Alright, do all this. Then we're going to have 1 more of these silos, which I should be able to print now. Oh, a fun fact, for anyone who didn't know, if you have an item in your inventory, you can click on these little, like, holographic things, and that'll actually place them in the slot. You don't have to, like, pick it up off your backpack and place it on the printer. That's something I knew about for a while, and then forgot for an even longer amount of time. And then I was like, oh, wait a minute. You could do that, right? And it's like, yeah, you absolutely can. Canisters new. They're not new, but like they were in the game when it released. So if you haven't played this game since release, these I think were added a few years ago, but this game has been out for longer than that. I don't know when exactly they were added. You'd have to like go look into that. But they're not like new anymore, but they're definitely not a release item. And thank goodness they added these to the game, because it was so awful having to just individually manipulate stuff on storage silos. I think these canisters were added in the same update as the auto arms. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's when they were added. Or sometime thereabouts. I just remember both of those objects coming into existence around the same time, like a sort of an inventory quality of life update that they released for this game. Alright, so here's our second one of these. Now you might be thinking these batteries aren't going to do a whole lot while they're in these packages on these silos, but don't worry, I have some trickery I'm going to do later that might or might not work. So I'm either about to do something really impressive, or I'm about to embarrass myself. So either way, chat wins in this scenario. It'll either be really cool or really funny, so let's see if this works. So I'm going to grab this thing and go over here. Just take it downstairs because that's where I'm storing all these. Let's see if this works the way I think it will. It'd be really sick if it does. So let me grab one of these button repeaters. Stick that on the bottom, activate the button repeater. Awesome. Alright, we got the cool version where you don't laugh at me, you're impressed instead. Everybody applaud in the chat. Or you're all banned. Or not. Sorry, I'm not going to ban anyone over that. I actually didn't know for sure if that was going to work or not, but that just saved me from having to open 24 of these things, so I ain't complaining. Now we go ahead and add it to this. You didn't see. Oh my god. Oh, not like this. I can't just show it again. I attached a button repeater to this platform and activated it, and it unpacked 24 medium batteries in parallel. Make a clip of it or something. I think you still have time. Alright, so let's throw this bad boy over here, and we now have 50% more battery capacity in the base. Isn't that lovely? Don't worry about it jittering like that. That just means that it's at a 90-degree angle to the, like, the flat plane of this base here. Forgot about clips. There's probably still time. There we go. And again, I'm not powering my base with RTGs, but I am using these mini ones simply because they just don't matter. There's so few of them compared to my power demand and supply that I just store them like this. But all the regular RTGs are only being used on rovers and the base on Aatrox. And I don't know why there's one that fell through the ground. I thought this was the one that fell through the ground. Anyways, I did that solely to have like a more of a logistics challenge with the power supply in this game. Like that's the only reason I did that, because I was like thinking, you know what? Yeah, I could print a million RTGs and power my base with that, but I mean, then how would people get to see me pull solar arrays around with winches? And the answer is they wouldn't get to see that, and I wouldn't want to deprive anyone of that kind of like top tier content. So instead, I decided to do things the way I did. There were a few intentionally suboptimal decisions I made just to make the game more fun. The other thing I'm not doing is using trade platforms to produce all these materials. I'm using auto extractors instead, because it just seemed like more fun to build a base around that concept. Alright, has Jess gotten back to me yet? Okay, we got a sure. Okay, so I think she'll be in on that. So let's see, I might end the Astroneer segment of the stream there and switch to Plate Up in a couple minutes. I'm thinking if there's anything else I want to do. Thank you, background. Appreciate it. It wasn't that impressive of a clip, but I just thought it was neat because I wasn't sure if it was actually going to work or not. Yeah, I think we're going to switch to Plate Up then. So just to recap what we've accomplished here, I set up 3 more chemistry labs. What else have we done here? We set up a quartz extractor and basically spent 2 hours doing a rover joyride. And I don't remember what else I did, so probably wasn't anything impressive, but you know, we got all that sorted out at the very least. And having quartz is very nice, so next time around, more chemistry labs. I need to make a couple smelters so that I can automatically produce carbon and glass. And one of the things I'm going to do is actually going to involve trade platforms. I'm going to use trade platforms to produce organic. And we'll see how that happens next time. But what it boils down to is there's like a shredder trade platform Astronium like chain that you can use to get organic. And the reason why I'm going to use them for that is because organic cannot be extracted automatically. You have to dig terrain or dig plants to get it manually. And that goes against the spirit of making an automated factory, so I've decided to make an exception to the no trade platform rule specifically for organic, because otherwise I would basically just have to carve holes in the terrain to get essentially a renewable supply of it. Like, it's technically non-renewable, but there's so much soil on these planets that the heat death of the universe would happen before I dug up enough of these planets to actually not get more organic. Or the heat death of the universe in this video game, which means my save file would get so big that I couldn't do anything anymore, and it just wouldn't load. But yeah, I think we're done here for now, so let me message Jess one more time to see if she's ready for it now. If she's, or she can just like pipe up and chat. Stream summary's good. Episode, that's cute that you think there's a structure to this. Like, I do plan what I'm going to do like ahead of time. Like, I have a checklist of like things to do on stream, but like which ones I do in a given stream is not like particularly planned out. I just kind of try to keep some variety into it. So if that makes this more fun to watch, then I'm happy to hear that, because I put some effort into like planning this stuff out for Astroneer so that we can at least keep the pace going and keep things reasonably interesting while I do it.